भावना मन में बदले की होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते से हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है, हम ये सोचे क्या है अर्पण। हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है, हम ये सोचे किया क्या है अर्पण। फूल खुशियों के बांटे सभी को, सबका जीवन हो बन जाए मधुबन। अपनी करुणा का जल तू बहा कर दे पावन हर एक मन का कोना। हम चले नेक रास्ते से हम पे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। हम चले नेक रास्ते से हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। थैंक यू आपके तालियों के लिए धन्यवाद। शार्प थोड़ा बढ़ा दीजिए, हॉलो आ रहा है वॉइस, थोड़ा शार्पनेस बढ़ा दीजिए। हाँ हाँ, इफेक्ट्स दीजिए। हाँ ठीक है। Now this is a beautiful song sung by Jesu Das. So I thought it is a soothing number you will all like. सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। निंदिया के उड़ते पाखिरे अखियों में आ जा साखिरे। निंदिया के उड़ते पाखिरे अखियों में आ जा साथ रे। लाड़ी लाडूं ओ लाड़ी लूं, लाड़ी लाडूं ओ लाड़ी लूं। सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। जा कोई सपना दे जा, मुझको कोई अपना दे जा। अनजाना सा मगर कुछ पहचाना सा, हल्का फुल्का शबनमी, रेशम से भी रेशमी, सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। दिया के हुर्दे पाखिरे, अखियों में हाजा सारे, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम। रात के रथ पर जाने वाले, नींद का रस बरसाने वाले, इतना कर दे कि मेरे आंखें भर दे, आँखों में बसता रहे सपना ये हंसता रहे, सुरमई अखियों में नन्हा मुन्ना एक सपना दे जा रे। दिया के हुर्दे पाखिरे, अखियों में आजा साथ रे। दिया के हुर्दे पाखिरे, अखियों में आजा साथ रे, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम, लाड़ी लाडूम ओ लाड़ी लुम। I hope you're enjoying. Another all-time favorite. हेलो, हल्का सा रिवर्ब बढ़ा दीजिए और शार्पनेस बढ़ा दीजिए, बहुत हॉलो है अभी भी। बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ, ये रहना और तुम। ओ माझी रे, जइयो पिया के रे। हम तुम कितने पास कितने दूर है चांद सितारे, हम तुम कितने पास कितने दूर है चांद सितारे। सच पूछो तो मन को झूठे लगते हैं सारे। हम तुम कितने पास कितनी दूर है चांद सितारे। सच पूछो तो मन को झूठे लगते हैं सारे, मगर सच्चे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ, ये रहना और तुम। बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं। तुम इन सबको छोड़ के कैसे कल सुबह जाओगी। मेरे साथ इन्हें भी तो तुम याद बहुत आओगे। तुम इन सबको छोड़ के कैसे कल सुबह जाओगे। मेरे पास इन्हें भी तो तुम याद बहुत आओगे। बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ, ये रहना और तुम। बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ, ये रहना और तुम। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। तालियां और थोड़ी बज जाए तो सुबह सुबह गर्माहट आ जाए। थैंक यू। I can see some of my fans here, big officials of different oil sectors, and I feel very much encouraged. जब तालियां आप लोगों से बज ही गई है तो क्यों ना हम थोड़ी सी गर्माहट और ले आए। सबकी फेवरेट थोड़ी सी रिदम को बढ़ाते हुए हम अब आपको सुना रहे हैं सूफियाना कलाम। मॉनिटर में आवाज बढ़ा दीजिए, वॉइस मॉनिटर में। लाली मेरे लाल की जित देखो तितला, लाली देखन में गया मैं भी आ गई। लाल 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 मैं भी हो गई लाल। शाम होते ही चिराग बुझा देता हूँ मैं, शाम होते ही चिराग बुझा देता हूँ मैं, शाम होते ही चिराग बुझा देता हूँ मैं, क्योंकि ये दिल ही काफी है तेरे प्यार में जल जाने के लिए। लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला छोड़े लालन, ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो भला छोड़े लालन। सिंदरी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर, दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर, दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर। ओ लाल मेरी, ओ लाल मेरी। चारी चराग तेरे परन हमेशा, चारी चराग तेरे बरन हमेशा। पांचवा वारन आया भला छोड़े लालन, ओ पांचवा वारन। पंजवा वारन आया भला छोड़े लालन। सिंदरी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाश कलंदर, दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर, दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर। ओ लाल मेरे, ओ लाल मेरे। झनन झनन तेरे नौबत बाजे, झनन झनन तेरी झननन 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 झनन। झननन 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 झल झनन झल झनन झल झनन झनन तेरे नौबत बाजे नाल बजे नाल बजे खरी नाल बला झूले लालन ओ नाल बजे नाल बजे खरी आल बला झूले लालन सिंदरी सेवण दास की शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबत बोला मेरी पत रखियो बला छुड़े लालन इंद्री दास सेवण दास की शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर सखी शाबाश कलंदर सेवानी लाल कलंदर सेवानी लाल कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्तो 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 लाल कलंदर शिवानी लाल कलंदर शिवानी लाल कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर 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 शिवानी लाल कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर दमादम मस्तो 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 दमादम मस्तो 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 दमादम मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर सखी शाबाश कलंदर जवानी मस्त कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली शाबंदा नंबर अली दा पहला लंबर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर सखी शाबाश कलंदर जवानी लाल कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला लंबर अली दा पहला लंबर अली दा पहला लंबर अली दा पहला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर मस्तो 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 मस्त कलंदर मस्त कलंदर शेवानी लाल कलंदर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम अभी हमारे सिंगर कल्याण बनिया उन्हें इनवाइट करते हैं आपको गीत सुनाने के लिए। धन्यवाद।
हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो Hello, check. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kalyan from Indian Oil. So I am going to perform one song from Dr. Bhupena Jalika. विस्तार है अपार, प्रजा दोनों पार, करे हाहाकार, निशब्द सदा। ओ गंगा तुम, ओ गंगा बहती हो क्यों? विस्तीर्ण पारोरे অসংখ্য জনৰে হাহাকাৰ শুনিও নিশব্দে নীৰৱে বুঢ়ালৈ তুমি বুঢ়ালৈ ধোৱা কিয় বিস্তীৰ্ণ দুপাৰে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি ও গঙ্গা বইছ কেন नैतिकता नष्ट हुई मानवता भ्रष्ट हुई निर्लज्ज भाव से बहती हो क्यों इतिहास की पुकार करे हुंकार ओ गंगा की धार निर्बल जन को सबल संग्रामी समुद्रगामी बनाती नहीं हो क्यों विस्तार है अपार प्रजा दोनों पार करे हाहाकार निशब्द सदा ओ गंगा तुम ओ गंगा बहती हो क्यों अनपढ़ जन अक्षरहीन अंगिन जन खाद्यविहीन नेत्रीविहीनताय मौन हो क्यों इतिहास की पुकार करे हुंकार ओ गंगा की धार निर्बल जन को सबल संग्रामी समुद्रगामी बनाती नहीं हो क्यों বিস্তীৰ্ণ পাৰৰে অসংখ্য জনৰে হাহাকাৰ শুনিও নিশব্দে নীৰৱে বুঢ়ালৈ তুমি বুঢ়ালৈ ধোৱা কিয় व्यक्ति रहे व्यक्ति केंद्रित सकल समाज व्यक्तित्व रहित निष्प्राण समाज को तोड़ती न क्यों इतिहास की पुकार करे हुंकार ओ गंगा की धार निर्बल जन को सबल संग्रामी समुद्रगामी बनाती नहीं हो क्यों विस्तार है अपार प्रजा दोनों पार करे हाहाकार निशब्द सदा ओ गंगा तुम ओ गंगा बहती हो क्यों सुतश्रीनी क्यों न रही तुम निश्चय चेतन नहीं प्राणों में प्रेरणा देती न क्यों मत अबनी कुरुक्षेत्र बनी गंगे जननी नव भारत में भीष्म रूपी सुत समर जयी चलती नहीं हो क्यों विस्तार है अपार प्रजा दोनों पार करे हाहाकार निशब्द सदा ओ गंगा तुम गंगा बहती हो क्यों विस्तीर्ण पाररे অসংখ্য জনৰে হাহাকাৰ শুনিও নিশব্দে নীৰৱে বুঢ়ালৈ তুমি বুঢ়ালৈ ধোৱা কিয় the last song today, Mr. Niloy.
Hello, check. आसमां के पार शायद और कोई आसमां होगा, आसमां के पार शायद और कोई आसमां होगा। मैं हवा के परों पे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, कभी उड़ता हुआ, कभी मुड़ता हुआ मेरा रास्ता चला। ओ हो मैं हवा के परों पे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, मेरे पाँव के तले की ये जमीन चल रही है, कहीं धूप ठंडी ठंडी, कहीं छाँव जल रही है। इस ज़मीं का और कोई आसमां होगा, होगा आसमां, आसमां होगा। मैं हवा के परों पे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, रास्तों पर सब तेज चलते होंगे, इन लंबे रास्तों पर सब तेज चलते होंगे। कॉपी के पन्नों जैसे यहाँ दिन पलटते होंगे, शाम को भी सुबह जैसा क्या समा होगा, होगा क्या समा, हो क्या समा होगा। मैं हवा के परों पे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, आसमां के पार शायद और कोई आसमां होगा। बादलों के पर्वतों पर कोई बारिश का मकान होगा। मैं हवा के परों पे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, कभी उड़ता हुआ, कभी मुड़ता हुआ मेरा रास्ता चला। ओ Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to our oil industry rock band, giving such a befitting start to the UrjaVarta 2024. A very harmonious blend of various instruments and voices coming together, and somewhat very similar to the mixed basket of energy as we approach the energy transition and the decarbonization pathway in our sector. The mixed bag addressing the energy security and the self-reliance, energy self-reliance for the nation. And also through their music and their voice, giving a very befitting message also towards environmental sustainability. When they rendered the song of Ganga Tu Behti Hai Kyun. Again, a very thought-provoking song inviting our attention towards environmental sustainability as we work in this energy sector, casting further greener footprints. And also the song which they sang of Aur Koi Aasmaan Hoga, again opening new possibilities, नई संभावनाएं जो इस सेक्टर में हैं उन्हें एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए, उन्हें टटोलने के लिए यहाँ पर हम उपस्थित हैं. तो मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ. On behalf of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, I welcome you all to the second edition of UrjaVarta 2025, hosted by the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons under the aegis of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. And ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, recognizing the very important role of the upstream oil and gas sector towards addressing the energy security for the nation, we had the UrjaVarta 2024 last year, and it was a huge success. And building on the momentum and building on the discussions which we had in UrjaVarta 2024, and now further aligning it with our national goals and the recent developments which we have seen in the sector, we are back with the UrjaVarta 2025, once again on the very same theme of collaborate, innovate and synergize, bringing together the various stakeholders of the ecosystem to come on one platform to ideate, discuss and deliberate on some of the major key factors that can help us in working towards our vision and very mission of an energy secure India. Deliberating and discussing on various policy and regulatory reforms, leveraging on the technologies, the various advancements towards AI and data analysis and the other big tech, and the innovations, collaborations, partnerships, all we are going to be discussing and deliberating in this day-long discussions and deliberations as we shortly kickstart the UrjaVarta 2025. And as we all stand aware that despite the ongoing trade realignments which we are seeing, and then the much of geopolitical turmoil, despite of all that, our sector, India's oil and gas sector, India's upstream sector, is at an inflection point. It is at a defining moment, sparked by the recent exploration breakthroughs which have been announced by our Hon'ble Minister, and then the ongoing investment rounds, the OL10 and the DFS4, and also the projected investment potential of $100 billion by 2030. All that has put India at the center of global attention. And now, energized by that, as India continues on its energy transition and decarbonization pathway, this sector is definitely poised for a greater transformation through various policy and regulatory reforms and innovations and technologies and advancements, the research which has been done. And as I said, all this we are going to be addressing in our day-long sessions, UrjaVarta 2025. But we're going to be starting with a very decisive session wherein joining us shortly will be our leader, the Hon'ble Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. He's expected to be joining us any time now. So as I welcome you all, would like to request you all to be kindly taking your seats at the earliest possible, having your mobile phones on the silent mode. In case you don't find a seat here, you're requested to be kindly moving to the Leaders Lounge on this very floor. We have the live streaming happening there also. You can be seated there. But there's still a couple of seats here. As you can see from here, you can be taking your seats. Yes, still be a part of all which is going to be taking place here on the stage by being present in the Leaders Lounge. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we start in a while from now, with the Honourable Minister joining us, that's going to be the leadership session which we have, the leadership dialogue with the Honourable Minister, sir. It's going to be moderated, and as you can see, two people here on the stage with the Honourable Minister and very illustrious and informed media personality, internationally acclaimed media personality, who's going to be moderating the session, this fireside chat with the Honourable Minister. That's going to be a session which is going to be close to 1 hour, wherein we are also going to be witnessing a couple of releases and launches and the MOUs being exchanged, once again talking out the future path of our sector. Post that, the Honourable Minister, sir, is going to be leaving for the CXO's roundtable, which is on a level down, and it's going to be then followed by the State Ministerial session. But to apprise the August gathering, that is strictly by invite. For the rest of us, the delegates and participants, we are going to be moving outside for in the pre-function area for tea and coffee. And then we start with the tech strat forum. So if we are good on time, we should be closing here by 11:15, having a short tea and coffee break of 15 minutes. And 11:30, we start with the tech strat forum, which is on this level itself. It's in the Leaders Lounge. Just across, there are signages guiding you. The CXOs and the people who are going to be part of the State Ministerial session with the Honourable Minister are requested to kindly be moving a level down. And again, there are signages leading you to that room where we have the meeting with the Honourable Minister, sir. The Tech Strat Forum, as we start with, it's going to be from 11:30 onwards, day-long sessions, panel discussions, fireside chats. We are going to be having with the leaders, experts, and once again inviting your views, your experiences, your expertise, your innovations, technologies, research work as we take this discussion. We also have the various posters which have been presented for the UrjaVarta 2025 are also showcased. We have the exhibition gallery, and that's again on the level down, the various posters being presented. We also have the various technical paper presentation. That's the technical session, again, which is going to be taking place at a level down. And we have our experts from the industry. We have the innovators sharing further their knowledge and their experience and their work. Apart from that, we also have an innovation center, as the name itself suggests, various from our business leaders, national as well as international, and then from the startups and the innovators. They are showcasing their state-of-the-art products and innovations. We also have a business room, a business meeting room, where you can meet your peers, you can interact in a very cozy and a comfortable and a very facilitating environment. That's again a level down. That's the business room or the meeting room you can call. So please make use of all these arrangements which have been done by DGH, and we are just waiting for the Honourable Minister to be joining us. Also would like to mention that we have, as we are going to be closing the day, we close it with the valedictory session, in which we have our respected Secretary, sir, Shri Pankaj Jainji, joining us. And during that time, we are also going to be recognizing and presenting the Best Innovation Award, the Best Technical Paper, the Best Poster award is going to be presented in the valedictory session. That's going to be a short session. Once again, a fireside chat we have in the valedictory session with respected Secretary Sir, again chalking out and looking into a more prosperous and energized future for India. So that's how the entire day stands packed with a lot of sessions with all of you. So welcome once again. May I just once again request people to be having your mobile phones on the silent mode or on the meeting mode, please. And ladies and gentlemen, just to apprise you that many of you have not been able to collect your registration kits. You can collect it during the lunch time because there was a lot of rush outside and we are just about to begin with the session. So we requested you to move in the hall, but you can collect it during the lunch time. There are a couple of seats at the back, and in case you don't find a seat here, you're requested to kindly move to the Leaders' Lounge. It's live streaming there. And as we said, even in that hall, you can be part of these very insightful discussions and deliberations, which we are going to be having the insightful talk with the Honorable Minister. May I request delegates who have not been able to find a seat here? It's now house full here. So requesting you to kindly be moving to the Leaders' Lounge. May I request our representatives to please guide them towards the Leaders' Lounge. May I once again request no one to be standing here. In case you've not been able to find a seat, you're requested to be kindly moving to the Leaders' Lounge. Our representatives will guide you there. We have the live streaming happening also in that hall. You can be seated there. Just once again, a very humble request to the people who are still standing, requesting you all to be kindly be seated. In case you don't have a seat here, you're requested to kindly move to the Leaders' Lounge. It's just across on this very floor itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hon'ble Minister Sir is going to be joining us any time now. May I once again request people who are still standing very closer to the stage to be kindly taking your seats. If you have a seat here, in case not, you're requested to kindly move to the Leaders' Lounge. May I request our representatives to please guide them. And it's just across on this very floor, just a few steps away from this hall. Kindly be taking your seats there. There's a live streaming happening. All the proceedings which are going to be taking place here, you can watch it live and be a part of this session. People who are standing at the gate, may I request you to kindly move to the Leaders' Lounge. It's a house full here. You can kindly be moving to the Leaders' Lounge. It's on the same floor, in this floor itself. जो लोग अभी भी खड़े हैं और स्पेशली जो गेट के पास खड़े हैं एंट्रेंस पर, उनसे निवेदन है आप लीडर्स लाउंज की तरफ प्रस्थान करें. वहाँ पर लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है पूरे इस सेशन की. आप वहाँ पर लाइव देख सकते हैं. यू कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ दीज डिस्कशंस सिटिंग देयर ऑल्सो. Just once again a very humble request not to be crowding near the entrance. The Honourable Minister is going to be joining us any time now. We need to be having this space unoccupied. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister Sir is already in the premises, requesting you all to be kindly taking your seats and no one to be standing in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a resounding applause and a very hearty and a warm welcome to our Margdarshak, our leader, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, as he joins us to grace the UrjaVarta 2025, the second edition of the flagship upstream energy conclave being hosted by the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons under the aegis of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this energy dialogue, we begin with the leadership dialogue with the Honorable Minister Sir, rightly called the Manch Mantrika, in which we have a fireside chat with the Honorable Minister Sir, which is going to be moderated by Ms. Palki Sharma Upadhyay, a highly internationally acclaimed journalist, an international affairs expert, the managing editor at the First Post. Please join me as I invite her here also on the stage. And we have the Manch Mantrika, ladies and gentlemen, the fireside chat, the conversation, driven and steered by Ms. Palki Sharma Upadhyay with our Honorable Minister. Session that's going to be setting the tone and the context of our further discussions. Over to Palki.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. They say you cannot drill your way out of a problem, but it seems you're willing to try. India has launched a very ambitious project for new oil exploration in the middle of wars, sanctions, and a global energy transition. Today, we are here to discuss why this is critical for India and India's energy security, and what's in it for our partners and investors. And with me, in conversation with me, is the man who is steering this pivot, India's Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri. Minister Puri, good morning. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much.
You took over as Petroleum Minister in 2021, and since then we've seen two major wars in Ukraine and in West Asia, and both of them have had implications for India's energy security, and I'm trying to see how we are poised before we come to what we are trying to do here. How has this turbulence shaped our strategy, and are those changes here to stay?
Well, thank you very much for kicking off this event, which I think is in many ways a first of its kind, because we will have the privilege of participation, if I'm not mistaken, by 22 of our states. We will have the participation of the CEOs of a large number of entities which are major contributors and stakeholders. And thank you very much for being here. I mean, you will, I'm sure, not stick to the talking points that my colleagues are often, I accuse them of trying to control the narrative by telling me what I should say and even saying what they think you should say. And I have full faith that you'll deviate from that and we can have a robust conversation.
I hope to live up to your expectations.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, knowing you. Let me start by saying that when you talk of global turbulence, I'm a student of history. I was a professional diplomat for 39 years. I've done think tanking for God knows how many years. I've been a minister for 8 years. But if I had to look at the post-war history, that is post-Second World War, post-1947, after we became an independent country, I cannot seriously think of any period during that extended phase where global turbulence was of this order. There have been phases where tensions have been very high. There have been phases where wars have been fought. But I think if you add the uncertainty quotient to that turbulence, this takes the cake. All right. Yes, I became the minister. I've been a minister earlier, but I was associated with this portfolio, madam, from July 2021. And very soon you had the Russia-Ukraine military conflict. Then you had one, then you had the other. And now we have other challenges. How did we manage to get over that? I think the one point is that over the last 11 years or so, and this I think is the main point, we've diversified our options, we've built resilience, and we have been able to navigate those challenges. And if I don't sound too presumptuous, or you might even say overconfident, I think each of these challenges posed by the turbulence has actually provided us opportunities. And I think that is what has stood us by. And full marks to my boss, who has not only provided the overall direction, but he has stood by us, and he has always guided us all along. I know where you're wanting to go. Why did you buy from here and not from there, etc. But whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
No. I'm going to add to your turbulence, and I'm going to talk about Donald Trump.
Well, should we come to that sequentially, or should we come to it first? Okay, let's start where I draw my strength from. But I'd like to have a discussion with you on the hard facts. First and foremost, what are the facts? In February 2022, when the military conflict between Russia and the Ukraine commenced, we were buying, if I remember, 0.2% of our overall crude from the Russian Federation. Today, yes, you are absolutely right, it has gone up considerably. But equally, during this period, India has diversified the sources of supply, and we have gone, I think, from about 27 countries that we used to buy from to about 40 countries now. But more than that, if you go into should you buy from a source 1 or should you buy from a source 2, we have been clear from the day go that we will buy from wherever we have to. Because the Prime Minister's commitment is, in the final analysis, to his consumer, to the Indian consumer. And I think that policy has stood us in good stead. We are probably one of the few, I would have, if I didn't have this enlightened an audience, I might have said we are the only, but no, we may not be the only. But for a country of our size, for a country of our consumption level, why do I say this? In the last 10, 11 years, 16% of the growth in the energy markets, crude oil, has come from India. Yeah. And if you believe in the analysis of the International Energy Agency, by the way, I saw a statement that someone might be pulling out of there also, but let's leave it at that. They say, a very credible analysis, that in the next 2 decades, 25% of the global growth is going to come from India. Increase in oil demand. Okay, so today Russia is one of the main suppliers. I don't know what the figures were in 2022. Today, I think they produce about 9 million barrels a day. 9 million barrels a day, madam, is roughly 10% of the global production per day and consumption per day. I ask you a hypothetical question. Supposing you take 10% of the consumption off the table. There are 2 possibilities. One, the rest of the world, the whole world, stops consuming or consumes 10% less, which means what? Which means in a country, let's say, I can pick up any country, some people won't get heating in winter, some people won't get air conditioning in summer, some of the transport will stop plying. So 10% consumption reduction is not an easy thing, or something else will happen. You decide that 10% is going off the market, you don't want to reduce consumption, then you start buying more from the remaining 90%. You know what that would do to prices? The prices which were here would skyrocket. We did an analysis, my secretary who's sitting here and some of my other colleagues, that if more and more people were to buy from the other OPEC sources, you know what would have happened? Prices would have gone up minimum to $130, $140 a barrel. So if we were buying from any source that we could, I think we should be applauded. Not...
No, that point is very
So no, but let me come to one. There's another point of this fact. No, I'm not saying that you are saying it, but some people suggest don't buy Russian oil.
If that oil is sanctioned, sir, then what is our plan?
It's not sanctioned, first of all.
Not yet.
No, it's never been sanctioned.
No, if it is.
No,
So
I'm
in-
coming. First of
given
all,
this 50-day deadline.
first of all, let's do the past, then we'll deal with the future. Another very interesting thing happened. It's not as if countries X, Y, and Z buy. I have some statistics here. I want to share those. And you're saying, what are the papers? Because I did some research. I knew you'd ask. Oil products. Turkey, the largest buyer, has purchased 26% of Russia's oil product exports. Turkey. You know which group they belong to. Followed by China, 13%, and Brazil, 12%. Now we come to LNG, natural gas. The EU was the largest buyer. EU is the European Union, purchasing 51% of Russia's LNG exports, followed by China, 21%, and Japan, 18%. Pipeline gas. The EU was the largest buyer, purchasing 37% of Russia's pipeline gas, followed by China, 30%, and Turkey, 27%. Now, if we have to discuss who's buying and who's not buying, I think it's got stuck. No, don't worry. You know, when my colleague Mr. Jaishankar, when this whole process had started, when he was going for a discussion in the United States, he asked me over the phone casually, what happens if I'm asked about Russian purchases? And I said, friend, you tell them that they buy more in one afternoon. This is early days. They buy more in one afternoon than I buy in a quarter. I think the telephone line must not have been absolutely clear. So he ended up saying, I believe you buy more in one afternoon than I buy in a month. No, I meant in a quarter. Look, the past discussion on buying Russian oil was never subject to a sanction. It was subject to what is called a price cap. And in front of this very distinguished large audience, I have no hesitation in admitting that I'm happy to buy under a price cap. Because then the price cap makes me get the oil cheaper. But by the way, I have a simple system. My OMC is sitting here. They float tenders for import at our, and whoever can supply the particular grade of crude at that point of time, who is the cheapest, they will award the tender to. Now you come to the most important question. What if? I'm not trained to answer hypothetical what if questions, but I will. I'll ask you, I'll answer it all in the fullness of time. Look, what I've seen is some draft legislation where if you do this, then secondary sanctions will come against X, Y, Z. I've also seen a statement coming from the highest in the land, wherever, I shall not take names, but you will understand, saying that I'm giving you, 50 days to sort out this war. Otherwise, I will subject you to something, or we will subject you to a low price cap. Okay? Now, what is the international price of oil today? Should be about 67, 68? 68.5. The price cap was at 60. All right? Where is the price of international oil going to go? I'm looking at my CMD sitting in the front row. We have a happy and vibrant, only minor disagreement. We keep saying, will it be between 60 and 70 or will it be between 55 and 60? Am I right? Or please, I don't want to quote you, I can take my own position. My own view is the price of oil will come down. It will come down, madam, only because there is more oil available in the international market. Today, 2 major suppliers of crude are sanctioned. My first submission to you is, will those sanctions remain forever? You know whom I'm talking about. Iran next door and Venezuela. Number 2, there is more oil coming on the global market from the Western Hemisphere. I mean countries like Brazil, Guyana, Canada, they're not even OPEC plus members. So my response, and I'm sorry I've given you such a long-winded response, is that I'm not worried at all. If something happens, we'll deal with it. If, for instance, major buyers of oil, major suppliers of oil just go off the market, well, there was worry when some of them went off the market earlier, which same thing happened. You either divert. वो हमारे यहाँ कहावत है ना, एक दरवाजा बंद होता है तो दूसरा खुल जाता है. I think we've got a lot of scope in that. There are a lot of new suppliers coming on the market. Our own E&P is going to go up soon. And when will this happen? Let's not draw any inferences. Some statements are made in order to ensure that 2 disputants settle quickly. Some other statements are made, and you are mentioned, but you're mentioned in other contexts also, then we clarify the situation for the record. So my answer to your what if is, we'll cross the bridge when we come to it, but I'm not unduly worried because I think we have enough oil. Even when there was this discussion, now when you talk about turbulence, so one of the most worrying points was, and I'll be very open, the people told me that the Straits of Hormuz would be closed. Yeah. So I would respond as a good student, I said, for 50 years I've been around, I haven't seen the Straits of Hormuz closed, even though every time they say it would happen. But now is the what if. I asked my colleagues, I said, how much stocks have you got? I think on an average, each one of them had 21 days. Each one of them had 21 days. And one of them, I think, I shouldn't name the company, he said, we got 25 days. Now, therefore, my response was, even if the Straits of Hormuz is closed, it's not going to remain closed forever. It will remain closed for 3 days, 4 days. But I have a final, one more question, comment to add to this what if, because I think you asked the $1 million question. That is, what is everybody? But we need to have this conversation also to reassure people that it's not as simple. That if one were to happen, the other things will also happen. Look, I buy, how much? $20 billion of energy from a particular source. They are global actors. They go and do other things. Am I going to be blamed that I am responsible for some of their actions? No. Equally, I buy energy from Russia. If Russia carries out an operation somewhere else, I'm surely, when I started buying, it was not either because of that or as a consequence of it. It's when energy becomes available. We are buying from Argentina. I think we bought 2 consignments. We are wanting to buy more from Brazil. I think this situation today fundamentally is characterized, madam, by enough supply. I would say there's more supply. I see the price coming down. If some sources for some reason dry up, yes, there will be some uncertainty. But the end of the day, the question is going to be, do we have the navigational resilience, I'm coining a new word, to steer the ship through? I think I'm very confident that we do have it.
That's good to know. And let me add to your Europe point that they've wired more to Moscow in oil and gas since the war began than they've given to Ukraine in aid. So that says something. I think hypocrisy is the name of the game. But
you use the word. I didn't use the word.
That's fine. I use it all the time.
You can. You're a star anchor. I'm only a minister.
Right. You talked about other doors opening. Could one of those doors be Iran? Because the US is easing pressure on Iran, on the Chinese. 2 more questions before we come to this.
No, you go on asking. I'm enjoying this.
So I know that we stopped buying from Iran post the secondary sanctions in 2018-19. Have we talked to the Americans about a possibility of an opening there?
No. I'll tell you something. I used to talk to the Americans in a slightly earlier phase. I'm willing to go public on it. This was during the last phase of the previous administration, and they had we had a backroom channel. Most people know who it was, and he was very active. He was an advisor in the White House. And I used to ask him, how close are you to finally settling the residual issues with Venezuela and Iran? And I think the consistent message from him is we are very close. In fact, when it came to the country you just mentioned, I was told that there was some disagreement on one of the lists that they have on proscribed entities. But after that, other things happened, so one doesn't know. But I am an eternal optimist. No situation ever remains the same. I think with the passage of time, discussions between the international agency which is tasked with dealing with that particular issue, that negotiations will start, and hopefully with the passage of time, that country's energy situation and their ability to supply. By the way, don't make a mistake. They're still supplying. We are not buying. That's one thing. It's not that Iranian oil is off the market. I mean, I come across very interesting situations, I'm not going to name countries, where I suddenly find such and such consignment is available from such and such country. So when I ask my secretary and my other colleagues, they'll say कि ये तो उतनी तो उनकी production नहीं है जितना they're putting on the market. So again, I'm saying availability is there all over.
But will we start buying?
I will not buy.
Do you see us start buying?
Look, we are a country anchored in the rule of law. If there is a sanction to which we agree, I mean, anybody gets up and places a unilateral sanction, it's a different thing, I'm not obliged. But if it's a sanction which we've accepted, we will not violate it. On Venezuela, similarly, some people told me, Venezuelan crude can't be bought because it's of a particular kind. I said, look, many of our refineries can use Venezuelan crude. They've been buying, and we are owed some money. But I think even that will be sorted out soon. What I would have difficulty with, ma'am, is to put a specific timeline. When will the Iranian or the Venezuelan issue be resolved?
And to buying from the Western Hemisphere, are we buying 10% of LPG from the US? Can you confirm that?
No, you're buying $15 billion last year. I mean, if you look at the figures in the last few months, there is huge high. I mean, if you interview some of these CMDs, they will tell you, today I read a report, one of them is looking at gas supplies from Alaska. Then I've seen the figures. This 15 billion could be $25 billion. So, but listen, that huge market potential also gives you leverage.
So are we buying from the US or not?
Of course we are buying.
10% LPG we'll start buying?
No, I don't know. That I don't know. These are commercial things. Yeah. I mean, I'm told on good references that their LPG, their LNG certainly is cheaper because they have that, what is it called, that? Yeah, they know all these technical terms. I tried not to. No, they buy according to thing that's cheaper. LPG we used to buy earlier largely from one source. It is available elsewhere. During the last meeting of the India Energy Week, we signed a LPG agreement with Equinor. Just now when I was in Norway with some of my colleagues, I think they are also in discussion with more LPG. And I'm told, again, they don't come to us because we don't do the buying and selling. Government only sets in with a plan to provide the ecosystem. I'm told a lot of our companies are talking about LPG purchases from there. No, your LPG purchases are quite significant. For a country which is growing at 6.5%, $4 trillion economy, where the rate of growth of energy demand is 3 times the global average, if you were to start buying 10% from a particular source, it would be a lot of, LPG and so on. I think it might happen. Again, it's not for me to say.
Maybe to reduce the trade deficit. Maybe to reduce the trade deficit.
No, the trade deficit is also, look at other issues involved with the trade deficit. How many Indian students go to the United States? No, I'm just as a guess. How much money do they spend? I mean, I'm past that stage because now I'm at the stage of grandchildren. But people who have children who want to go to the United States, how much does it cost in a elite Ivy League school, $80,000 a year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen figures of what? $20 billion a year? I don't know. So I don't know how these calculations are done, but believe me, I would be very careful in putting, figures, because there might be other figures available. I mean, here our energy imports are going on, other things are happening, but also you look at the future. Again, I don't want to sound arrogant, but when we moved from being the 5th largest economy to the 4th largest, or when we moved from the 10th largest to the 5th largest economy, whom were we competing against? We were competing against countries which are essentially growing at 2% or less. The UK, Japan, and Germany, which will be if we become the 3rd largest economy soon. And you're growing at 6.5%. So my point is that the other part, your trade partners also look at the potential your market holds for them to increase their exports. And that's, of course, the subject on which you should interview Mr. Goyal.
I will, sir. Now let's talk about the pivot that you're steering. The oil exploration, new oil exploration and hydrocarbon production. Why is this initiative unique and why do we need it now? Why this pivot?
Well, it's unique for a number of reasons. One is that I don't think we've paid as much attention to E&P in a lot of time. I personally believe that the period between 2006 and 16 is what I call the lost decade, because we had problems with the kind of contracts which were signed earlier. They ran into trouble, litigation, and then they just stopped. Then along came Mr. Modi in 2014, and when the government got its figures right, from 2016 we started off. So we've done a lot of things. We moved from production sharing agreements to revenue sharing agreements. But more than that, we opened up, out of our 3.5 million square kilometers of sedimentary space, we've opened up 1 million square kilometers. In the 10th round of open acreage licensing policy, or OALP, we are offering what, 257,000 square kilometers of bid. This is the largest ever. I don't know, there may have been some earlier, but from what I read in the statistics, probably the largest ever bid. When we did the 9th round of OALP, 38% of bids came in this 1 million square kilometers, which was opened out, no-go area. Earlier, what happened, I'm seeing my friends from the Navy and Coast Guard sitting here. If you ever wanted to do exploration, they would use their clout and say, nahi, ye to, this no-go area must be there because we are operating here. Or DRDO used to say, one day the Prime Minister decided that you guys are doing a great job, but I'm still opening up 1 million square kilometers. So that gives you the extra stuff. Plus, some of the other things that is happening, my friends from on the exploration side, I see CMD ONGC sitting here. He's dug more wells this year than I think he has in the last 37 years. What, 500 wells? More than 500? 578 wells. Madam, an offshore well costs $100 million. An onshore one costs $4 million. And I'll tell you one very major thing which nobody seems to want to talk about. Our policies earlier were wrong. We used to have CMDs heading these important companies. They would come for tenures like what, 4.5 months, 6 months. Now, if you have been made, let's say if you were to be made CMD of one of those companies, what would you say? Invest a lot of money in in E&P? No. You'd say, let me make sure that my quarter-on-quarter profit, that looks better. So I think we started appointing CMDs, and very good ones, for full tenures. It showed results. There is a mindset change, but that mindset change has been backed by the government through what now I'm coming to the main point, the ORD Act. The fact of the matter is that the previous legislation was a what, 1948 vintage. It was not just for the oil sector. It was for mining as well. So whether you wanted to have a mine in Orissa or a petroleum lease, in the Andaman, it's the same law that applied. So insofar as mining is concerned, in 1976 they got a new law, but for petrol leases, we were stuck with the same law. So it's a revolutionary change. But more than the provisions which I brought to happily share with you, we've already put them out a number of times, or the regulations which are being drafted. The defining feature of these is that we didn't do it sitting in Shastri Bhavan. We had widespread stakeholder consultation. My colleagues looked at the best practices in all the other countries, borrowed some from here, borrowed some from there. Then we put out the draft legislation for stakeholder consultation. We still got comments on it. And we incorporated the comment. And I keep telling my friends from BP and Shell who are sitting here, I keep telling them, look, if there are other changes you want, don't hesitate, bring them. Because the Prime Minister's mindset is, we have to change this and we have to do E&P now. Because it's part of our overall philosophy, our self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, etc. But we think that with all the fundamental progress we are making, and we made a lot of progress in biogas, biofuels, we've gone to 20%, green hydrogen, great story, but you will still need traditional energy for a long time. For that, you must do E&P. So we brought this act. And even after the act was finally cleared by both houses of parliament, we put the implementing regulations on the net, and we got some changes. We've incorporated those changes, some very major ones. But let me give you a very short few points on how the salient features of the ORDA Act are. I mentioned putting mining and petroleum operations in the same bucket. That was the single permit system for all types of mineral oil operation. That's a very important thing. Otherwise, you go from one authority to the other. By the time the second one operates, the third one is not ready. So single permit system for all types of mineral oil. Clarify the meaning of the term mineral oil. A new framework for sharing of resources and infrastructure. Providing stability in operations, both in terms of tenure of lease and conditions. To me, stability and predictability are the two most important things in any area where large amounts of capital expenditure are involved. Because what's the point of somebody raising the capital and then halfway through you decide you've changed your policy? And then a person is left high and dry and they raise money to do this. Decriminalization and the adjudicating mechanism. No midway changes like imposition of cess, royalties, protecting of... We said, look, what we finally agreed to, that's it. And I'll make a confession. Something that we did in the last few years, if we had the ORD Act, Alkeji, we'd never have been able to do it because people would have sued us. So we would rather have that. But more important, I think the Act has been well received. It's beginning to show results. I have seen more evidence of our collaborators teaming up with our companies, sometimes a foreign collaborator, big oil major, energy major, with a private sector company and with the OMCs or the public sector company. So it's beginning to show, and I'm very confident that capital expenditure is involved, gestation is long, but you are beginning to see the results.
And how does it make investment in oil fields easier, this amendment? And you said that you've been talking to energy executives globally. You've engaged with some of them in Vienna, the likes of Shell and BP. Do you see that enthusiasm? Do you think that they will come and be part of this?
Yeah. Look, the Act is only the legislative framework. That is helpful. But there are other things happening as well. For instance, what did we do in the past? We invited some of them and said, come and prospect here. These are very expensive operations. My favorite story these days, which I'm afraid I'm repeating too often, I have to change the story now. Guyana. I'm told that they dug 47 wells, and it's only on the 48th well that they found the oil. But what were we doing? Supposing you found the oil, then the tendency, at least so people suspected, was, bhai, ye to hamara natural resource hai. Ours first. Why would anybody come? Why would anybody come? Why would anybody invest in your wanting to keep us trying? Now it's very different. Now you tell them, look, you have a expertise. You have demonstrated capacity. Like, I'll give you one example. I think Oil India and Petrobras. Petrobras is a Brazilian company. They have a lot of demonstrated expertise in offshore and doing seismic surveys, etc. So they told, I was in Brazil when we started it, that you come, we will compensate you for the technical services and technical assistance you provide as per market rates. If we strike oil, you will have the right of first refusal. So I think that's a very encouraging thing from the other side. I see similar arrangements also with other companies. Some other things will be announced today and as we go along. I don't want to prejudge it, but this Petrobras OIL, Oil India Limited, is a case in point.
And you've compared Andaman to Guyana, and we're expecting something
Well,
similar.
it's my job as minister to provide a encouraging narrative. I never said that we found a Guyana. I've said that many Guyanas are to be found, so I don't stop at one Guyana. Why do I say it? Look, the fact of the matter is when any of them, private sector or public sector, digs a well and finds oil, he or she is required to report it to the Director General of Hydrocarbon. By the way, the Chief Minister of Assam has reported a finding this morning. I don't know whether, I think with the OIL, etc., but I don't know. I mean, I'm saying, so they have reported, and I picked out 18 of these reports. Then I started analyzing them, and I've started talking about them. One of them says what? 8 million metric tons of, 8 million MMTOE kya hota exactly? Million metric tons of oil equivalent, yeah. Then one 8 million, another one 5 million. So obviously they're finding oil. Now it's a question of persistence. I had a query the other day, somebody, up to 2005 we did this. After that, you guys haven't pursued. Arey bhai, people have to put money in it. If the company changes, that's why I said after 2006, for the 10-year period, it was lean. Because of the past experience, people didn't want to persist with what they're doing. This is capital expensive, intensive. It requires stamina and the gestation. Sometimes you'll hit straight. I mean, one of my colleagues was explaining to me, you go to different places, you find oil in some, then you have to narrow down, find the direction, etc. But it's happening. And there are particular wells. Now, what we are telling our collaborators is, listen, you don't spend your money. We will cover your expenses to come and do that, which will make sure that their boards find it easier to appeal. Otherwise, if you go to a board and say, we want to put so many $100 million for investment in India, they'll turn around, why, bhai, yahi kar lo. So I think this is the overall change which has come about.
And there have been instances in the past where companies have won bids, but they've not developed oil fields. So how do you make sure that companies have won bids, but they've not developed oil fields?
No, not one. No, many of them. And I think they are getting the correct response now. We're just cancelling them. Because it's very easy. What you do is you bid in a large number, quote unrealistic thing, become L1, and then you sit on it. That means nobody else can come. And then when you do, I'm sorry, there was a little bit of, should I say it or not? Little bit of earlier period, there was collusion on our side also. We should have taken more drastic action of the kind we're taking now. How can you justify somebody who's won a bid 12 years ago, and every time you talk to him, abhi ho raha, nahi bhai, nahi hoga. And on that basis, you're raising money in the outside market. No, the whole thing comes full circle, and we will contest those.
You also said in the beginning that 22 states are participating in today's dialogue. States, I assume, are important stakeholders. What's in it for them and why should they get on board?
Madam, they are the most important stakeholders. I keep repeating that if you find oil, I quoted the Chief Minister of Assam because he made a statement this morning. Who will get the revenue from it? The state will get it. The company will invest. I mean, again, I'm sorry, I come back to one company because the CMD is sitting in front of me. They invested, what, 1,000 crores in that particular state? A little more than 1,000 crores. But that state was not forthcoming. Till there was, in response to a parliament question, I said in parliament, I said, if the state government doesn't want to utilize its own resources, what can I do? And I don't think I didn't go beyond the naming part because we were talking about the state, but they granted the petroleum license subsequently. And that is the spirit I want. A lot of people don't realize that if you have a major oil discovery or a major gas discovery, the state changes. I can give you a personal experience. The chief minister of an important state, whose government is an ally of our party, came to see me and brought a lot of people along. I had my colleagues. And he said, we were talking about setting up a refinery in that state. And I said, yes, we've done this, we are committed to it, this is what we are going to do. And then the chief secretary of that state tells the chief minister, said, you know, wherever a refinery comes up, or any oil is found, or a refinery comes up, the economy of that place is drastically changed. And it happens very quickly. So I asked him, how do you know? He said, you know, my father was in the IOCL. Now, makes sense. Look, if you look at countries, I was in Europe, I was in Norway, Austria and this thing. Norway, before they found the oil in, when was it, 1970? Somewhere around that. It's very different, now it's very different. So I think that positive, it's not a spin-off, it's a positive, it's a bonanza which comes when you find energy of any kind. But by the way, our energy story is not just this, it's also the biofuels. We were at 1.4%, we are at 20% today, we've done it 6 years in advance. But the real story, I think, which is not known, is the green hydrogen story. We're, I think, the only country in the world which has awarded tenders of this size. I think one of my companies awarded a 10,000 ton a green hydrogen thing in your Panipat plant, one by an Indian company. Then another company, I think, is it HPCL? HPCL has gone a slightly smaller tender, which a company in Abu Dhabi has won. But you know, if they can get this done, but the good news is the price is coming down. Earlier I used to be told, you know, green hydrogen is the energy of the future. Why? All you need is sunlight, sunshine, and an electrolyzer. And then all it produces by way of emission is water vapor. So I used to say, kyun nahi banta ji, price bahut high hai. When I first spoke to the US Energy Secretary, she said we must do 1 for 1 for 1, which is 1 kilo for $1 in 10 years. So when I looked around, the lowest price then was what, $5.50? It was then. Now the IOCL tender has come below $4. I think so. And the HPCL tender has come even below that. Now tell me, if we can replicate this and have more and more green hydrogen used in our refineries, and we bring the price, say, below $3, won't there be public pressure to say, you spend $150 billion on, you know, imports of energy every year, why don't you give some of that money and raise the green hydrogen profile? So great things are happening there, some of which we have not captured.
85% of our crude is still imported.
So more.
So
I saw a figure 88 the other day. It's not that our production is not going up. The consumption is going up so far, but you're right, 85 plus.
Right. So as we set up these domestic oil fields, how much can they change this number? And do we have a target that we've set for ourselves, say in the next 5 years or 10 years?
I don't like talking about targets because whoever set the target for today, some time ago, it's not good to remind ourselves how back we are from the target. No, let me put it this way. Your overall energy consumption is also being altered by other things. I mentioned biofuel. When you go to fill your car, you're getting E20, that's 20% biofuel already mixed, so 20% less of this thing. Look at the EVs which are coming on the market. Now, I don't know, EVs, the compressed gas-driven cars, all those things are also happening. My own view is that by 2030, we will get a good idea how much our E&P, I'm very confident on the E&P part, but how much of the green hydrogen takes off, how much of the other energy sources take off. But in the foreseeable future, if the assessment of the IEA, International Energy Agency, is right, that 25% of the increase in global demand will come from India in the next 2 decades, then I'm afraid you are not looking at wiping that 85% off. What you're looking at is slowly increasing E&P, bringing the other sources down, so the need of crude oil imports will come down over a period. There have been studies done, I'd be happy to share them with you, but I think they're all subject to so many variables. What happens if now EVs are taking off beautifully, but I hope the battery-related issues, lithium-related issues, they can be resolved, and you can get the critical minerals and whatever else is required to keep that journey moving ahead. Again, I make an honest confession. Unless the grid is green, EVs are not. They're exciting, but they're not the total answer. I am therefore putting a lot of personal effort into making sure that the hybrids, that is, you use in the car up to a particular, say 40% till 40 kilometers an hour, you're driving on biofuels. And then if you're driving beyond, the battery is charged, on those kinds of vehicles. So I think that's a great future in that as well.
Right. I've overshot the 30 minutes allotted to me, and I know you have
You
a
crossed
packed
it? No, I
agenda.
don't mind.
Yeah, great. So I wanted to ask you, how has technology, especially AI, impacted oil exploration? Has it boosted productivity?
I want to simplify that to make sure that I don't give a wrong answer. Is AI being used? I think the answer is yes. Is it being used in refinery operations? I think the answer is yes. How much has it helped avert problems? I'm not so sure, but I think it's a very helpful trend. On the eve of the Prime Minister's visit, one of his foreign visits where he was attending, I think, an AI-related summit, I think it was in Paris, we did an internal study in the Petroleum Ministry with our oil companies, and I was very impressed with the extent to which AI was being used. I tried to put that information in the public domain, and I was told by my advisor sitting here to curb my enthusiasm and said, let another more solid basis go. So when you are asked a question like this, I can give you precise answers that this is happening. But it's happening.
Right. The world over countries are talking about ending new oil exploration. And here we are launching this mega project. Do you face pushback from governments or climate groups?
There was a guy in a company called Shell in 1976. He was an economist, and he wrote a very famous paper saying that oil will peak by 2000, the year 2000. By oil will peak, madam, it means that nobody will want fossil fuel or crude oil anymore. 1976 ho gaya, a lot of people actually took this guy seriously. Some of them even made bad economic decisions. If you were to ask the same set of people, economists in these companies, today we are in 2025, July, by when will oil peak? I can bet my bottom dollar most people would not want to answer that question. And those who will answer it will give you a very far date. They will not say, कि वो तो 1976 में उसने बोला 2000 में हो जाएगा. Nobody will even say कि 2030 में होगा या 2040 में होगा. Look, when this business started, I was a little worried because it's so easy to talk about climate change without knowing the reality. Yes, when I first joined the Council of Ministers, I'm talking about 2017, yes, we wanted to get a lot of this thing, no good, no good. When I became Petroleum Minister in July 21, no fresh investment is going into it, but all that has changed. Why has it changed? Because of drill, baby, drill, or no? I think it's changed because of a ground reality. The ground reality is that even if you want to make the transition, and we are very serious, and we are the only country which is, I think the only country which has met its Paris commitment. But when you want to transition, you transition from the present to where you want to transition to. You must have the resources for that transition. So I think we are doing well. Biofuels, 20%. Green hydrogen, we're really stepping on it. Compressed biogas, compressed natural gas, the cars, two-wheelers. By the way, 70% of our vehicular traffic on the roads is two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And bulk of them are going to be on replaceable batteries. So we are making the transition, but I don't think anybody wants to put a date on whether you call it a tipping point or a phase-out point.
I think it's a very interesting time to be an oil minister in the age of climate activism
You
and
mean
energy
interesting?
transition. I said interesting.
I thought you would say challenging.
It's a non-committal adjective. Interesting. You can take
Okay.
it whichever way you
Yeah.
want. But But great, I think I'll wrap with an old oil joke. The easiest way to find oil is to drill where your neighbor found it. But I guess you're not waiting for neighbors or luck to
No,
strike.
no, but there's not something to that. It's actually true. I mean, if the Andaman Sea has it and some people found it there, oil is not a thing, is a commodity which once it reaches there, it enters the parking lot and stays there. It also flows. So there are reasonable basis if he's finding oil in the wells there, that you dig a little more, you'll find more of it there. That's why I haven't been lampooned totally. Some people have taken me on social media, but that I get in any case. You know, तो ये कैसा कहाँ से ज्ञाना क्या बोला? मैंने नहीं बोला ज्ञाना मिल गया. मैंने कहा कई ज्ञानास मिल सकते हैं if you persist with the digging.
Right. Thank you, Minister Puri. I came prepared for a boring conversation with lots of data, but I've had fun. I hope you've had too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Palki, and thank you to the Honourable Minister, sir, for this very interesting Varta and a very candid conversation. And as you said, that despite the ongoing geopolitical turmoil and the tariff wars, India stands very clear and decisive on its strategic approach and its national priorities. So there's going to be Thank you. Thank you very much, Palki. So as the Honourable Minister said, that navigational stewardship India continues. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, into our next segment, we are now going to be witnessing a couple of releases and launches at the hands of the Honourable Minister and the MOUs being exchanged. May I request Shri Pankaj Jain ji, our respected Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, to please grace the dais along with Shri Vinod Seshan, the Director General, DGH. And we have the release of the India's Hydrocarbon Outlook 24-25 at the hands of the Honourable Minister, sir. May I request the Honourable Minister, sir, to kindly release India's Hydrocarbon Outlook 2024-25. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a comprehensive publication that assesses opportunities, trends, and priorities in the upstream sector. It will help our policymakers, industry, and stakeholders align their strategies with India's energy goals and maximize the potential of our resources. And we now have the MOU exchanges. The first one between ONGC and BP. May I request Mr. Arun Kumar Singh ji, the Chairman and CEO ONGC Limited, along with Mr. O.P. Sinha, the Director Exploration, and Mr. Gopal Joshi, the Executive Director ONGC, to please join us. From BP, requesting Mr. Kartikeya Dubey, the Country Head India BP, and Mr. Manoj Kumar, the Functional Leader, and Mr. Rajiv Kumar, the Vice President. This MOU, ladies and gentlemen, being exchanged in the presence of the Honourable Minister, is for stratigraphic wells. This will be a strategic partnership between BP and ONGC to drill stratigraphic wells, aiming at improving our understanding of subsurface geology and unlocking the true potential of India's deep and frontier basins. So very defining partnership collaboration between ONGC and BP for the stratigraphic wells, the MOU being exchanged. Thank you. And the next MOU between DGH and NIC. May I request, we already have Mr. Vinod Seshan here on the dais, inviting Mr. VTV Raman, the DDG, NIC, and Mr. R.K. Mishra, the Managing Director of NICSI, the National Informatics Center Services Incorporated. This is the MOU exchange between DGH and NIC. This is the MOU for cloud-based national data repository. The National Data Repository 2.0. The cloud-based NDR platform will revolutionize how exploration data is stored, assessed, and analyzed, bringing transparency, efficiency, and global accessibility to India's upstream data ecosystem. Thank you and congratulations to both of them. And now we have a crucial initiative, the Hydrocarbon Resource Assessment Study, which is going to be launched. Would like to request our Honorable Minister to please launch it by awarding the first project to Schlumberger. Would like to invite Mr. Lalit Agarwal, the Managing Director, India, Schlumberger, to kindly join along with Ms. Sonia Malik, Head Digital, and receive the letter of award from the Honorable Minister. Leveraging on advanced exploration techniques, global best practices, and modern technology, it will help update India's hydrocarbon resource base, empowering the data-driven decision-making and de-risking exploration activities across the sedimentary basins. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this important session. The Manch Mantrika, thanking once again the Honorable Minister for leading and guiding us. Thank you, Minister, sir. Thank you. Just requesting you to kindly please make way for the Honorable Minister as the Minister joins us for the CXO's session and post that the State Ministerial session. That's strictly by invite. For all of us, we'll have a quick tea and coffee outside in the pre-function area. A little delay in starting our Tech Strat Forum, taking place in the Leaders Lounge that's just across on this very floor. 12 o'clock we start, requesting you to please have your quick tea and coffee, refreshen yourself up, and we join for those extensive discussions on various topics which the Minister extended insights, looking into the innovations, technologies, the ORDA Act, the various transformative policies, and the exploration breakthroughs which the Honorable Minister had announced earlier. And as he said, that we continue with that. As he said, drill, baby, drill. We continue with that. And with our discussions there in the Leaders Lounge at 12, starting with the Tech Strat Forum. The invited guest and leaders for the CXO's conclave and for the State Ministerial session. First, we have the CXO's conclave with the Minister. That's at level one level down. Only the invited leaders are requested to be kindly moving for that. Post that, we have the Minister joining us for the State Ministerial session, again strictly by invite. That's on this very floor itself. And we all now move for tea and coffee in the pre-function area outside. Post that, 12 o'clock to the Leaders Lounge, the hall on this very floor for the Tech Strat Forum. Thank you.
In the previous round, the main or large areas were offered on the released no-go areas, and the same thing is we expect to continue in the coming round. So policy support and the very latest one, the ORDB Act, the PNG rules.
Yeah.
So environment, I think, is very, very set for the collaborative exploration to take off, and the country will see the results in the times to come.
You made a very valid point of the learning curve. See, E&P being one of the most complex, sector. This shortening the learning curve is essentially one of the best thing that anybody can do, and that is what collaboration brings in. So I'll come to Mr. Yomdo on Oil India. So Oil India traditionally have been a onshore company, but recently you've started focusing on offshore, and so just wanted to understand what is driving this shift and what is making.
Thank you. Million metric tons of oil equivalent of hydrocarbon in the country. I don't see any reason why we cannot replicate this success story offshore. And considering the very fact that the government of India has been so proactive and very, I would say, aggressive in the recent exploration campaign, like the Hon'ble Minister just mentioned this morning, especially considering the fact that a lot of exploration was not happening in the first place because there was a lot of little data available for exploration in the country. Then the government came up with this beautiful strategy of taking seismic across the entire country, onshore, offshore, the National Seismic Program, where we were part of. We took more than 22,500 square line kilometers of 3D data. And then recently again, we partnered with the ministry to take Mission Anveshan as a project for acquiring seismic in the other areas where so far no seismic activity has been conducted, especially in the areas of Ganga Punjab and areas like Rajasthan. And on top of that, ONGC and Oil India were also entrusted with the responsibility of taking seismic data in the extended continental shelf zone, and therefore we have acquired more than close to about, I think, 15,000 line kilometers of data in the ECS area. And I think that is going to help the country a lot in extending our extended continental shelf further. So why does it make it more interesting? Well, if you look at the numbers that are published, that's available in the public domain as of now, of course we have just had a signing ceremony this morning where the hydrocarbon resource assessment study will be conducted by SLB this time. But the numbers that are already floating in the public domain is that about 52 billion tons of oil equivalent are the resources in the country as of now, out of which hardly 12 billion discovered, 30 billion yet to be discovered. So that's what makes it exciting. I mean, we've been operating in the onshore parts of the country for quite a while now, and we have not yet been able to make significant discoveries in the recent past. So where are those discoveries? Where are they actually residing then? Then, of course, when 1 million square kilometers of additional area has been opened up offshore with the new policy, and roughly around 2 million square kilometers of sedimentary basins are available offshore for exploration, it makes it exciting, actually. And that's the reason why we embarked on this ambitious strategy that we better start looking at offshore seriously now from the point of Oil India. And that's the reason why, as we speak today, we have 8 offshore blocks, 2 in the Andamans, 1 in Kerala Konkan, 1 in KG DSF, and then 4 in KG and Mahanadi Basin. So earlier, our acreage across the company was about 60,000 square kilometers. Now with OLP9, where we have gone aggressively for offshore bidding, our acreage now stands more than 100,000 square kilometers. And so, like I said, it's very, very exciting to be part of the offshore campaign. Like I said, we are not experts, but we sincerely look forward to the other experts who have been operating in the offshore environment. For example, ONGC, we are partnering with ONGC in one of the offshore blocks in the OLP9 regime. That's why we have tried to reach out to IOCs to help us, to guide us. We have technical service agreements with the big IOCs. We have collaborations with Total. We are going to have collaborations with Petrobras. And in the stratigraphic well campaign that we are going to do, actually, we and ONGC are going to do it together with BP for the stratigraphic wells. So those are going to be big learning curves for us. And as you know, offshore is a totally different realm. It's hugely capital intensive, and most importantly, it's very, very time sensitive. A single example I can give you that for the Kerala Konkan drilling campaign, which we are going to drill by November this year, it took us 3 times to re-tender the same tender because the rigs were not available. And precious time was lost. 26 months we lost because we couldn't get a rig. So challenges will be there. We are geared up to it. One has to be prepared for those. So we have plan A, plan B, plan C, and that's how we are proposing to go forward with our exploration campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. So essentially you're saying that there's high potential, there is entire ecosystem for collaboration which is giving you the confidence that if you've done it in onshore, you'll be able to do it in offshore. Okay, great. So I'll just then move to Mr. Sikaria. So Reliance has been, or it's demonstrated remarkably well in in developing the gas blocks, right? And these are all Deepwater gas blocks, KG Basin and others. What is it that, and maybe, you know, can you just talk about what are those good learnings or best practices? We always look towards, you know, global good practices, but then I want to just talk about the Indian good practices that Reliance has adopted, which the entire, you know, community here in the district here could adopt.
Good morning, everyone. So I don't think the practices which we use are different to what globally other companies do. They are similar. Oil and gas industry is a global industry. As you know, our focus in offshore area has been on the gas condensate play types, and they are actually quite challenging from a subsurface standpoint. And the development cost of some of these discoveries are pretty high. So one of the things which we did early on was that instead of focusing on one field attached to one development, we created a kind of a common evacuation infrastructure. And that common, what we call common hub right now, has helped us monetize many of the following discoveries which happened in the same basin. So that actually helped us grow our production in the same area. Without the hub infrastructure, some of those discoveries we would not have developed. So I think one of the key things which is important for the industry is that we need to now move away from, let's say, full one field tied up to one infrastructure and developing only from that particular lens. I think we need to now move towards more hub and spoke kind of a model, which can connect many discoveries. I think that could help in monetizing many of the smaller discoveries which right now we are not able to develop because of lack of infrastructure. I think that is one learning which I think might be very relevant for the industry. From the collaboration standpoint, what we also did was we had this strategic partnership with BP, and that has helped us leverage our knowledge between Reliance and BP, and as a result of which we could make more discoveries, and, you know, we were able to monetize some of the discoveries in that area. When you have a strategic partnership like the one which we had, it kind of create a multiplier effect, knowledge multiplier effect, you know, because at the individual level, each company has its own work processes, you know, which can be kind of constrained. But if you have a larger collaboration, it helps. Globally also, if you look at it, whenever there is a consortium-led exploration, the success ratio has gone up by 15 to 20% as compared to individual company-led effort. So I think that is another learning which I think is important for the industry. More and more collaboration will help us de-risk our work processes, and as a result of which we are able to probably spend the money in the right areas. The third thing which we are trying to do nowadays is that, as you probably know, that the rig rates have gone up significantly over the last couple of years. So we are collaborating with other operators in the area. So like in our case in KG Basin, we are now in active discussion with ONGC for whatever rigs they have in the same area, so that we can share and help us manage the cost escalation and equipment shortage. The fourth thing really is about technology. So we have leveraged technology quite extensively, particularly the cloud computing and Internet of Things. You may probably know that the 3 fields, the fresh 3 fields which we developed, were developed during COVID times. And it was extremely challenging to manage the logistics of those development, and we could manage to do that as per our internal schedules and cost, just by leveraging on the technology piece. So that's another thing which I think is very, very important from the collaboration and from the overall industry standpoint.
Yeah, thank you. So, see, one of the themes that's coming across, with all the 3 panelists is saying is collaboration is the key, because if you're looking at collaboration, then it is statistics that you gave that the chances increase, right? And if the chances increase, it's a win-win for all the parties involved. I'll move to Mr. Ghosh. We have seen that India has several unexplored offshore basins. What's your opinion in terms of the partnership that is required for unlocking these unexplored blocks? Collaboration is one, this is for sure. So sorry, but maybe you can talk about something else from collaboration, which is clearly established here.
Yeah. First of all, thank you DGH and the organizing committee for having me here. Good to be back again in UrjaVarta. And talking about the offshore basins, we all know the Indian offshore basins hold a huge potential, no doubt about that. And talking about the frontier plays as well and the emerging plays, whether it's the Mahanadi or the Bengal, where the recent discoveries are opening up, those basins improving those petroleum systems, whether the Andamans, which has been very heavily talked about with high expectation, but it has got some more miles to go before it comes into the foray. Or even some parts of the KG basin, including the Deepwater and the ultra Deepwater, will play a major role. Now, before coming to the partnerships, let me just pose what are the challenges which the partnerships can address. One major thing which is very, very important to unlock these newer plays and these newer basins, including the Deepwater and the ultra Deepwater, is data. Having the right kind of data and the good quality data upfront is key. If we are looking into especially the Deepwater, and if we are chasing those stratigraphic concepts and play types in the Deepwater and ultra Deepwater, having 3D data is very, very critical. So partnerships in the data is very, very important. We are very encouraged by what the DGH and the Government of India has done in terms of the national seismic programs and all the basin analysis and the study dockets which has been coming out. But we have to take it to the next paradigm. Hence, partnerships in forms of multi-client service lines are very, very important. Multi-client data sets are the need of the hour, where we can leverage on high-quality data being made available upfront before we start even prospecting in these regions. And that will only fast-track our investment decisions. I'll give you some examples from Malaysia and West Africa, where the governments and the regulators have been investing in such multi-client data service lines, not only the multi-client data, but also on multi-client studies. We have seen even the vintage data reprocessed gives high quality and high fidelity and gives high confidence and increases the chance of success in exploration. And we have seen that when we reprocess existing vintages of data through broadband, taking it to FWI, full waveform inversion, and things like those. So partnerships with the service companies, with the existing operators, and even at a regulatory level would help enhancing our data availability, the data fidelity, and the data quality in exploration. Another thing which I wanted to talk about is availability of alternate types of information which would de-risk a huge amount of unexplored plays and which would fast-track investments, especially with the private operators. We want to be a bit more certain. In our experience, we have seen multi-physics or multiple types of geophysical data sets help. We have recently done a control source electromagnetic survey 3D survey in KG Deepwater, and we see some complementary encouraging results to that of the seismic. Things like potential field data. We are encouraged that DGH is taking up this hydrocarbon resource assessment study. The basin-wide petroleum system modeling should be upgraded year on year, and that will only increase the confidence of the data. So another partnership which we need with the government are on the fiscals. Any new plays which we chase in the newer frontiers, especially the deepwater, ultra deepwater, will require favorable fiscals to have the investments going. And that is a need of the hour. We are quite encouraged by the way the fiscals have been improved, especially in the category 2 and 3 basins. But the deepwater and the ultra deepwater offshore areas of the category 1 basin are no different. I think those sort of fiscal leverages should be also passed on to those areas as well, and not categorized by basins, but categorized by plays. And that would improve more investments to come in some of these areas of growth. So those are my initial thoughts.
Yeah. So you said data is important, and you know, as they say, data is oil is actually literally data is oil, right? If you have the data, then you can dig more oil in that sense. And secondly, the favorable fiscals for boosting the investor confidence, that is anyways one of the key factors, not only in this sector, but otherwise in other sectors as well. I'll move on to Mr. Agrawal. So SLB, you know, has been, you know, one of the partners for most of the entities here, and just wanted your opinion in terms of how can operators and service companies like you create innovation in offshore E&P beyond the traditional setup, right? You've been doing a lot of innovation globally. So what's your take on innovation which will help the offshore sector?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my sincere thanks and gratitude to DGH for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this very pertinent topic. And that too in the esteemed company of 4 of our biggest customers in India. So I think, Nikhil, when you mentioned about creating or co-creating innovation, so I want to start with a thought on the legacy that this region has, right? So SLB came to India 91 years ago, even before India got independent. When we logged our first well in Digboe, well 269. Now imagine that era, right? A French company coming to Indian shores a century ago, and that too to the remotest jungles of Assam, to deliver technology and to deliver innovation to Assam Oil Company at that time. Now, if in that era, Assam Oil Company can do the unthinkable, then what is stopping us in today's world to do the same when all of us agree it's a much easier place to do things, right? So to me, what happened 90 years ago or 100 years ago was actually co-creating innovation. And today we need to be proud of that legacy and take a leap forward on how we can take it to the next step, to the next age. So I think with that thought and legacy, you know, I'll emphasize on 2-3 points on that, you know, collaboration or co-creation of innovation from a service company perspective. So I think my first point would be technology. You know, when you're talking about offshore exploration, that too, India is different from globe because I think 85% of exploration in offshore is still happening around mature basins. We are entering into wildcat frontier basins, right? So when you're into that environment where it's fair to say that uncertainty is your only certainty, you know, technology can be your best and only friend. You know, right from when you start drilling, the technology associated with drill bits that can help you drill uncertain zones. Then if you have losses, your technology to contain those losses, not to demotivate you to just, you know, think otherwise. Your logging technologies, which are the heart and soul of your exploration. And then ultimately, maybe to subsea tieback technologies, right? Because if you discover something, you have invested a lot of money. Mahesh mentioned about the very high rig rate, so there's a lot of money you are investing. So if there's an opportunity to monetize, why not look at technologies on tieback as well, right? Because that is where the cash flow can come and can actually fuel more exploration. So that's a cascading effect you need. So I think technology to me has to be the heart and soul, and this is where technology companies like SLB, you know, needs to play that pivotal role. And Nikhil, you mentioned about global versus India. I think if you ask me, we see a difference there. We are seeing some progress, you know, very exciting technologies like Aura will be running for one of the customers next year, hopefully. But miles to go. We are still way behind, right? And this brings me to the second point that we need to co-create innovation. How do we make sure those technologies come to the forefront? Again, we need to have a collaborative procurement strategy than a transactional one. You know, we can maybe afford a transactional procurement in a commodity development environment where you know what to expect, where efficiency, where cost of lifting that barrel really matters. But when you are into wildcat offshore exploration, you really need to come up with collaborative procurement strategy. And the foundation of that strategy is, I need this technology and at the right time and at the right place. And then every other thing has to revolve around it. Unfortunately, that's our personal experience. This is where I think a lot of delays happen, or there is a lot of pessimism around that point. And then we have to come out of that traditional approach where operators tell us, I want this, and we say, okay, here is what you wanted. For this kind of environment, we need a joint exercise to define problems and a joint exercise to deliver solutions. If we follow that approach, you can really see a lot of good progress and success on this front. And my last point, I think all of us spoke about collaboration. Vishwanath, you mentioned about data. Now, so many exciting things are happening. So many alliances are forming globally. SLB is into a lot of innovation alliances with Shell, BP Aker, with Total, where all we are doing is co-developing next generation digital solutions, AI workflows. And then of course there are no boundaries to those solutions, right? So why can't we have something like that in India? I mean, this initiative is not gonna stop in 1 year. This is something we want to sustain till we achieve success and get the result. So if we have that vision in place, why don't we have those mid to long term innovation alliances in India, focused on data, focused on digital, focused on AI, that can really de-risk your investments and improve the chances of success.
Okay, so Deepak, one follow-up question, and you may choose not to answer.
Go
You
ahead.
said that there will be a collaboration between the service companies and the operators, right? Now, all the investments that go into innovation, right? Things may work, may not work. Will SLB be willing to put his skin in the game?
You caught me there, because I mean, there was a phase when SLB was actually getting into this. Then there was a phase when the market conditions didn't allow us to do that and we backed off. Now today, I won't say it's a complete no and a complete yes. To be honest, in South America, we are still doing some work on these models. So honestly, it depends on a case-to-case basis, but it's not a sure shot yes as it used to be like a decade ago. Because let's be honest, market reality has changed, uncertainties are there. And as a service company, our real focus is to invest money on R&D and technologies. Now, whether we have the appetite to take that risk, like I said, on a case-to-case basis, we can explore, but I don't have a yes or no answer on that.
So if I have to sell Bharat to you, you should try and do that.
Let's see.
Okay, coming to Mr. Sinha, so since we are at talking of technologies and a lot of innovations being handled at ONGC, can you just talk about how are you leveraging technology? Maybe get a little bit deeper into what is it that you are doing at ONGC.
You see, ONGC has been always in forefront in evaluating the technology, adopting the technology to the extent possible, as quick as possible, not only in exploration, but in every domain of the E&P business. Mr. Agarwal very rightly said that we work in an industry where uncertainty is the certainty. So how to reduce this uncertainty? Technology is one of the answers. And in ONGC, not only technology, the other challenge which we face today in today's exploration scenario, I will say that we have a lot of data, but the time is the essence. How we can get benefit from the data in a quicker possible time. Technology is playing a very, very important role in that. So, this, you see, the technology is going to give us some very, very good leverage when we want to control the cost, we want to compress the time. That is one part. Coming to ONGC's technology adoption, specifically you said in exploration, improved seismic imaging we have. The data which we had acquired earlier, we through technological inputs, we are reprocessing that and we are getting better images. And that is leading to our reducing the uncertainty and getting more successes. The other part is, you see, our most of the major fields, we have covered them with the 3D OBN data. So this OBN data is going to give us advantage both in exploration as well as developing those areas. Another important point, specifically to AI-enabled technology inductions, we have already, through not only through in-house groups, but taking the collaborators from industry, we have successfully introduced AI-enabled reservoir modeling, I will say, and we have drilled a couple of wells based upon that, and it has been successful. So we want to take this forward in a big way. There are many areas on which this AI ML enabled processes on which our in-house teams are working to get the maximum from the existing assets in terms of finding out the missed opportunities, targeting them, and getting benefits. So technology is playing a very crucial role there. Recently, we had a very in-house, I will say, competition in which about 1,000 employees of ONGC participated. And they came out with around 20-25 use cases where this AI ML enabled technologies can be applied in various fields. So this demonstrates that the entire workforce of ONGC is very, very open and very, very adaptive to the new technologies on which. So in the times to come, I am very sure that we will be able to fulfill the demand that how to reduce cost, how to reduce time in the cycle of exploration and development through adoption of this right kind of technology in all our activities.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yumda, I'll come to you. So all of us are, very excited to know about what's happening in Andamans. Right? I'm also very, very excited to know about how things are going up there, how things are shaping up there. It's very primitive to talk about it, or maybe you can talk about what are the challenges or your early reactions on Andamans.
Well, unlike the other basins where we have worked, Andaman is totally different. It's part of a complex island arc system, and this system actually extends from offshore Myanmar in the north, and then you have offshore Thailand in between, and then it extends right up to offshore Sumatra in Indonesia. So geologically, significant discoveries have been made in these areas. So there's no reason why, like Honorable Minister himself said, when Palki propped up that question, like if your neighbor is producing, then why can't you get it from there? And so the whole philosophy, I think, is that in the Andamans we have had some discoveries earlier, but they were more towards in the shallower part of the basin, and these were mostly biogenic. I think what we would like to target is try to go deeper and target the thermogenic origin of the gas, which is actually being produced from the nearby countries. So if you, like I mentioned about the hydrocarbon resource, if you look at the numbers in the market is about 370 million tons of oil equivalent in Andaman Basin, but that number is anybody's guess. It could be anything. So we took 2 blocks in the previous OLP rounds, and both the blocks are on the other side of the island, towards the east and towards the west. We have a plan and target to drill 4 wells, although we have identified 8 leads and prospects. So the first well was drilled. We acquired about 8,500 line kilometers of seismic in the entire block, zeroed down on those prospects, and then the first well actually we targeted to drill up to 3,700 meters. We were successful in doing that, and we actually, geologically, the challenge is that the sand sequences, they are very, very shelly and siltstone dominated. So what happens is that because of this, it triggers very difficult drilling complications. And because of the silted nature, you will expect these reservoirs to be very tight in terms of low porosity and low permeability. And therefore, this is what exactly we got in the first well. We got identified a couple of objects, but they seem to be tight. And since in the current campaign we are not geared up for testing the tight formations, we decided to come back to the well later, fully prepared with stimulation techniques. The second well, we are currently undergoing drilling. We are at 2,900 meters. We are targeting the Eocene in this well. This is going to go up to a target depth of 4,500 meters. Here we are actually, as we speak, we are facing from some drilling complications again. Like I mentioned, we are encountering severe mud losses. We are trying to tide over the situation. So those challenges are there, but then apart from that, there are other challenges in terms of logistics and infrastructure. If you talk of infrastructure, when we make a discovery, we'll talk about evacuation. That's not something we want to discuss right now. But then there has been challenges, yes, while we were starting this campaign. For example, again, the rig availability. It took us 2 years to get a semi-sub to drill these wells because the water depths range from 90 meters to 300 meters. So a semi-sub was required. We somehow got hold of that. And the other thing was that getting shore-based facilities. In Andaman, it's a challenge. I mean, it's a very restricted area. And so, after a lot of persuasion with the state, with the administration, we could get a wharf for our port facilities, and we are going to build up that immediately now, because then what happens is expenses increase because you are operating from Kakinada port. Going all the way, it takes 3 days by vessel. And then another problem which we faced was that with the administration doesn't have updated island coastal regulation zone maps. So you need to have those updated CRZ maps, because if you are 12 nautical miles away from the island, you will need those clearances. And so that we have to then pursue with the state administration, that we have to pursue with the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, and takes a lot of time, whereas you are constrained by your time in OLP. You have to do everything within 3 years. So it stretches us to our limits to meet the timelines and the objectives that we set out for ourselves. But whatever said and done, I think that's the nature of our business, and that's why it's challenging, it's exciting, and you are on your toes all the time. And that's why we are very much looking forward to this campaign, even with all the challenges in hand.
And that's why you wanted to get into offshore blocks then?
Yeah, I wanted to get into offshore, so here I am, and I can't say that, okay, I'm not going to offshore now.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'll just move on to Mr. Sikaria. So you talked about, what has worked well, again, in the KG Basin, right? So there were certain policies then, there are some policies now. What's your view on the current set of policies? Do you think that there is something that still needs some attention as an industry or as Reliance? Do you see something more to be done in that sense?
So I think government has taken a lot of positive steps for the last few years, which Minister has also mentioned in his talk, and all of that are in the right direction. Like, whether it is in terms of OALP, HELP, DSF, the National Seismic Program, now DGH is planning stratigraphic wells. So a lot of things are, at least there is a focus from the government, as mentioned by Minister too, on the exploration and production sector. Having said that, if you look at the data, our discovery performance as a country is lagging far behind our peers. So if you look at last 2 decades of our performance as compared to, let's say, Brazil. So we have discovered close to around 2 billion barrels of oil equivalent. Brazil has discovered 40. Guyana has discovered 10. So we are really not there in terms of our exploration performance as some of our other peer countries are. So there is definitely something more which we need to do to see how we can bring that forward. It's not that we are not getting discoveries. If you look at Kutch-Saurashtra Basin or Mahanadi Basin, there are discoveries. Even Andaman is a new play where people are working. The issue which we have right now is that, unlike KG Basin, which I was mentioning earlier, that we have a hub infrastructure. In these basins, there is no common hub or anything. The infrastructure is not there. And because there is no infrastructure, many a times, the smaller exploration prospects are also left undrilled, which, if there is infrastructure, probably we would have drilled that and, we could have probably brought that into production. There are discoveries also which can be brought to production if the infrastructure is there. Now the question is, who will build that infrastructure? Now if you see globally, there are enough examples of such common hub system in matured areas like Gulf of Mexico or North Sea, even in Australia. But in India, we do not have that kind of mindset yet. So government needs to probably help with building that infrastructure. The next question will be where the fund is going to come from. So you may know that in 1974, there was a act which was passed as a part of it, which cess is getting collected regularly by the government. The number for the last 2 budget years is around 18 to 20,000 crores, which right now goes into Consolidated Fund of India, and it is not necessarily spent for oil and gas industry development. If some amount of that fund is used to fund this common hub infrastructure, which is eventually going to be recovered by the government through more activity, because if there is activity, then there's going to be profit petroleum, there's going to be royalty, which will again go back to the government. So I think if that kind of shift comes, then I think we will be able to monetize more resources as compared to what we are doing right now. We did some numbers, and see the well cost in a deep, ultra deep area is roughly around $50 to $100 million right now, which Minister also mentioned. Now there is nothing much we can do on that side, because that is driven mainly by global supply demand dynamics. But if there is a common infrastructure, then the overall development cost comes down by around 30%, 25-30%. So that actually is a significant number from an economic standpoint. Other than the exploration piece, the area where government can probably help is, data in our industry is always very sensitive. Most of the companies they shoot seismic, they collect a lot of well data. While we do have NDR, but there is still a timeline gap between when the data is acquired and when it gets into NDR. So if government enables some kind of blockchain secured data sharing protocol, I think that can enable more data sharing within the industry. I have a sense that a lot of base work which geologists do is similar in most of the companies. So it's like, in olden days, the priest, when they used to do horoscope, every priest will do their own math, building up the horoscope. But now if you go to a priest, he'll say, give me the base data, then the interpretation of each priest is different, right? So that the technology is actually deployed to take away the base work which I think in our E&P sector we still continue doing, because each company continue doing bottoms up work. So I think if that can be done, that can help. AI model can definitely accelerate that process. Last is again a mindset thing. See, we are still, as a country, we look at non-performance with more stick approach, rather giving putting penalty, taking away the blocks, rather than enabling or incentivizing performance. So if there is a framework which can probably help, let's say if somebody has promised certain development at a certain point in time, then if government can maybe give incentive in terms of tax break or maybe royalty waiver, that can probably help improve the performance of the industry too. So I think that's something which we need to keep in. The number which DGH has, the government number is, we have 125 billion barrels of oil equivalent is still unexplored in India. So I think the potential is huge.
Potential is huge, yeah, absolutely. Coming to you, Mr. Ghosh, could you just talk about Kane's, work around the deep water sector, and what's your view on that?
Yeah, Kane Oil and Gas, now under Vedanta Limited, has been in the country for almost 30 years now. So, and we have been one of the pioneers who opened up the KG Basin, which some of you might know, and then which ONGC later developed. Currently, in our focus, deepwater exploration ranks on the top. We have got a OLP deepwater block, which is on our priority. There was huge amount of data already available. We reprocessed the multiple vintages of 3D seismic data, merged into a cube through new processing techniques and technology. We are encouraged to inform that we have just concluded controlled source electromagnetic 3D survey in that area. We identified huge number of prospects within our portfolio with sizes in multi-TCFs in the Pliocene and the Miocene. We have ranked that based on the complementary results which you see from this electromagnetic surveys and the resistivity profiles which we see, which is pretty encouraging. And we have a firm plan of drilling 3 to 5 wells very soon in the next year. And that's where we are focusing on. We are partnering with and leveraging a lot of partnerships with a lot of global service providers and technology providers in that space. And we are not just preparing ourselves for an exploration campaign, but what we are parallelly doing is trying to see how we can fast track an appraisal and a development campaign should there be success. So while we have activated our work streams and work breakdowns for the exploration drilling, and we are preparing for the same, we are in parallel working on multiple development concepts which we could leverage, and even on the data acquisition as well. While we are drilling the wells, the logs we acquire, the core we cut, and the different other pressures we might want to take, and how we might want to test these wells as well, being a costly affair in the deep water segments. We are all planning that in tandem and trying to see how we can fast track the first oil and gas which we find. So that's what we are preparing for an upcoming campaign in the upcoming year in 2026. I'd also touch upon some of the points which have been already mentioned, and the partnerships, why these partnerships are essential. Especially working deep waters, partnering not only with the service companies and the technology partners who provide these sort of things, partnering with operating companies who has that technology experience of development of deep water fields is also crucial in this country. And then I think most of the speakers have spoken about. I think also most of the speakers have spoken about getting a rig for drilling. So when you work block by block, you are planning to drill some prospects. Though you prepare a campaign of 3 to 5 wells, even Mr. Salom was talking about getting a rig. Even takes up to 2 years. Even a floater, whether a drill ship or a semi-sub, takes almost 2 years in this country. So that's where these partnerships, which we want to also leverage, is can we do a rig club amongst the operators and the service providers? Can we share the service lines? That will also help. Even while we are thinking about this deep water development and tying back and taking it to a landfall point, even in within this entire offshore space, there are a lot of standard discoveries which several of the speakers talked about. and the concept of common infrastructure hub will also help.
Yeah.
So multi-client service lines and multi-client approaches in the multi-client or the multi-operator ecosystems and those partnerships in these domains will help. So as we look forward to an interesting Deepwater campaign in the upcoming year, we also seek other views and other partnerships and open for partnerships in those spaces as well. I'm sure will resound the same across the board.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Okay, coming to you, Deepak, last question, quickly, if you're looking at integrated digital collaboration across, companies, what are the two things that comes to your mind are very, very critical? If you could just keep it a little shorter, what are the two things that you look at?
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 points that can actually make a difference. One, technology companies like SLB and others who have the global footprint, how that knowledge flows, right? Mr. Saloma mentioned about the Andaman Basin extending to Indonesia and Myanmar. Now, when operators were drilling there, I'm sure us or somebody was associated, right? Interpreting that data, analyzing that data. So of course, there are lessons learned. There are understandings that companies like us have, and that can really shorten the learning curve on this side. So I think one is certainly on that front. When you talk about concepts like upstream gateways, like in Egypt, where you have a end-to-end package, you're talking about acquisition to interpretation to analysis, and then to selling it off and attracting investors. When somebody has full control, that's when you really think about the end game, not just about a transactional act of acquiring data or interpreting it. When you have to sell that data and get investors, that's where you really think out of the box, get those knowledges to flow, and make sure you get the right output. So I think one would be that. The second would be, I think, on the data platforms. So a lot of efficiency or integrational collaboration can happen even on the data platform part. You're talking about, let's say, 3 silos here, right? Your production, operations, and seismic. Yeah. Now, how do we club these? So again, as a technology company, we are spending a lot of money on R&D, coming up with solutions which can bridge these silos. We came up with Lumi last year, which is a step in the right direction. And then, Delphi, which are the solutions on cloud and all those things. So what I'm trying to say here is that the ingredients are there. And the most amazing part is all these digital solutions, including Lumi, we are developing at our Global Capability Center in Pune. So when we can do it for the globe from Pune, why can't we do it in our own country, right? So the ingredients are there. I hope stars will align. I hope the direction will be taken, and we can cook a good story out of this.
Sure. Great. Okay, so we are up time. So see, there are 4 themes that come across, in our discussion. The first one was faster learning curves, which is very important, which reduces time. The second was, and this is like quite prevalent in terms of usage of common infra, which has worked in KG Basin's case. It'll save time, it'll save cost. Data and is very, very important. We talked about that, and government should work on, looking at secure data sharing mechanisms and so on and so forth. So that's another one. Innovation through collaboration, which Deepak mentioned, is very, very important. And hopefully in next year's UrjaVarta, it'll be a straight yes from him. And the formal final things that he said was the flow of information from the globe coming in seamlessly in India. So these are the key themes. Thank you so much. We have time, I guess, for another one question. We are up time, but we can take one question if there is any. Yes, sir, please. Can we have the mic, please? You can take this, sir. Don't worry. You can take this.
So my question goes to Mr. Saloma. Sir, you have just mentioned about your story for the Andamans. So I know the Andamans is a fascinating basin for all geoscientists because for this large extent as well as the geological complexity. My question here is that what source rock did you infer in the Andaman Basin, and that is the precursor to any kind of exploratory work. So that is the real crux of the exploration business in Andaman on the eastern flank as well as in the Andaman Sea on the western flank.
I would be glad to take that question, but you are actually very fortunate that the person whom I succeeded in this particular position is sitting right next to you. And he was involved in this from day one. And I think he would be honored to take this question. Let's have overall participation.
So maybe yeah, you can take it offline if it's fine, right? So maybe we can.
This is not fair.
Okay, as this is one area where we need to talk about, but then question is source rock. As we carry out basin modeling study and other preparations, then we envisage source rock materials here. But at the same time, the actual data that we get it from the drilling wells will actually suffice the thing. So we are talking about my Saloma Director Exploration Oil India Limited already explained that we are targeting Eocene and Cretaceous sediments there, which has not been explored yet. You know, it is anybody's guess to tell they will encounter that type of source rock there, but the hard fact is we have to drill and see how it is there. Same thing is there in Mahanadi case, and that is the very region where we have actually stepped out to go for explorations. We have to take the challenge, drill the well and try to find out, because he said very clearly that Andaman is a very complex setting where, you know, a few steps ahead, the whole geology changes. You know, it's a crash zone. There, you know, destruction of plate happen and then construction of things happen. So Cretaceous, he's rightly said, Cretaceous is the target where we are going for source rock. And then it is definitely a gas bearing zone under that depth and temperature pressure conditions. So we are expecting gas prospects in Cretaceous and Tertiary, but then that sediment needs to be drilled.
Sure.
To be very frank and straight.
Thank you so much for answering on behalf of the panel. So with this we will close. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for taking that question.
Thank you, and I would like to request Mr. D.K. Tripathi, CGM DGH, to please join us here on the dais, presenting the mementos to our eminent panelists and to our moderator. We'll start from Mr. Deepak Agarwal.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biswanath Ghosh. Thanking Mr. Mahesh Sikaria. Our expression of thanks to Mr. Yomdo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to Mr. Sinha. And many thanks to our moderator, Mr. Nikhil Mogi. A group photograph and we close this session. Thank you, and with that, we move on to the next session, the Fireside Chat, and I'm sure there are going to be many burning questions which are going to be answered in that Fireside Chat. As the stage is getting set towards that, I'll take this time and opportunity to be introducing our panelists for this session, the speakers of the Fireside Chat. This is going to be an half-an-hour session, and post that we then have lunch, and further to it our other sessions post-lunch. So this is a Fireside Chat which we are going to be starting. This is with our eminent business leaders. It's going to be a half-an-hour session. Ladies and gentlemen, post that we are going to be opening for lunch. May I request people who are interested in being a part of it to be kindly taking your seats so that we can have our speakers here on the dais, and we
access the below ground is when the magic happens. And I think that's the magic we're trying to unpack on this panel here. So we start with India's potential upstream upside, and I'll start with Rajiv. You know, we heard a lot of basins discussed today. We heard about drilling on, contiguous acreage. Which are the areas you think India can focus in terms of drilling activity?
No, thank you, Gauri, and good afternoon to you all. Great to be participating in the energy dialogue, or so-called Urja, or appropriately called UrjaVarta. Coming to your question, Gauri, I think you are talking about drilling activity. I will both seismic and drilling activity. No. Because drilling can't do drilling without doing a proper seismic. So I think I will start with saying that's very important that most Indian exploration acreage are well covered with seismic, because anything before we take a call on the drilling, we need to understand the subsurface. And for that we need to, this is required because we need to understand, we need to have understanding of the regional depositional system. And that you can get through 2D and 3D seismic. You need to do a quality seismic, maybe 2D, 3D seismic coupled with CSM or OBN service, which can give you some real-time information. And based on that, you need to take a drilling. So I think I will say focus should be equally on seismic as well as before we drill. On the drilling, I think I will divide. So suppose there are two parts. One is where the government or regulator should be looking at, and where the companies are looking at. So I think from government point of view, they should be drilling in an area which can provide them with new information, new insight. We should drill in a new stratigraphic well.
And congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I think the government has taken a great step. And as all of you know, we signed the MOU with ONGC to do a stratigraphic well. So that's another area. Third, I said in the unexplored or the partly explored area, we need to test for the fields, the reservoir system, the source rock. We need to get these three informations through the drilling activity. These are the areas where all these parametric wells, what you call it, should be focusing on. Coming to the basins which you talked about, I think we need to focus on the category 2 and category 3 basins, which require a lot of seismic and a lot of drilling activities. Basins like Mahanadi, Kerala Konkan, Andaman, a lot of talk has been happening about Andaman are important. Having said that, I think we should not forget about KG basin. Forget about category 1 basin, because there is still a lot of unexplored area in that in those category 1 basin. Then I will say on the basins or in the discoveries which had or on the blocks we have already having a discovery, we should continue to focus on drilling and seismic there, because the latest seismic and drilling technology can help you improving recovery, can help you in production. Further, if you drill there and you are successful, you can bring those into production immediately through the existing infrastructure. So that is broadly will be my comment on the drilling activity in India.
So I'm glad you gave that building block approach, like start with the seismic, focus on different types of drilling activity, getting better data, and then also not to forget the category 1 basins where there is potential for further exploitation. Neeraj, we talked about drilling with Rajiv. In terms of frontier plays, you are looking after a lot of drilling activity in India. Where is the maximum potential for exploration and development, in your view?
I'd be a very rich man if I could answer that question. But look, I can only comment on where we are seeing maximum activity. So we are engaged with all our customers across every basin. The oldest basin in India, which was first discovered, is the Assam-Arakan Basin. Yeah. And in all 7 states, we are working with ONGC, Oil India, HOEC and other companies.
And across all category basins?
Across all category basins. The beauty of Assam-Arakan is that you are still making discoveries because it's a heavily faulted area and there are a lot of compartmentalizations. And what is happening is that now you are, well, the easy oil is out. The shallow 1,600 meters you started with the buoy and you started going deep. Now you're going into 3,800, 4,000. But even in areas where, tectonically highly charged or let's say stimulated areas, drilling deeper has always been a challenge because you have this overpressure. So the ability to drill there will maybe unlock more and more, place. Secondly, going below the Eocene, going into the 5,000-6,000 meter wells like Oil India is doing, the stratigraphic wells or whatever the deep exploration wells that they're doing, that could also unlock a whole new play. Going on the other side of the Brahmaputra, the seeing play. So there's just one example of Assam, which is maybe 25% of, maybe 30% of India's reserves, but a very small part of India. There's another, 2.5 million square kilometers of unexplored areas that needs to be that frontier area, as Rajiv said. But there are easier plays in India as well. On the margins of the Deccan Trap, there have been some discoveries. You have discoveries in Shadol, you have the discoveries just below the CBN. You also have discoveries in Rajasthan where people thought there were not enough discoveries. The other place where the Deccan plays are coming in is Saurashtra, the Kutch Basin and the Deccan Traps. Now the difficulty there is that these are extremely difficult to image. From a seismic perspective, you need low frequency, you need high-end processing. But you need a very bold and a very aggressive and a very expensive drilling plan. Somebody has to take that risk. But we are seeing that with the public sector companies, they're well funded, they have a mandate to explore more. We are seeing that encouraging trend. And lastly, of course, we are very honored to be working with Oil India on the integrated Deepwater project that we are doing right now in Andamans. We're on the 3rd well. I can't say too much about it, but we're very excited about what's happening there. The other thing is, I also handle Indonesia, yes. And I just want to let you know, just about 150 kilometers south of where we are drilling today, there's about 6 TCF of discoveries. And these are all thermogenic plays with actually high temperature gas. So these are very interesting plays that are very in the neighborhood of where you are drilling currently. So I think everywhere there is an excitement. There is challenges not in terms of just imaging, but also in terms of probing into the deeper reservoirs. That's what I would like to say.
Yeah, great. I'm glad you started with a category 1 basin in terms of the potential. And I think one of the constructs which we've also developed is a super basin concept, that is there a potential for an Indian super basin? And we can always talk about it later. But I'll come to Akshay. Akshay, in terms of the new blocks on offer, something interesting which Neeraj said was about Indonesia. And I think, are there some hot spots that you see? Because when I was seeing some of the DGH data, there was some blocks which are contiguous to Indonesia as well in that. So are you seeing something interesting in the new blocks on offer?
Thank you, Gauri, and thanks to the organizers for having us here. So Chevron remains interested in all unexplored offshore blocks. But for an upstream project to be successful, there are 2 or 3 key ingredients that make a good recipe. So you need to have good rocks. You need to have the right policy framework which the ORD Act provides. You need to have partnerships, and I think those partnerships with technology service providers, as well as some of our peer companies, they form the right recipe. Last but not the least, you need the technology. So I think we have the right ingredients in place. to explore, monetize, and produce from these hotspots. But I think what is inherently, I would say, interesting today is that our fundamental understanding of how we interpret rocks is changing and evolving. It all starts with understanding rocks, and these rocks have been around for 500 million years to a billion years, and they've been talking all these years. Our ability to interpret the stories that they're telling has changed quite a bit, dramatically. So what would take several months, sometimes years, to find those hotspots can now take several weeks, if not days, with advances in AI technology solutions, advances in high-performance computing, and big data. We're really excited about what technology can do to not just identify the hotspots, but then unlock the potential from the resources that are out there and convert the resources into reserves and reserves into production. So it's a really exciting time to be part of the energy industry in general, and especially exciting time to be in the energy industry here in India.
Great, Akshay. And I think it was in Houston, I saw you a few months back when you were talking about these technologies and how to access them. I think moving along, I'd like to ask Michael, first of all, welcome to India. I think you recently come here, is that right?
Yep, 7 months, thank you.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well,
Okay.
but I'm biased.
Wonderful. So, Michael, we talked in the sort of first set of questions on the below ground, how to image the below ground very well, how to look at 3D seismic, 2D seismic, the building block approach which Rajiv shared. I'd like to move a little bit now onto the above ground aspects, maybe deep dive into that. And I think one of the most important things the industry faces is talent issues. So how do you feel how is Indian upstream talent being leveraged and can be leveraged for global but also India upstream businesses? I think you all have this operation in Bangalore. If you can share your overall view on talent.
Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for the question. I'm very relieved you didn't ask me about the rocks. I didn't grow up in the upstream. I grew up in our downstream business in refining and chemicals. Thank you for that. So what are we doing in Bangalore, and how does Indian talent play into upstream support? So we've grown our Global Capability Center by leaps and bounds over the last 10 years. And what I have seen from a talent perspective is extremely rich. There is so much talent in India, it's really quite mind-boggling. So I think the future is extremely bright for engineering, particularly in the upstream space, but across all of the engineering disciplines and across all of the sectors. To come on to your question, a lot of what we are providing support in Bangalore for the upstream sector is we're doing 24/7 surveillance and monitoring of all of our oil and gas assets around the world. Secondly, we focus on quality control for the manufacturing of upstream equipment. And more recently, we've been very, very focused on the development of new tools, leveraging AI, machine learning, across a variety of those assets. So to Akshay's point, we can learn more quickly, we can access data more quickly, and we can therefore make changes on the run where, 5, 10, 15 years ago, those were much slower processes. We have a lot of engineers focused on optimization of current production assets and really just trying to squeeze more juice out of the fruit, so to speak. And then another angle that we have been looking at, a lot of what we look at in our low carbon solutions business, for those of you who aren't aware, ExxonMobil stood that business up about 5 years ago, looking at things like carbon capture and storage. There's a lot of analogs between upstream and carbon capture and storage. So a lot of our engineers are kind of pivoting and looking in the low carbon solution space. What do those pore spaces look like? how we can use those wells into the future as they've been abandoned to store carbon into the future. And then, more broadly, back to my home of kind of the downstream, we're involved in all kinds of things across the global capability center: digital transformation, low emission fuel technologies, and really just trying to leverage our scale as a company and all of the functional assets that we have to generate value.
That's great. I think, earlier today there was a lot of mention on Guyana, and I think anecdotally I've been told that Guyana data is also processed in Bangalore. So that's fascinating. Yep. And I think the story that you shared about Exxon having your global capability centers repeated in the industry with several other foreign investors as well. But you brought about analogs, which really takes me to the next question with Neeraj. Neeraj, what is the role of analogs? I find it very fascinating to say that, what is the analog for the KG Basin? What is the analog for the Kerala Konkan Basin? So how can we do leverage analogs to maximize technology transfer?
Okay, so that's probably it's a much more complex question than I can answer in 5 minutes. But look, you know that the continental rift that happened over the years, right? So there is belief. The Mumbai High is on one side of a very big faulted area, on this side, right? On the eastern side of that fault. So now there's a theory. This was a theory, maybe floated by many people 15 years ago, 20 years ago, that there's on the other side analogs of maybe some sort of extensional taps that could be exploited, which would be equivalent of Africa. This was a big theory at that time when Reliance was originally planning on it. So those analogs do exist. The other one is like, for example, the Deccan Trap, right? Now, before the Deccan Trap came online, when the volcanics happened, that happened, I don't know, maybe for several million years, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 million. But before that, it was a sedimentary basin, like there were Mesozoic sediments existing in those traps before the volcanics actually formed a cap over them. So there's a belief, and there have been discoveries on the margins of these traps in MP and in Maharashtra, where there is a belief that there is a lot of sediment trapped well below this. And some of the companies have actually drilled wells there. Now, in some of these areas, they're going to be drilling stratigraphic wells just to see where they are, because they're very difficult to image. But one analog like that would be, say, the Columbia River Basin in the US. That's a similar basin where there are traps on top of these things. So these analogs exist. But now you don't have to rely only on the analogs. You can actually have very good data, high quality seismic data with, you also have low frequency data that is available to you. You have OBN nodes, which gives you much higher resolution. But more than that, also with all the data, there is the capability to process this data, which humanly is not possible today. You can't humanly process this data through, just the basic analytics. You need, and actually we are working with a couple of startups here very successfully to actually process some of this data. Analogs are important, but I think technology to understand in the local geology what is happening is probably just as important. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and I think the point there is that the analogs, if you bring together the analogs, the ability to process big amounts of data, but then see what happened in those analogs, who were the companies, what were the technologies, and if those can be leveraged. So we've talked about sort of a mix of below ground and above ground factors to maximize success in the Indian upstream. And I'd like to start the segment on upstream success. And Rajiv, as you always shared with me, you cannot manage what you can't measure. So how can Indian upstream success be measured?
So you have asked me a straight question, so my answer is going to be very simple. No trap or rock involved in this answer. Right? So I think first priority need to be safety That has to be our top priority. There should be zero tolerance on the safety. That's the first thing. So we need to see how continuously we are improving in the NP operation on the safety side of it. Having said that, the other areas where we need to look at, which I did cover the last part, is the exploration acreage. How we are increasing exploration acreage in India. I think we have target to get 1 million square kilometer by 2030, how we are moving there. And when we talk about exploration acreage, how are they being covered through a quality seismic out there? How are we improving our the regional deposition system, understanding of the regional deposition system? How are we improving that? What are the additional information we are getting drilling those parametric ways out there? That's the very high level this one. The other thing I will say is, based on your drilling work, what is your success ratio? Are the drilling resulting in what, how are you getting the success? For example, in BP, every third, in the last 10 years, if I have to go by my track record, every 3 wells we drill, we have one successful well out there. In fact, this year in 2025, already we have 7 discoveries there. So,
congratulations.
Thank you. So this is where we need to see how much drilling has resulted in discoveries, and whether those discoveries are converted into development and production or not. That is also equally important. Gauri, you know, about 7-8 years back, we had number of discoveries in India, but all of them were small to mid-sized discovery, and we had to surrender those. We could not do anything about those discoveries. So how much of those getting into production? Then what is our reserve replacement ratio? Are we able to replace what we are producing through the reserve accretion? That's the other part. Then I will say production. How are we growing our production volume? Is it growing? That very both for oil and gas, because the demands are going up. The demand for both oil and gas is going up, and we need to increase our production for both oil and gas. Then we need to also look at the cost. Cost is also an important factor. What is my finding and development cost? What is my lifting cost? Those things also need to be measured. Then lastly, I will say, because the emission, the net zero is a reality, we have to face it today or tomorrow. So we need to work toward it. So at the moment in the NP operation, we can see what we can do to reduce the emission, how we can reduce GNG emission, how we can get to zero flare, how we can first measure the CBM, methane leakage properly, and then erase the methane leakage. So these are some of the things I will say. Ultimate aim is are we able to reduce our imports in India?
So thank you, Rajiv. That's a very comprehensive framework for measuring success. And I'm glad you started with safety and you took us right through till emissions sensitivity, and of course the ultimate one, which you said about reduction in imports. And I think that was the minister's point today in the morning in his Fireside Chat. So that's a very comprehensive framework, right from exploration to production to development to production, and then within the safety and emissions framework. Actually, linked to the question of how to measure, the framework which Rajiv shared, is that's absolute success, right? But there is relative success, and relative success is about what is your peer group. So what is India's peer group of countries which India should benchmark itself for upstream success? Because it's great to say, okay, I increased production and I had higher success rates and it's safe operation, but relative to what? Because that's what gets globally mobile capital to come and invest more and more. So what is, in your view, India's peer group for countries for upstream success?
I think for upstream success, you need to see how different countries are evolving in their energy sector journeys over time. If broadly speaking, what are the key things that are important for success in the upstream business? You have to really understand how does the energy trilemma impact the energy sector in that country. So energy trilemma is around 3 vectors: energy affordability, energy reliability, and the desire to have an ever cleaner environment. Energy affordability is really important for economic progress, economic prosperity, which is so important for a developing country like India and other parts of the world as well. Energy reliability, the ability to supply energy reliably ensures energy security, which is also important for growing economy. And finally, the world needs ever cleaner energy. So understanding where one is and the interconnectivity between these three vectors is a good measure to compare against. So that's how I would answer this question. Different countries and different parts of the journey, and understanding where we stand on this energy trilemma makes the upstream business successful for that particular country.
Okay, I think it's a fair point that yes, different countries are at different points, and the trilemma is something which, you know, again brings back the framework of measuring success in terms of sustainability, affordability, which ultimately is an important factor for a democracy like India. So, Michael, if I can come back to you again on this overall discussion around upstream success. You know, India has taken various initiatives to attract upstream investments. And how do you see India's upstream framework compare with other globally competitive regimes? And what more may India need to do?
Maybe I'll tie back to what Hon'ble Minister alluded to or started talking about this morning with Guyana as an example. He talked about, you know, 48 wells. Well, there was a big decision between well 47 and well 48. And what he didn't mention is those 48 wells were drilled over a 50-year period, right? So if you look at, you know, how underexplored India is today, he also talked about the dead decade from 2006 to 2016, where there was not a lot of exploration. So I think there is opportunity there. Learning from the Guyana experience and what we saw there, why did we drill the 48th well? Well, it was the persistence, the resilience of the government, and putting more incentives forward for foreign investment to continue, right? I mean, we were at a situation where we were ready to walk away, right? And that partnership with the government allowed us to take that next step. And that's when the Liza discovery happened. So I think what can we do above the surface with the Indian government is talk about, you know, outside of good rocks, we need a transparent and stable fiscal regime. We need good commercial terms, and we need it to be competitive in a broader portfolio. A lot of the discussions we're having today is what I would say are on an absolute basis. It's good for India, I agree. But if you're looking for foreign investment, you need to make it competitive within the choices that an international oil company has across all the value chains that they participate in, not just the upstream. So working together and making it competitive for foreign investment, I think is absolutely critical. And if we can come to the table, be very intentional on that, and move the needle in that space, I think you'll see more people here in the short and long term.
I think it's great you gave us a peek into that move from the 47th well to the 48th well in over a 50-year time period. And that's the kind of partnership it takes with different members of the ecosystem to really bring that change and enable that persistence, take that next last successful well. So before we move to maybe one audience question, I will take a moment to acknowledge certain people who really made this panel happen. The DGH, especially Ujjal, the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, Ripu, and Swati from KPMG, and Nikhil. And also my colleagues here are here if you want to continue the conversations from an S&P perspective, Mohit, Rohit, and Sparsha here sitting, so please do that. With that, I'll take one question, because I know this is separating you from lunch. So one quick question.
My question is to Mitchell and from Chevron and ExxonMobil. As you are aware, Government of India is making lots of effort to bring in expertise as well as overseas participation into the explorations. And in that context, actually last few years, there has been a paradigm shift in the policies, paradigm shift in all approaches. So I'm curious about, and want to know what is that actually still missing in that actually preparation for participation. where the risk sharing takes place and much needed area get a sustained exploration. I'm really thankful about you sharing the duration of between 2 wells. You know, as a geologist, I feel that you need to exhaust it till a very persistent and sustaining exploration is required. You learn from what you do and you continue doing it till you get the success. You know, it is equally difficult to say that there is no hydrocarbon there. It's as good as discovering it. So I wanted to know, is there anything left to be done from the Government of India context so that more participation takes place in the country?
Thanks for the question. So I agree. The ORD Act lays a great foundation and framework for us to move forward. I think there's a few things that are left out of that that we and others would have liked to see. One in particular that we asked for in our advocacy with the government is expropriation. That's not mentioned at all in the ORD Act. That's something that's very near and dear to every international oil company around the world. A lot of the conversation that we've had is, okay, we're going to do that through the contracts. Okay, well, why don't we put that into the act? Why don't we make that part of the law and the rules that exist? That is definitely something that is a barrier for which we need continued work with the government. The second one that I would mention is we don't have a lot of clarity on how the contracts are going to be structured. You heard the Honorable Minister mention this morning that, hey, bring your money and we will pay you back. Okay, well, what happens after that, right? Do we have ownership of the molecules? Does India have ownership of the molecules? As a foreign investor, that's a pretty critical component to understand, and we currently don't have clarity on that as well.
Thank you for the question. I think we'll have to take this offline. I think. Yeah, because I don't want people to go hungry. So thank you so much to the panel. I think you all really did a great, thought leadership here in terms of giving us succinctly an overview of what will it take in the upstream, above ground and below ground to come together for upstream success. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to this wonderful panel.
And yes, with a big round of applause, we also present the mementos to them. And I would like to request Mr. Ujjwal Ghosh, the HOD HRAS DGH, to kindly present the mementos, our expression of thanks, gratitude to our eminent leaders. So I think we can start as people are seated, thanking Mr. Neet Sethi. Thank you to Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Thank you to Mr. Mustian, Michael Mustian. ORDA, we are going to be discussing in detail in our coming sessions, post-lunch sessions. Thank you to Mr. Akshay Sani. And yes, thank you to our moderator, vibrant moderator, so well moderated and bringing the key things here. Thank you, Gauri. Group photograph and we close, and I'm afraid we will have to take a 45 minutes break only, because we intended to start the next session at 2 o'clock. It will go for a 40 minutes break. 2:30 we start sharp with the next session. That's the session on transforming E&P with digital and AI. So much of leveraging on AI, big tech, towards reservoir characterization, data analysis, as was spoken, leveraging on these big tech and AI, which can help us in analyzing the data and further bringing in greater efficiency and productivity, helping in our E&P operations. So please join us for lunch. The arrangement of lunch at L1, L2 and even L3 in the pre-function area. So you have 3 areas. If you can have a quick lunch, probably if you can be back also a little earlier than 2:25, we'll be good to be starting the session as you are in. Thank you. As we start, we will have to probably close by 3:05. Session on intelligent energy, transforming E&P with digital and AI. Session exploring the roadmap for scaling digital capabilities such as the AI related to cybersecurity, data governance, and then building a digital-ready workforce across India's E&P ecosystem. I invite our distinguished panelists to please take center stage. Mr. Pankaj Kumar, Director of Production, ONGC Limited. Mr. Kumar provides strategic oversight of the oil and gas production across ONGC's offshore and onshore assets. Having more than 35 years of experience, he has played a pivotal role in shaping ONGC's production framework. We have Mr. Scott Miller. I think he's going to be joining us. Mr. Neeraj Sethi, Managing Director, India, Baker Hughes. He joins us. Ms. Sushmita Sanyal, Director, Data Science, ExxonMobil, driving AI innovation in energy operations at ExxonMobil. She fosters collaboration among academia, industry, and startups, and is a certified Level 3 professional. Professor Harish Hirani, Director, RGIPT, bringing over 2 decades of academic and research leadership, known for his contribution to mechanical design and tripology. He holds 6 patents across diverse technological domains. And I invite our moderator, Mr. Akhilesh Tuteja, Partner and National Leader, Clients, Markets and Technology, driving digital transformation through strategic innovation, automation, data-led decision making. I'll introduce our other panelists also. I'm sure they're going to be joining us shortly. Mr. Scott Miller, the Business Development Manager, Asia Pacific, Halliburton. He is with more than 17 years of global leadership across Asia, North America, and Europe, and he drives strategic expansion and high-impact partnership across the Asia-Pacific region. And Mr. Neeraj Sethi, the MD, India, Baker Hughes, driving strategic growth and operational excellence across the subcontinent. He's a versatile leader with a proven track record of growing divisions and organizations at various levels. So, so our other speakers are going to be joining as we take the sessions. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I hand over to you. 3 o'clock, if you can, 3:05, if you can close the session, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. The panel title says intelligent energy. Looks like that the intelligence in the room has overpowered the energy. So can I have some energy in the room? Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for those who clapped, because that's the only way I think we can all go in this relatively difficult afternoon after the delicious lunch and the overdose of great conversations so far. As we just heard about the introduction of those wonderful panelists, my name is Akhilesh. I'm the moderator of this panel. And initially, when I used to get the opportunity to be moderator, I used to feel very privileged, because I thought that maybe I must be the smartest person, therefore they chose me to moderate the panel. Little did I realize that they picked the moderator who actually has zero content, because the moderator is not allowed to make comments generally. There's less time, and then you have the 45-minute panel being, an hour panel being shrunk to 45 minutes, and they say, all our special guests are important, so can you please speak less? So the moderator tends to get, but the good news is that I don't have to prepare as much as all of these wonderful panelists will have to do today. But I'm hugely inspired by the conversations that have happened in the first half of the day. I've had the opportunity to listen into some of those conversations firsthand and secondhand, and more importantly, the conversation outside the room were quite inspiring for me to understand how the energy is becoming the center stage, not just for the humanity, which it's always been, but also about growing the intelligence around and how do we make the decisions elsewhere. We all used to hear that data is new oil, and I used to say that, let oil be the oil, and so therefore we'll hopefully try and bring more energy with less emission in this room and talk about, how the entire energy industry can be transformed through digital and AI. But before we go on to that, one thing I will tell you what AI and the digital industries are doing, which is really keeping pace with all stuff which is happening in our life. Again, going back to my role as a moderator, one of the big limitations of being a moderator is that how do you capture the attention of the people who are currently using their smartphones to do WhatsApp messages? Those of you who are clicking pictures, I love it, but those who are, so we actually deployed 5 cameras at the back, and each of the 5 cameras have a small mirror embedded in the screen, and they are actually shooting all of you. So those of you are actually on your phones doing it. So that's one intelligent thing which you brought in here. But I'll tell you one very interesting research finding. Those of you who follow rock, pop, and those kind of things which were popular in 70s to 80s and 90s, I'll give you a very interesting statistic. During the 70s, 80s, and 90s, if you were to look at the average track length of a top 10 chartbuster, it used to be somewhere around 4 minutes, 15 seconds. So an average song, which in those days actually used to play on vinyl and other things, but also there was also a limitation of the physical media, but it used to be about 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Over time, the length of the song has decreased by roughly about 5 seconds, 7 seconds every decade. But what's really changed is that in those times, if you look at all the top 10 every year for the 30 years, 70, 80, 90, the average time the prelude will play will be about 35 to 45 seconds. That's the average time before you hear the vocalist come up. And mind you, today, if you look at the chartbusters for the last 5 years, the amount of time a prelude is allowed to play is 9 seconds. So it's 9 seconds, and within that, the vocal has to come. And you got to catch the attention. And therefore, that's a message for me that the longer I speak, the more you'll get to your phones. And I'm the prelude, and these are wonderful songs you're going to play here. So I'll try and be very, very brief. I've already taken more time. But one thing which I would like to say before I get in is that attention economy deficit is also causing the attention deficit when it comes to the expectations of ROI. All the businesses today are investing in digital and AI. The same businesses which expected the technology to pay back for a long period of time are now expecting for that technology to pay back much sooner. I actually used to think that the energy industry is the best industry for me to work, because they used to say that we make business plans not for 5 years, we make for 30 years. And I knew that in 30 years I'd retire or run away somewhere else as a consultant. But now the energy industry is also looking at the time horizon of 18 to 24 months when it comes to ROI. So in today's discussion, we'll talk about many topics, but one of the topics which I'll keep at the central theme, saying we all know that digital and AI is going to change the world. Digital and AI is already changing the world for energy industry, but how do we demonstrate the value of that change? How do people like you who make decisions to make sure that this is what we should do and this is what we shouldn't, how do you base those decisions? And my central theme would be saying, what's in it for me? So with that, let me turn to Pankajji first. You do a fair bit of significant investment in these technologies. We want to understand from you, what are you looking at from your horizons, the things where you are looking at digital and new technology to make big difference to businesses?
Good afternoon, everybody, and especially to you and my co-panelist here. Wonderful preamble you have set in fact. I think you have already drawn the attention of the people. The eyes on the phone are less now. Rightly said, in fact, the globe itself is transforming in many ways. The uncertainties are increasing in the system. No longer you can wait for 30 years or so for your money to be paid back. You need lesser time. And if you really want your money to be paid back in the shortest possible time, you need to be intelligent. Yes, our industry, E&P industry, I think in digital transformation is supposed to be little laggard that way. But yes, I again would not hesitate saying this industry, maybe from ages, when it adopts something, it moves very fast. And same is the case in the AI or digital arena as well. Why we might be moving so very fast, I believe, is we as industry, E&P industry, we deal with huge amount of data sets. Humanly, it becomes challenging to have that kind of computation power. The digitalization gives you first is that kind of a computational power. And when you compute, now you have some information available. As per my understanding, even that information is so huge, sometimes it becomes difficult for human being to collate everything and really to collaborate among that information to get a, the kind of solution you are needing. Be it a case of, seismic interpretations, reservoir characterizations, wherein probably you need data set from the seismic, you need data set from the number of logs you might have taken in that particular, whatever is the area. You might, if you have drilled, say, some 100 number of wells in that particular area, then the physical input which you got from those wells. So all these data sets, now you are having, you need to integrate all, so that when you go for something new in that particular field or a reservoir, you really hit what you have targeted for. So that is why we need to be intelligent, and artificial intelligence is needed for that perspective, and machine learning is needed for that perspective. That's my basic understanding, which I get it from here. Same goes, when I talk about the subsurface part of it, as I said, reservoir and all, same goes good when you talk on the surface part of it. Because our industry, it's a capital intensive, highly capital intensive industry, and we need state-of-the-art equipment, machines, everything to, to keep continuing and to keep running. Any downtime in my industry, it is really challenging. It hits below the belt, if I can say so. Now, we need, why only preventive maintenance? We need productive maintenance. We should not remain now in preventive maintenance. The time is gone for the reactive, the time is gone even for the preventive. It's a time of predictive kind of a thing. So for that, you need to probably analyze the behavior of your machinery, your plant, your equipment. How do you do this behavioral analysis? Maybe with a 5-year data set, maybe with a 10-year data set, you do this behavioral analysis, and then you plan for future so that you avoid downtime. My industry is a hazardous industry. It really carries many risks, be it physical risk, be it the commercial risk, both. Even to avoid risk or to map risk and then corrective measure, these technologies you can use for and are very, I would say helpful in defining your behavior, risk behavior, and then take measures for mitigating those risks. So that's what I think AI/ML is being used by all E&P operators, and more and more algorithms they are writing. In fact, now is the time when the operators, they are not going even for the ready to, the kind of shopping. They want their own algorithm to be there based on their own behavior, so that they have even the refined outputs, the better outputs, and they can avoid the risk of towards the money for for their next projects or the next drilling campaign or the next seismic campaign or whatever it is. So that's what I think, if I can put it this way.
Wonderfully said. And I think if I have to summarize what you said in my understanding, 3 things you're talking about: how can AI bring more precision in performance when you're doing certain things? How can AI try and bring high availability and reduce the downtime so that you don't lose money? And the third is that how do you apply AI so that you can reduce the risk to the humans who otherwise would have worked in those areas? So all 3 very, very powerful things. I just want to pick up on the first one, that for the longest period of time, we have used technology to give us output which we consume through our eyes. So technology will give me output either in terms of data, outcomes, things which I see, and then I use my eyes. That has been the single biggest limitations of us as humans. So we've got the great technology, and then are using our dumb eyes to actually analyze that data, and that's why we're looking at numbers. Just to give you some data points, the resolution of a camera, which some of you are using, is about 50 megapixel for most of you. Okay, those of you who are not using might be even higher because but those of you using phone, is average camera resolution about 50 megapixel, and the average resolution for a human eye is also 50 megapixel. So we've already reached a level where the computer vision is as precise as the human eyes are, and in next 2, 3 or 4 years, we'll be able to see computer vision, and that is what one other thing which will see the uplift of capabilities, because we'll be using technology not just giving us the output, but actually making decisions on our behalf. By the way, even the dumbest of the camera, again in your phones who are using it, can differentiate 16 million colors. And an average human eye can differentiate at best 20 colors. At least the average married male does about 5 colors. Because my wife still keeps telling me, saying the difference between purple and mauve, which I've not been able to figure out. But I'm told that the women eyes, especially those who are married women, have better resolution and differentiate capability in that. So with that, on a lighter note, let me turn to Neeraj. Neeraj, thank you so much for joining us. And the question I have for you, that you see a variety of things, and one thing which I always say that everybody can buy technology. Technology is one thing where you can sometimes make it as a leveler, because everybody can buy the same technology. So how do you differentiate, even though everybody can buy the same technology, but your better use or competitive use of technology?
I think there are certain things that are not going to change. As a service company, when I talk, I am looking at it. If you ever speak to, you must have seen some of the videos of, the founder of Amazon. He said that, I'm not excited about technology. What I'm excited about is customer service. And actually, our focus on customer service and our responsiveness and the intimacy that we have with them is what's going to differentiate the application of technology. We have had technologies for 30 years that only today we have started implementing. A simple thing like a little microphone in a well. We have been able to save a well for ONGC recently just by deploying that little microphone. But now we have got the ability to compute a spectral analysis of that well, and we've been able to say, okay guys, this is the leak, you need to cement here. But that was only because we worked with a customer and we understood their problem and we understood the overall holistic approach of what's happening. The second part is that you cannot apply technology if you're not educated. So right now, AI has the ability to surpass our ability to think with the data. So I think Pankaj sir said that you can process the data, you can generate outputs from the data, and that also exceeds human capacity. But now what is happening is that if you ask questions to AI, Gemini, and if you talk to software coders, they don't code anymore. There's something called vibe coding, which means that you just tell the computer to write the code for you. But the problem is, it writes too much code, which you don't need. It goes way beyond what even your understanding and your capability to fathom is.
So this is where domain expertise is extremely important. And to me, we are going to, people say AI is going to replace jobs. What we are seeing is that AI is going to create jobs where you will not be doing run-of-the-mill jobs of data transmission, data conversion, connecting one to the other. You will have an interconnected world. You will have data being fed from one device to the other, but you will be getting outputs which you will have QC and make the right decisions. And I think that's the differentiator between a company that uses AI intelligently and is successful with a customer, or a company who uses AI as a tool to brand themselves and say, this is what we are doing, and it's a marketing ploy. I think the key is customer service, intimacy, understanding a solution that is fit for the customer, and that's not going to change with AI.
What a fascinating way to say something which I think is an underlying fear many people carry, is that AI is not here to take away jobs. In fact, it's actually going to multiply jobs. And I would like to actually highlight that if you were to plot all the jobs which have happened, which are available for the last 100 years, and those which happened before. So there's a chart which shows the jobs which existed before 1930 and the jobs that existed since 1930. 50% of the old jobs have disappeared in the last 100 years. And the new jobs that have come instead of those are higher in number, both in terms of the number of jobs and also the volume of jobs. So I kind of related to it. But more than anything, I think if there's one thing take away from what you said, Neerji, is that it's human and client centricity. Technology is available. And it's also, I want to highlight that the deployment of technology is only valuable when it merges with the human intelligence and machine intelligence and not one for the other. So thank you so much for that. Let me turn to Suchishmita, but before I ask her a question, can I have a round of applause for her? Thank you. And the reason I'm saying is because, and I'll just give a little bit of context. I have only one child, my daughter, I love her. And when I go to corporate boardrooms, I see very few women. So these days I've started to not insist, but request, saying, can we bring more women leaders onto the panel? Because actually, I do reckon I'm a minority at home. I have my wife and my daughter, so therefore we are a women-dominating home, and I'm proud of that. And that's what I'm seeing, that there is a lot of women power which is there in our boardrooms and outside, but I think we need to bring. So thank you, Suchishmita, for taking our offer to be here. My question to you: that you've been solving a number of problems. What are some of those difficult ones which you're solving these days?
No, awesome. Thanks for the inclusion comment. It's very inspiring. And it's great to be here. And I think my previous co-panelists made some very interesting points, and let me build on that. First of all, we talk about AI and digital technology as something which is taken over the world, which is truly transformative. And while that's true, numerics and computations are not new to the ONG world, right? So we have been looking at lots of data. We have been looking at mathematics of that data. We have been looking at visualizing that data using different methods for a long time now. At ExxonMobil, we are a core technology company. About 50 years ago, we pioneered 3D seismic imaging, right? So to look at how, and that completely revolutionized how we look at wells, reservoir management, and our reserves. 50 years later, we are continuing pushing boundaries using AI and high-performance computing. To Mr. Pankaj's point, it has accelerated computations. So we have pushed it from 3D to 4D now. We have added very proudly from our Houston Supercomputer Center, Discovery 6 supercomputers. We have plugged with the supercomputers, and we have accelerated decision-making in the reservoir and well management. And today our Honorable Minister made many alluding comments about Guyana, and very proud to say that this technology is actively helped us in making the Guyana reserve choices that we have made today, right? So that's just one example, but there are many. To what Mr. Pankaj also said, AI for production operations. After a well starts producing, what are the bottlenecks? How can you use digital technologies to identify the bottlenecks and debottleneck those with our operators? Again, human in the loop, always bringing in interpretability. And that is one of the key things that I also want to stress along with Mr. Neeraj here, which is always have the domain expertise integrated with AI, always have human in the loop decision making. It's also part of responsible AI to make it interpretable and explainable. and not make it a black box, you know. So we are in this journey of boosting production, finding new reserves, increasing reliability and maintenance of our safety, in fact, using CP, computer vision, for GHG emissions monitoring and control, right? That's the spectrum where we are dabbling, but always reinforcing with human feedback.
Thanks, Suchasmita. The point coming again about domain expertise, which basically means that all those people who have less hair like me are still relevant. Those who have no hair are even more relevant because, you know, you can show off it even better. So that's the bald is new bold. But before I go to the professor, I want to confess. My average attendance in the class used to be 25%. And every year I had to submit medical certificate to appear for the exam. The species which I always was scared of was professors. And the life catches on, and then I get another professor on the panel here too. So thank you, Professor, for being here. And the question which we have for you is the hardest, because see, all the years you've been asking me questions. Now it's my turn, the table's turn. The hardest question for you. The question is, what are the, we are seeing a lot of technology already being deployed, which is here. What are you guys thinking 10, 20 years from now in terms of the field of research as to how AI or these kind of technologies will change our life, especially in this industry?
Yeah, it's a really very hard question. 10 years, I've not thought over. Yeah, but I believe that technologies will go to the next level. Reason being, let's take example, maybe what you reminded me. We used to do earlier something like experimental design. We'll get some data. Then came the Taguchi method. He said, no, whatever data you are getting, that is not correct. You need to go with the Taguchi method. It will give better results. After that, it came ANN. ANN says, no, Taguchi method is not sufficient. You go with the ANN also. And again, as Pankaj mentioned, we have many data. And then CNN came and said, no, ANN is bad. You go with the deep learning, you come with the CNN. Now, this is what continuously is going to increase. And it is going to be more and more difficult to understand, but implementation will be much easier. And hard part for us as a professor is the teaching. So convincing a student this is a really good is difficult because they are able to use a ChatGPT. They say, sir, I can get any answer in a few seconds. Why you are teaching me all this? But in future, but we believe that teaching will be a major issue. Reason being, everybody has every answer ready. Only thing, the way you go with the ChatGPT, because effectively utilizing ChatGPT, you require also knowledge how to communicate with ChatGPT. You continuously improve your chat, so then only finally good score will come. So in future, I believe that that will be really happening. One more thing is coming in my mind, that evaluation of the paper, what you write, it may not be the similar manner, it will be quite different. Maybe you will not get maybe say 1 minute for one question, you may get 10 seconds for one question. So your IQ level will be more than 200, something like that. From that point of view, but technologies will be from that point of view only. We will be trying to make more and more technologies so that students learn more and more, better and easier manner. If you allow me, I can say gamification will come in a big way. How to teach everything with a game. Maths teaching also should change. Physics teaching should change. Chemistry teaching should come with all the technologies inbuilt, so that students are able to appreciate. I'm saying from that angle, but coming to the oil and exploration, I believe that deep learning CNN will be the far better. Maybe in next 5 years, it will dominate next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I learned that why professors are generally so harsh, because I didn't realize that in the background they are also being treated quite harshly. But why did only people who drop out from universities build great technologies like ChatGPT? They must have been terribly terrified of the professors, and that's why they say, okay, now let me find a technology which will put professors at risk, because the students will know more than the professors. So anybody who finished college will not create ChatGPT, it's those dropouts who will do it. All right, so with that, I have about 15-ish minutes, and I have an opportunity to ask one more question to each one of them, maybe rather short one this time. So Pankaj, coming to you again this time, is you have done large projects which involve technology but also humans. You kind of get people to work together. So what are some of your success strategies as you bring in new technology, but yet get the people involved in the process and bring the alignment?
I believe you yourself give the answer. There was a discussion here only that the domain expertise is going to remain. The jobs are not going to go away. The only thing which may happen is the nature may change. Same may happen with our industry also. Today, let me give you an example. In our organization, that is ONGC, we are running a digital project called DOT, Digitalization for Operational Transformation. So very recently, we thought, why not to see the kind of interest my team or the ONGCians, they are having towards this. We ran a small, campaign. We termed it Udbhav. Yeah. So we ran a campaign. We thought the message was, you define your own problem and tell us what can be the solution. So we were expecting, yes, some entries would come, there will be somebody who will be showing interest. To our surprise, 1,000 people came forward. 1,000 people came forward. And they made their own groups of 5, 6, 7 each. Afterwards, the senior team from ONGC, they selected few of them. I got the opportunity of seeing, until now only 13, I could manage more time, it's my fault, not theirs. But what I was looking at the team which has got the experience somewhere around 10 years to say, or maybe a few of them maybe even a little less than 10 years in ONGC, to max, I think 15, 17 years of experience, and they are defining some problem and coming out with the solution utilizing all digital and AI and other things. So that way, I think the human being will remain engaged with the system. See, in our industry, E&P industry, now the production operations are becoming automated. It's the time when people are moving offshore platforms, they have started calling no-man platform. Still in India we don't have that, though I'm trying. But yes, there are E&P operators which are running no-man platforms. The first, they started from, let us reduce offshore traveling of people. I think they incentivize this idea from the fact we want to reduce offshore traveling for safety. Rotary wings are not safe, as the fixed wings are. And in offshore it is all rotary wing. The environment is harsh. From there they started. So people only found out the solution. The kind of blue-collar job changed to white-collar job. You design, start operating. You are sitting here and operating the platform. Same goes towards drilling. Even now we are going for automated drilling. You have all digital twin kind of a thing. Now the chair of a driller is so intelligent that a driller sitting in the chair, he is just with the joystick doing everything, as if he is, flying an aircraft. That kind of a thing. Again, from a very, labor-intensive job, I would say we have moved to a technology-intensive job. So there is a change and shift in the kind of pattern, the requirement, but still we need people because, if we want to progress more and more and more in this direction, some research is needed. So your job pattern changes. But the engagement will always be there. Very rightly said by the ma'am that domain expertise is needed. I do agree with her. Domain expertise is for reservoir management, for reservoir characterizations, for analysis of seismic data and all that is needed. But today mathematicians are doing that. They don't know what E&P is. They are doing that. So they are giving input to probably the E&P people who have a lot of experience in the domain. And now with that input, domain expert people, they are polishing, taking decisions. So that kind of a shift in the environment is expected with the time to come, and for sure energy need will be there. Even just see how even energy need is changing. We all are talking about digital data, blah, 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 blah. Now people are worried how to give energy to your data center. We are an energy producer, ONGC. I want to create a high computing center. I'm worried how to give a clean and a very sustainable energy to my data center. Absolutely. So that it doesn't, it gives the desired output. There should not be any aberration over there. So that way transition is there. It's not a, I would say, the era where incremental shifts are there. Everywhere it's transformational. Within 5 years, everything changes. Earlier, the changes which used to be there in 50 years, now it takes 5 years. Tomorrow, I don't know whether it will turn into days.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. I think you brought us saying that the human domain expertise, all of that, but I think the point about energy is important for intelligence, and intelligence is important for energy is the kind of nice loop. Let me turn to Neerji again to you. You guys are building, again, amazing technology, and you said that there is many technology which has been available now being used. One of the key risks which one sees with use of such technologies is around cybersecurity, data leakage, also the technology being used for bad purposes, causing damages. The bad actors could have more power than they had before. How you see that world, and what should we do to remain protected?
I think there's two aspects to it. One is the the network infrastructure of organizations today. There have been vulnerabilities over the past. Saudi Aramco, there have been 2 attacks, and they nearly wiped out all their data of a $10 million a day production, right? And that happened in 2012. Then again, it happened, a few years ago, where their refinery was attacked. So people have woken up that threat, but that was I think people have matured the cloud infrastructure and the network with VPNs, firewalls, secure intranets, and be able to manage that quite well. I think that's an evolution that has happened, because it's not just the oil and gas industry. Entire organizations, banks, not just oil and gas, banks, nuclear power plants, all of that stuff. Companies that run these have very strong infrastructures in that, right? So that's very well managed. I think the emerging theme or process that's coming out is that we are not going away from, we're not closing our doors to new technology and new, people can come and plug and play into your, like I can bring a small company and they have some sensors and technology, and they can be attached to a platform on ONGC, and they can be feeding data to the centralized ONGC network, right? That's there. So ONGC probably has 50 vendors feeding data to the centralized platform, right? So this is happening. Security is not being used to, in fact, the open source is so much that the data transmission is so seamless that more and more people can now connect to your network. One is connecting to your network through this data, right? You've got some computers processing data and giving it back to you. The other is, and I think that's the emerging, is IoT. Where you have edge computing, you have SIM cards on sensors in the field, on your VFD, on your wellheads, and that's feeding data back to the network. I think that's where cybersecurity, that's emerging. There are very good standards, like you have IC 62443 that defines very good protocol for these standards, but those standards have merged. There are experts in this, but I think that's an emerging field that we need to do. It's not just about, the amount of data that human beings generate will be a fraction of the data that our machines will generate in the future. So I think that's where we have to focus on more without making our ecosystem closed and, how do I say, exclusive. That's the challenge that we'll have to have, and I think hardware security will be just as important as network and digital infrastructure security.
Thank you so much, Neil. I think you summarized a massive topic in just 2 or 3 points. Hardware security will be more or as important as software security. We are generally focusing on that. The sensors, which are autonomous, providing data directly, are going to have a massive impact on that. And the amount of data they generate, I actually did do an experiment. My grandfather used to write a diary, a journal every day. We actually digitized all of that, and we looked at that the entire digitized version of his whole life diary was actually less than the one-day data generated by an Apple Watch. So that's the kind of thing which is, a life digitized. Again, of course, like a very, very tiny fraction, human written. The amount of data which are getting generated without us knowing have huge power as well as have huge risks if they're not harnessed very well. I want to invite Scott, who we missed in a little bit. So I know, Scott, you were busy with very, very important thing, but one thing which you're going to go with a regret is you missed my opening statement. It was the best part of the conference. So unfortunately,
my apologies.
The recording is not available. It's actually, you can buy it if you want, but we can have a side deal in that one. But Scott, we want to bring your expertise here. Give us some examples of some transformative technologies you're seeing at play and how you're helping your clients.
Sure. So apologies, everyone. I'm sorry I was tied up. So at Halliburton, there's really, I know we don't have a lot of time. There's 3 technologies that I want to hit on that I'm excited about, and the industry is moving, in the service space. The first one is autonomous drilling. ONGC recently did this, where back in March, we drilled a section autonomously, and so our directional drillers were actually sitting in a remote operations center about 1,000 kilometers away. And so really excited about the future of that. We've implemented that here in India. We're going to be implementing that across our operations. And one exciting thing, and what exciting prospect we see for India is those remote operations centers are a place where we put our subject matter experts, so speaking to continued development for our industry, but it's also a great place to train. So as the workforce continues to leave and we're trying to get experience, the real question is, how do we get that experience? And with autonomous drilling, we may have less people out on the rig. So how do we get that? It's really through those remote operations centers, and we're excited because we're in the process of putting a remote operations center here in India that's going to cover all the way from Norway to the Middle East to Australia for our directional drilling. So that's something that's really exciting to me, and I think more to come on that. The second thing is our Octave Auto Frac. As you know, Halliburton is usually synonymous with North America land, fracturing, really a leader in that space. And we've rolled out Octave Auto Frac. And the real important thing, the value that we're seeing, is the consistency in which we can deliver fracs. So the variation in frac, if a well is not performing, if we have screen out or anything like that, there's some questions on, hey, should we have done the frac different? If we're able to deliver it consistently, we've seen now with Octave that we can deliver better results, consistent results, and the wells are producing better. So as people move more into the unconventional plays, I think there's a great opportunity there. And then the last one I want to talk on, we have a full suite of software for our landmark, and we've just recently rolled out unified ensemble modeling with our recent acquisition of ResOptima. And this is really taking static and dynamic reservoir data, and then we can leave the uncertainties in the model instead of having to fill in data that might be missing to combine the data to create a field development plan. We can leave those uncertainties in place, and then we can create a field development plan and then run AI on that field development plan to run many iterations of that. And so really excited about that technology. It's really a paradigm shift in reservoir modeling, and then with the addition of AI, we can really enhance and improve the field development plan to maximize the drainage from those fields. So lots to come. I think, like it's probably already been said, foundation is digitalization. You need data, and you need a lot of data. You know, we have over 5,000 sensors just on our frac spreads. So you need to be able to collect the data. That's step one. But step two is, you know, I was with the Amazon Web Service guy. He did a great talk. First it's data, then it's analytics, then it's action, right? So yeah, that's how we're moving. We first collect the data, then we've built programs to run the analytics, and now we're seeing in the market through the execution side, we're actually able to take action and improve well performance.
Thank you so much. Those are some wonderful technologies, and we're seeing validation of you providing, and people like ONGC actually talking and advocating about that. So that really tells me that these technologies are here. In the interest of time, I'm going to go brief to Suchishmita and Professor again. Suchishmita, a question for you is, what are some of these key challenges you see when you build and deploy these technologies?
I think strategically, we looked at three things to implement when you're trying to scale data and digital, right? And some of it is covered by my co-panelists. And we tried to solve it in three-pronged ways: organization, technology, and people, right? Three ways. Organizationally, we tried to bring centralized data organizations together. You first have to make all these data sitting in different places available and accessible for analysis, as he rightly said, right? So bringing data together sounds more trivial than it is actually for those of us who have gone to it. So organizationally, our corporate operating model helps that. The second is AI is a great boon, but also a great distraction, as you saw with all the smartphones in the room. So essentially, how do we focus? We focus by being supremely business-led. Identify the highest value opportunities and put all your resources towards that. That will deliver value and then move to the next, right? So organization. I think technologically, the code is there. Code delivering is becoming easier, as you said, Mr. Neeraj. But how do we make our AI codes responsible, scalable, and sustainable, right? So don't just write a piece of AI code, but make it scalable across the assets, make it sustainable so that you bring down the total cost of ownership. And the third part is people and partnerships. People is at the heart of everything we do. Change of acceleration of technology in this space is enormous. How do we continuously upskill our people, as much as you may not like your professors, but how do we keep sending them back to school to keep upskilling them? We have a tie-up with IISc, with the Indian Institute of Science to do that, and also partnerships. We tie up with big tech like Microsoft, we tie up with other startups, other organizations to really keep the ball rolling. I hope that answers.
That's amazing. I think that's beautifully done. You should have definitely taken the exam instead of me and got 10 on 10. Great answer. I'm not going to summarize that. Let me turn to Professor Harishji again. You have taught at IIT for 25 years, and now you come to a very domain-specific institute. How do you see the industry-academic partnership playing a role in developing this field even better?
Yeah, IIT, we don't have that kind of industry partnership, but in RGIPT, we have a lot of collaboration with industries. Reason being, this was invented by industry itself. The 6 in PSU, they together decided to open this kind of institution. So we have a lot of collaboration with industry, and we have also few lectures. Industry person come and deliver the lectures. We have mandatory 2 weeks training for faculty. They need to go to industry and interact, and we have the kind of part-time courses which industry people are attending. The way Madam mentioned about this, that we also train IOCL, one course is just going on. So there is a good collaboration of industry and institution. Only one point which I believe is missing is the indigenization, which I believe that IIT, we try to give a lot of emphasis to indigenize, to develop technologies, which in this institution, maybe I need to bring that culture. We should work on continuously to make better and better product. And one more point is coming, that when we are utilizing the technologies and which has been imported, anything goes wrong, we are not able to maintain. So if the maintenance engineering can go in a better manner, of course, Initially it was mentioned that we need to go with the proactive maintenance, but again we need to know the modality, we need to know all details. So that domain knowledge again will be very much required. So if something is required to change, I'll try to change this thing.
It's amazing indigenization. I think we are all going to be very proud of the self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I think that's a great thing we should do. I have just 1 minute left to the time I was allocated, so I unfortunately don't have the ability to go and get to the audience to ask questions. I also don't think I'm going to take the opportunity to summarize such a rich, powerful discussion in about a minute, but I thought I'll use this 1 minute to tell you a story. This is a story about somebody who's being tried for a murder. And this guy says, you know, what do? I kind of possibly get the best lawyer because there's nothing best I can do. So he hires the best lawyer, as good as KPMG is in its field. So lawyer from KPMG, sorry, this KPMG-like lawyer is arguing in the favor of this guy. And while everything has been done and looks like that there is no way this guy can actually be off the hook, the lawyer stands up and makes a plea to the judge, says, Your Honor, you looked at everything, but before you give your verdict, I want you to give me 2 minutes. He says, we've been hearing this, what will 2 minutes do? He says, sir, don't worry, I promise you that in the next 2 minutes, the person my client is being accused of being murdered will walk through the door. And he says, what kind of crap this is? He says, sir, don't worry, all the evidence, everything you can look at, the person who my client is being accused of murdering will walk through the door, just give me 2 minutes. And for next 2 minutes, everybody is looking through the door because that person must be coming. And the 2 minute passes and nothing happens. So the judge says that, you know, you wasted another 2 minutes. Nobody walked through the door. He says, sir, yes, nobody walked through the door, but for that 2 minutes, I instilled a sense of reasonable doubt in your mind that for a minute you thought that the person may walk in, and as per the law, unless there is no reasonable doubt that the person is guilty, he can't be proven guilty, and therefore I instilled the sense of doubt. Now the judge was, of course, perplexed. He waited for a few minutes and he says, I'm ready with my verdict. He says, sir, what's your verdict? He says, my verdict is guilty. He says, well, just prove that I instilled a sense of doubt in your mind. How could you do that? He says, yes, for the 2 minutes you instilled a sense of doubt in my mind. I was looking through the door. Everybody in the room was also looking through the door. But the client was still looking at his phone. So he had no doubt that anybody will walk through the door. So those of you who are still looking at the phone, I think you're guilty, and therefore I conclude this wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Wonderful session, and your anecdotes you so very well weaved in your conversation and your questions. Thank you. I would like to request Mr. D.K. Tripathi, the CGM DGH, to please join us here on the dais, presenting the mementos. Very interesting and very intelligent discussions we had had. Thank you. So we'll start with the professor. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so very much, Professor Harish. Okay. Thank you to Ms. Sushmita. Thank you. Thank you to Scott Miller. Thanking Mr. Neeraj Sethi. Technology for people and not people for technology. Thank you to Mr. Pankaj Kumar. Thank you to our excellent, intelligent, smart Mr. Akhilesh Tuteja. Thank you. Thank you. So we move on to another fireside chat. Interesting conversations with our leaders on Tapti decommissioning project. We'll just set the stage towards that, and then we can start this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, our technical sessions are on the level down, and here we are having our Tech Strat Forum. The last session, the valedictory session, is also going to be taking place in this very hall.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not carrying my card, but it's just this. Can I give you my mobile? Can I give you my mail ID? Yeah. Mail ID is just the first thing that last night at ExxonMobil. Yeah. Really? Yes, absolutely. Okay. AIM is, I think. Yeah, that's no problem at all. Oh, very cool. Where from? Okay, yeah. So you said this is just the first name dot last name and ExxonMobil. Anna?
Oh, nothing.
Please 2 minute announce करना मुझे छोटा सा recording ministry को चाहिए. You can check his name and announce if he has with the important documents he has.
He left it already.
Yeah, it's on the chair. You can give it to Lawson.
Someone has misplaced his wallet. This is Mr. Manoj. Saikare Manoj. You have your wallet? So anyone in this hall itself? Or anyone who knows him?
The organizers can take care of
any phone number of his or something?
He has a visitor. That's very critical. He has a license, he has everything. Or probably you have to do a courier on his address.
So, wallet of Mr. Saikare Mohan, if he's here around Manoj, sorry, session we have, and request you to kindly be taking your seats at the earliest possible. We are really running short of time. The last session, Secretary Sir might be in time for that, and we need to just be in time for the other sessions. So, over to Vivek. Thank you. Console, if you can put the mics on.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, I had to relook at my script after the earlier session where Akhilesh kind of set an expectation for the moderator only to 9 seconds. I hope I'll not be able to do it in 9 seconds, but I'll try to keep it short and sweet. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this insight session on India's first full-scale offshore facility decommissioning, which is for the Tapti gas field, which was undertaken by the PMT JV, which comprises of Reliance, Shell and ONGC.
For the benefit of audience, Tapti commissioning involved removal of around 7 offshore platforms, over 30 plugging and abandonment of over 30 wells, and decommissioning of around 8 kilometers of subsea pipeline. Many of you may wonder that why this is a historic milestone for Indian E&P industry. While nearly 95 countries today have oil and gas producing fields, but only few of these countries have deep and full-scale capacity to actually commission offshore facilities of such large and complex nature. And most of that experience is limited to the specific regions in Gulf of Mexico and Norway. With this pioneering effort, India joined League of Select Nations, which now have the ability to execute such a large and complex decommissioning project. We are today joined by senior leaders from the three JV partners and look forward to hear their insights on this very important experience. This experience is important not just of being the first, but as you know that the first experience also brings in a lot of lesson learned, and I think we all look forward to learn from those lessons learned, and I'm sure with this the points that will emerge from today would actually help us chart the path forward for decommissioning in India. Let me just quickly come to you, Mr. Kumar, and ONGC has immense experience when it comes to offshore. But a large part of that experience has been traditionally oriented to field development and production. Now, Tapti marked a shift from a production to asset retirement. What it meant for ONGC in terms of its internal strategy, the workforce mind set, and so how did that translate into now decommissioning being seen as part of the life cycle asset management?
Again, very good afternoon to you. I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm again sitting in front of you all. Thanks Nipun, and thanks Vivek. See, as you yourself mentioned, I mean, this is the first decommissioning project we have undertaken in India. And many of you may not be knowing, I was involved with the development and commissioning of Tapti also, and I was involved with the decommissioning of Tapti also. So it's a little bit emotional as well for me when this moment came. See, we are in a process of development, field development, creation of facility, commissioning of facility in offshore since 1974, in country way back since 1960s. But this particular field, which was termed as a marginal field, this retired from its active producing life. It was a gas field in West Coast, and it was developed, I would say, mainly in 2 stages post discovery. It was having a process complex and 4 and 5 well platforms. So, you know, traditionally in country we maintain site restoration funds, whether it is a nomination block, whether it is a pre-nail block, whether it is a nail block. But as such, it has never been utilized, because none of the field per se has been completely retired. And one of the stipulation of our SRF is the money is available only when you decommission the field. It doesn't say when you decommission the first part facility or the part field. So that came handy in case of Tapti, because the field itself was retiring. But at the same time, it gives or stimulates a thought that we should review our, and I would request even the Government of India through DGH, that we need to review this policy. There are many countries which have, quite advanced decommissioning policies and decommissioning framework. I think we as such don't have that kind of a framework readily available with us. Nipun can add to me further, and Padmavan also can add to me further. But we as such don't have those kind of laid down rules, procedure, guidelines. Even for that matter, I would say, take the case of Norway. I think they have very advanced and they are very matured in that direction. When you talk about, when we create facility, we do impact assessment, environmental impact assessment. Why not at the decommissioning stage? It is needed that time also. Because suppose a field is operating 30, 40 years, a generation is passed through. Now the new generation which is there, many of them might have opened their eyes with the facility thereon. For them it's a natural. If you are disturbing something, is not so natural. So I think we got to develop all those kind of frameworks. It poses a lot of uncertainties. When we are creating facilities, we are doing some kind of an engineering. And onshore it is little easy, and offshore it is further tough because you need to do a lot more engineering in terms of the marine as well as the infrastructure and all those things. But when you decommission this facility after so many years, you got to do kind of reverse engineering. And their uncertainties again are more because those facilities were there for 30 years, 20 years or something like that. You might have added on something, you might have removed something. Technically, if you go by, you might have, whatever you have created, the whole set of balancing is disturbed. How do you put the barge? What kind of load would come in? It needs a different kind of engineering then. Those uncertainties are there. Yes, I would say, in fact, in this panel, one more person should have been there from L&D. They were the active partner because they decommissioned it. They took out the facilities from there. So they might have added something technical to it because for them also it was challenging. They were doing for the first time. And we all were doing for the first time. So I think as the time will progress and more facilities would require decommissioning, we'll get more mature and in terms of the technical part of it, the environmental part of it, the impact part of it, and will be more stable as far as my thought goes. If I can answer, I hope I have answered.
No, I think you have raised a very important part, and that is where we oftenly, when we look at decommissioning, we always look at the complexity of the job, which is largely around execution of the job. But the point that you brought out is that it is also about the underlying engineering, where we need to build deeper capabilities. Now, just picking up that cue, let me turn to you, Mr. Pradhan. Decommissioning is not new to Shell. I mean, globally, you have experience of decommissioning, particularly the offshore assets across geographies. But do tell us your experience of bringing that global best practices and expertise to India. And in that process of adaptation, what are some of the challenges that you faced? And I mean, some of the challenges, of course, Mr. Kumar did allude to. What your views on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Vivek. So I think just to put things in a bit of a perspective on about the decommissioning industry, right? So I think most of you are from the oil and gas industry. So the life cycle of a field, from exploration to development to production operations and decommissioning is the final stage of the field. Now, while this is the first offshore decommissioning project in India, I think globally also this industry is sort of in its infancy, in that sense. So the projections and the scope for this industry is really massive. What we have today is going forward in the next 5 years, close to about $30 billion of expenditure expected globally. And then 50% is offshore. I'm just talking about the offshore decommissioning. And 50% of that is expected to be from wells V&A. More than 250 operators expected to go into decommissioning mode over the next 5 to 10 years. So I think while we talk about the experience of the operators, 3 partners, I think for our supply chain partners, I think as Pankaj rightly mentioned, L&T, and also the Chogole Logan Yard, who are our partners to do the onshore dismantling. I think they've done a fantastic job with us. While we celebrate the decommissioning, I think it's good to remember it's a complete team effort. So I think in terms of coming back to the experience and international best practices, so I think the few things that some of the best practices that we have seen, if you talk about our experience, and Brent, of course, we've recently decommissioned the Charlie platform over there. It's a massive platform, close to 30,000 tons. I think we have a lot of lessons learned from those which were applied to this particular project. Right? So and when we came over here and it's the first decommissioning project, I think there was always a concern about the challenges. And globally, again, I said there are a lot of challenges. There have been a lot of incidents offshore in terms of lifting, diving, especially on the onshore. You talk about hidden hydrocarbons when you bring the platforms back home. What do you do in terms of making sure that you should cut them safely, avoid hot cutting? So I think the emphasis was always been on, first of all, safety, safety of the people throughout the entire process. And I think very thankful to our partners, ONGC and Reliance, who have been joined at the hip with us. So we made sure that we identified the key risks in the start of the project. And so the key risk was in terms of the diving operations, the lifting operations, the marine operations, and the helicopter operations. I think, and Pankaj also mentioned that helicopter retrieving is one of the biggest risks that people in offshore take. So we made sure that, first of all, we were very transparent in terms of sharing lessons, right? So we had what we have in the company is called the LFIs, learning from incidents. So we made sure we picked up the relevant LFIs across our experience, particularly in the North Sea. And we developed that and shared that to the front line, right? So while we have the safety leadership and the safety culture at senior management, middle management, but the supervisory and at the front line is where it's extremely important to translate those lessons. And how do you translate those lessons, right? So right from the toolbox talks that we had, sharing the relevant LFIs. So if you're doing into diving, we share the relevant LFIs. We had the safety assessment, the job safety analysis. We had what we call STAP 7 analysis. Some of the best practices that we have found working across in different assets, we introduced those over there. In terms of the helicopter was another very interesting part, right? Because we actually, the challenges, again, you talk about the challenges, because we had almost just 3 sorties in the entire campaign. Very difficult to get in commercial arrangement with local operators, right? Because working with ONGC, there are so many sorties every day. And at one point, we were not able to enter into any arrangement. I think, fortunately, ONGC and Pankaj stepped in and said, look, they'll use the ONGC contract to give helicopters to us. But fortunately, we did have that contract with helicopters. So I think in terms of safety for the helicopter operations, we had our global safety experts. The Shell Aircraft is always the institution itself, right? So they carried out an audit. And we were the auditors, various levels. One, of course, the operator audit in terms of the equipment, the process and the SOPs that they follow. 2, in terms of the head deck of the heavily lift vessel, the LTS. But also in terms of the business, leave aside the technical part. Do you as a business understand what are the risks and what are the actions you're taking? I mean, almost a month those guys were there and they were not even having lunch with me because I'm an auditor, I can't have lunch with you, right? So that's the sort of rigor. In terms of, I think the whole approach, as we said, the whole approach of decommissioning is very different compared to the commissioning part of it. And what we say is always a credo in the decommissioning, expect the unexpected. So in fact, the team spent more time on sort of analyzing the various scenarios rather than the base case. And we worked so much in terms of what happens if the internal cutting of the jacket leg doesn't work, what happens if this conductor retrieval scenarios and whatever there. And we loaded the equipment on the vessel if we went there. So I think we did some of those things. And I think there are a lot about regulation, probably can talk about regulation later, but I think we took some of the experiences not in the regulation as well. But overall, I think I do want to emphasize that it has been a complete teamwork at various levels. One, of course, the partners with L&T, onshore operators. with the government. But above all, it was people. I think it's very important. The person, I think that I was listening to the last conversation, Pankaj, about the human angle, right? And so we have people who have been associated with this platform right from inception, from its fabrication to its commissioning to its operation and at the time of decommissioning. It's a very emotional moment for a lot of people. They spent almost half their working life in some of those platforms. So there was always this, the shared purpose of decommissioning properly. And in terms of people, how do you motivate people when you're decommissioning and people know that after that you not have a job, right? Because this was a joint venture with asset, the other asset we handed over to ONGC. So I think that personal pride, right? We had the credo called finish with pride, which actually worked quite well for us, for our partners, and also the extended supply chain. So I think, unfortunately, I think this is not the first instance the joint venture has worked together. Right? In 2019, we handed over the Panna Mukta asset to ONGC. And it is sort of the spirit of collaboration and partnership we had between the joint venture partners, and we handed over within 9 months a working asset and a producing asset of more than 140 wells and 13 platforms. I think so. I do want to emphasize the fact that the spirit of collaboration has been not only for this project, but between the partners over the years across various projects.
Thank you. So I think two important points that you made. One is that it's not just a large and complex job; but it also has immense degree of uncertainty involved, because it's an asset which was designed many decades ago, repurposed, redesigned, and additions and augmentations done. So naturally there is an element of uncertainty involved, and most importantly it involves significant environmental and safety health. And I was reading somewhere, and it says that if you don't plug and abandon a well correctly, it might actually end up emitting a lot of methane, which has significant CO2 impact. So therefore execution, yes, is important. But let me just slightly switch gear and come to you, Mr. Gokhale. One is obviously in terms of having the right set of technical understanding, capability, and as you said, as Mr. Pradhan talked about how we've kind of involved the supply chain players, L&T and Chogle and others. But when it comes to having the right policy and regulatory frame, I'm sure, given that this was first of its kind, there would have been learnings in terms of having the right set of policies and regulations in place. Any view and lesson learned from there, and what you think if should be the suggestion to DGH and others, because we are looking at decommissioning, we have about 70% of our production coming from mature fields. So going from this is going to be a big space to watch out for. So any specific suggestions, maybe talk us through some of the gaps that were realized and then some way forward around that.
Yeah, tough one, but yeah. To start with, just to set the context correct, sure, this project was first of the block, but with due respect to Pankaj, you are from cradle to the grave for Tapti, and also to Shell. So Reliance actually decommissioned the first field on the east coast, that is the MA field. It is a deep water field where some 5-6 wells were plugged and lines were also plugged. But having said that, the complexity, this is the first offshore decommissioning project of this complexity and the first facilities removal project in India. To start off, I mean, there were surprises in Tapti field when the production went down, and then we realized that we have to decommission this field. There was no regulations. I mean, there were no regulations in India to tell us what are the permissions that are required, what are the standards that you have to work to. First, to begin with, the Tapti Abandonment Working Group was formed in collaboration with DGH, MOPNG, the Environment Ministry. And members from the partners, ONGC, Reliance and Shell, and also from the industry, they formed a sort of regulations and rules as to how the Tapti field will be abandoned. So we started working on Tapti commissioning, taking those rules, And later on, then Ministry also stepped in and they formulated the site restoration guidelines, which were gazetted, I think, in 2018. And Tapti decommissioning is actually conforms to all the guidelines of SRG also. Having said that, I mean, your question was about, so this formulation of these rules and regulations are still in nascent stage. I mean, they were formulated when we started off with Tapti working group. They formulated with Tapti field in mind, you know, and when we executed the Tapti decommissioning project, it was with the best global standards, and in many cases we even exceeded the global standards. Like, for instance, in case of, like Nipun told you about the helicopter safety. I mean, the kind of equipment that we install on the helicopter, like humps, which monitors the helicopter flying online, you know, online monitoring. So all these are now become a standard, you know, for the helicopter manufacturers. So, I mean, though we have exceeded the rules and regulations, I mean, the government could do a lot, you know, for regulations are concerned, you know, to bring in regulations that can attract more partnership internationally, because we are very much constrained by, you know, availability of resources. So, and many of the foreign partners, you know, looking at the regulations, we find that they're too cumbersome. So maybe, you know, ease of, I mean, the ministry has certainly helped us a lot in doing that. Maybe it can be improved further, you know, as go forward. And also, as I said, since the regulations, you know, with Tapti as a focus to be started off, scalability has to be there. I mean, there are a lot of now facilities which are aging with ONGC also. So we simply do not have those kind of resources, you know, to cater to all, you know, decommissioning. Because we have just one heavy lift vessel, and a lot of equipment is a specialized equipment that has to be brought from outside. So if the regulations are very easy to bring them in and export them, you know, easily, I mean, all this, the cost will reduce, and the decommissioning activities also become very easy going forward.
I think essentially the point that you're making is that the Tapti experience brings a starting template for decommissioning in India.
Yes,
but
it's
it
a starting
needs to be
template, but it has to be, you know,
it needs to be
improved
evolved
further,
for it to be replicated more effectively across assets. Let me just come back to you, Mr. Kumar, and my question now is more towards building a more deeper capability, domestic capability around decommissioning. And world over, we have seen that one aspect is, of course, developing an ecosystem for decommissioning, but prior to that, the starting point in most of the cases is to actually have a visibility of the market. If you look at some of the research and some of the estimates, it suggests that decommissioning in globally is about $100 billion industry, but we do not today have that level of visibility that what that size of the decommissioning industry would be for India. So your thoughts around that, what you think going forward should be our approach in building deep capabilities?
Well said, Vivek. You know, for so many years, commissioning is prioritized. We need to create more facilities so that we can, you know, enhance oil hydrocarbon production. For last few years, similar kind of facilities, again, creation of facilities there for offshore wind. Because decommissioning in onshore is way easy compared to decommissioning in offshore. Of course, there are two distinct aspects of decommissioning, both in onshore and offshore. One is towards the well side. You got to abandon the well, and you got to very safely abandon the well, because it has been observed, the cases are there, globally cases are there, even after abandonment of well, some kind of oozing of hydrocarbon has been observed, and it has been, you know, it had to be attended twice subsequently. The second is towards the facility. So when you are, you know, when we talk about, like you yourself mentioned, there is a potential 100 billion industry, maybe a little more also. Again, the priority would remain towards the creation of facility. And especially if you are going towards the offshore, the resources are always constrained. Now, when you are creating some facility, as I mentioned earlier as well, that time we know, the kind of uncertainty is less. While decommissioning, to imagine what would be uncertain, what we are going to face is much more, which probably we need not be, we will not be facing so much while installing or commissioning of a facility. So, though the same engineering team would work, but my gut feeling says the decommissioning expertise within engineering will be different than the commissioning expertise. The disciplines even in decommissioning and decommissioning would be a little bit of different. Globally, we face challenges with respect to having barges, vessels for creation of the facility. So that challenges doubles when you're talking about the decommissioning, because the fleet is still the same. If the load on the creation would reduce, then you will spare the fleet for the decommissioning. And that's what we faced even in Tapti. When we are talking on the Tapti, it's a first step learning to the decommissioning. See, as my colleagues and the co-panelists, they have just spoken, it was a very, very challenging decommissioning project. But I would say the higher level of challenges is still there in Tapti. Because we only decommissioned on the facility front, we decommissioned the wells, we removed the well platforms. The process platform is still there, which has got even a higher degree of uncertainties. The process platform is there because we are using it for some other purpose. So, the decommissioning will always face a challenge of resources and always face a challenges of capabilities in terms of the designing, decommissioning and all those things. So I think we need to really work hard. We also in ONGC, if we say, like this is the first project which was of course installed very late, but we have facilities which have been created in 1976. And since this continuously we are creating facility in West Coast and now in East Coast as well. So definitely time would demand that we need to restore those areas, remove those facilities. Maybe we keep on creating the fresh but removing the older ones. So necessarily we'll have to think on the capabilities in that respect.
Sure. Let me come to you again, Shravan, and this is, let me bring a sustainability dimension to this. I mean, world over, it all started with removal of facilities, and now we are seeing increased role for reuse and repurposing of the assets that are removed. In fact, if my facts are right, I looked at one of the stat and it said that in US at least 10 to 15% of rigs are not disposed, rather converted to reef, which is their rig to reef program. I think some of those aspects, I mean, your thoughts to that, can we bring in those aspects into our Indian approach of decommissioning as well?
Yeah, sure. So I think some of the more sustainable solutions to decommissioning, in fact, we had these been part of our options analysis exercise. So we have looked at rig to reef. Very interestingly, I think again, when we're sort of in the beginning of this concept selection stage, I think one of the asks or challenges from the ministry was exactly this. We each time used to go to them, there were ideas about why can't you actually do offshore hydrogen production over there? Why can't you do offshore wind over there? Yeah. So, so we did, as Pranal mentioned, that we had this Tapti Abandonment Working Group formulated, I think probably end of 2013, and I think they had a report around in 2014, and then the ONGC and the ONG Institute of Engineering and Ocean Technology was part of that. And we did do a study about whether we can use these platforms and install offshore wind turbines over there. We did an analysis. I think unfortunately it didn't work out for several reasons. I think in terms of evacuating power the distance to shore, the capacity, the wind capacity, the stability of the structures, probably reinforcement needed. I think there was a lot of interest about whether we can create green hydrogen offshore. I know Amarnath Ji, the Joint Secretary, he was always shelling us on that front. I think we look again at the stability of structures over there using that. We also looked at alternate use, so we went to a very detailed what we call the comparative analysis exercise, which is something that we picked up from the North Sea. And that was part of our decommissioning exercise. So very, very transparent exercise where we looked at all the possible methods of decommissioning. And then you analyze that on various factors, first cost, economics, safety, of course, safety in the environment, cost, societal impact, technology, right? And then we look all the 4 or 5 factors. We sort of do a qualitative analysis in the first instance, and second we shortlist the option and do more rigorous quantitative analysis. And this was a very transparent exercise. So we had of course the DGH, the OSD, MOPNG representatives, MOE part of it. And then we also had the Ministry of Shipping, Ministry of Defense, and the Fisheries Department coming in. And we had actually an independent observer to make sure that the whole exercise is transparent. So Rick, again coming back to your question, this was also one of the options. And I think we looked at it, but there were a couple of reasons why it didn't fly off. First of all, in terms of the digging sites, in the Gulf of Mexico especially, as you said, there are so many instances where the platforms are actually got into shallow water and then reefed. It becomes a very natural marine environment for the marine life to thrive over there. But there are actually regulations where the local authority will take ownership of it, right? So in this instance, the issue and the challenge we faced was there were identified sites or not there. We talked about the Department of Fisheries, we had Ministry of Shipping and everything there. And secondly, the regulatory framework was unfortunately not there. But I think it's a very relevant point. Going forward, using this experience, can we actually build on that? Because these are very sustainable alternatives. Then we also looked about using the platforms. I've been talking to ONGC as late as recently. We actually brought the platforms onshore. And then we didn't give up even then. We did a very thorough job. We made sure that we tried our best. It was, to see the MT was a relatively new platform, it's all from 2007. And to see this new platform dismantled is gut-wrenching, to be honest. So people in the industry who have been working over there. So we tried our best to see if we can alternate. We actually brought out an EY, locally, internationally as well. When we did this election, we invited people to see if people can, if there was alternate use. In fact, all the operators in India, HOEC, I think we had KN, we had, yes, indeed, ONGC of course that, and then Sun Petro. So all these operators looked at it for various reasons, whether the specs were not matching, the timing was not matching, they didn't work out. But still, in terms of the final, so we looked at reuse, alternate use, and reuse, and then the recycle is something will be recycled more than 95%, right? So it's still a very sustainable solution. But I think it's probably the more options in future. Hopefully, when we talk about that, we'll have more option. Just slightly coming, I think the earlier discussion of the regulatory framework, right? So now globally, before the COP happens, the cessation of petroleum, the best practice is you P&A 80% of the wells, right? Unfortunately, I think we mentioned the hurdles around in this case. So I think the SRG guidelines 1999 says that the SRG funds will be released only when the PSC expires or the agreement expires or it is terminated or it's relinquished. So I think some of the hurdles we face, your best practice is to make sure you combine the synergies of OPEX and ABEX, right? Minimize your OPEX. So before COP, you make sure that the rigs come over there, they're on site. If that doesn't happen, right, the OPEX extends beyond your COP, what you call the lighthouse cost, and then your demanning postpones. And you are not able to plan properly in terms of getting the right technology. So I think getting the wells P&A early in the life has a lot of advantages.
And is this constrained because currently the policies do not encourage part?
I think the SRF withdrawal is definitely, I know I'm not graduate to ONGC, it definitely is there. I think it's a larger decom strategy also probably, I think is needed. I think our case was sort of a one-off. And in this case, and that's why we had more challenges getting the supply system, the supply chains over here. So we had to really struggle with when we did the wells P&A, I think we are on the right side of the price curve. We got good price in the market, and we did the facilities decommission. Unfortunately, we were again rising price curve. So that was all. But I think some of the other best practices also in terms of multi-operator collaboration, right? So you operate multi-operator collaboration, also multi-supplier collaboration. And the specialized decom firms, they own these specialized P&D rigs only. And also I think there is this AF Decom is a Norwegian company. They have tied up with Sapura Energy recently. Very specialized P&D work for the Southeast Asian countries.
Sure. And
So
all of
if
that.
If I may just
Sorry,
add to
go
what
ahead.
Nipun said. So we went to that extent for an alternative. We went to the defense also to see if they can use these platforms to keep an eye on our friends across. But they had much higher capabilities. And we also checked if this can be converted to a resort, a sort of tourism. But the economics just don't fit in for the oil platforms. And as far as reefing is concerned, there has to be a government, proper rules and regulations. Internationally, there are rules and regulations in place wherein the decommissioning cost is shared. 50% goes to the operator, 50% go to the government, who keeps a watch. They have certain reefing areas, where these platforms are reefed, and they keep a watch over a period of time so that they are safe, for the people around it.
Thank you. I think we overshot our allotted time. But thank you so much for the insight, and it was quite interesting. I still have few questions in my mind, which I will of course ask you once we are off the stage. I think in summary, Tapti has given us a credible template, which is a good starting point, but which needs to be evolved for it to be, effectively replicated in the upcoming similar cases. With that, we close this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Rakesh Bachi to please join us here on the stage in presenting the mementos. The HOD IT, DGH. Thanking Mr. Gokhale. Thank you to Mr. Nipun Pradhan. Thanking once again Mr. Pankaj Kumar. And thank you to our moderator, Mr. Vivek Rahi. Thank you to all panelists for decoding the decommissioning of Tapti project. Thank you. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be analyzing the recently revisited ORDA amendment, the ORDA Act, the Oil Fields Regulation and Development Act, which was recently amended in April, and its impact on the oil and gas sector. The Hon'ble Minister also in the morning in that session had mentioned on the thought behind the amendment towards modernizing the regulatory framework, aligning it with the international best practices. It is going to be opening the sector to greater investments and inviting greater exploration in the sector. So we are going to be further understanding from the leaders of the industry the impact of this amendment on the sector towards unlocking the untapped hydrocarbon reserves. We have quite a big panel in this session. Modernizing India's E&P sector, the impact of the ORDA Act 2025. As the stage is getting set towards it, I'll just quickly introduce our speakers of the session. We have Mr. Akash Goyal, the Additional Director General, Coordination and Financial Advisor, and the Chief Accounts Officer, DGH. He brings in a diverse experience in infrastructure sector as well as the technical experience, and he has also worked with the state government accounts and audit under PAG. Mr. Arun Kumar Singh, the Chairman and CEO of ONGC Limited, is going to be joining us, who has been who has helmed major energy enterprises, and now he steers the ONGC's leadership in India's energy transition. Mr. Rajiv Kumar, the Vice President and Director BP India, is going to be joining us. He leads the integrated energy solutions for corporations and cities with a very strong focus on decarbonization. We have Mr. Sanjay Barman, Roy, the President ENP of Reliance, joining us in this conversation, who's spearheading Reliance oil and gas business. He has more than 25 years of extensive global experience in this sector. Dr. Kapil Garg, who's the founder and the managing director of Oilmax Energy Private Limited. He founded this company in 2008, and he has built the company into a now key player in the sector. Mr. Saurabh Singh, the head APAC and India Energy and Process Industries, Kearney, is the moderator, having deep expertise across oil and gas, utilities and chemicals, and drives impactful change through cutting-edge digital solutions. And he has led large-scale engagements focused on cost optimization and market entry strategy. So from each of our eminent and very distinguished leaders of the oil and gas industry, we understand and further decipher the ORDA Act 2025 and its impact on the oil and gas sector. With that, I hand over the stage to Mr. Saurabh Singh.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Great to see a packed house, and not surprising given the kind of panel we have today. So let me, by the way, I must start by saying we have a bit of a time constraint, so we'll try and wrap this up in 30-35 minutes, which basically means I still want to probe this group on all the questions, but I'll just request brevity of answers just so that we are able to run through the entire thing. I think the ORDA Act needs no further introduction after what the Honorable Minister also spoke about it during his discussion in the morning. If there is one piece of legislation that has the potential to change the fortunes of a sector for ENP, it is the ORDA Act, with quite a few game-changing changes that are envisaged for the sector. And if we really want to understand the crux of it, and if you want to get a 360-degree feedback, you need to speak to the government, the public sector and private sector players in India, as well as the international majors and the mid and small size players. And that is exactly what we have in the panel for you today. So you couldn't get a better view of the Act. And the way we'll run this panel is we'll have 3 sets of questions. We'll start by understanding from each of the panelists on their view of the Act, from their standpoint, what does it stand for, how do you think it's going to impact the sector. The second part of it would be, what are we, or how are we going to operationalize it? Because the Act in itself is nothing till it gets operationalized, and therefore getting a perspective from all the stakeholders on how they're looking to, in their respective roles, looking to operationalize it. And then we'll end with a very quick rapid fire, same question being asked of all the 5 panelists, to get a quick sense on what they think is the most game-changing thing about the Act. We've already had a round of introductions, so I'm not going to spend time on that again. I'll straight away move to Mr. Akash Goyal. I'll start by saying one of the key aims of this Act has been to improve the stability of lease and expedite dispute resolution. But from your perspective, what
impact do you think is this act really going to drive, especially in the next 3 to 5 years, and across a broad range of topics?
So thank you, Saurabh, first of all, and everybody for being present for this panel discussion. I will try to clarify what is in best knowledge and what is the mindset of the government, right? So it begins with the caveat 1, 3 to 5 years is a very short period of time to look at any concrete results, but nevertheless, we are very hopeful. Number 2, we don't see act in isolation. In my experience, in my interaction with the stakeholders, amendment of act in isolation would not mean anything without its concurrent reading with the rules. And much more important is the contract itself. So therefore, we look at it in a complete perspective. And this time, the attempt also has been to provide all these 3 documents in a single go to the prospective investors. Now, coming back to the primary question of how does stability of lease help us in improving the investor confidence? So in government, one thing is very clear, that we fully believe that the investors' confidence will be a direct function of the stability of lease. And stability of lease can also be looked at probably from a couple of perspectives. The number one being the term of lease. So now people should feel now the new act is providing us timeline of maybe more than 20 years. The existing rules provide only for 20 years of lease. We're looking at little more long-term lease. And that too can be renewable till the economic life of the field. So that is going to be a very big thing, because the prospective investors can actually own the field till the end of life. And the government doesn't want to unreasonably withhold such a permission. Now, besides the end of lease, it is very important to understand how do we deal with the lease when we are running the field. So therefore, as a baseline case, the government is attempting to provide some kind of physical stability. So that means any economic impact or any loss of income which the contractor feels due to any change in law, the government intends to compensate it. And in the draft rules, if you would have a look at it, it is on an auto mode. In 90 days time, you are authorized to start deducting and bring to stability. So the government is going really a step further. From the earlier regimes where both parties had to come to an agreement, here government is intending to go a step further. So although this exists in the rule, but we primarily feel that this kind of legislation will discourage any other arm of the government to bring in any such legislation which causes destability in the lease. So that's the stability of lease. And second part is, a very important part of this is the dispute resolution. One, they have been decriminalized. Now we are going towards monetary penalties more than that. And also, there are alternate dispute mechanisms. There is an appeal mechanism which has been built in. So all in all, we feel that this should shake up, the inertia which has been holding up this industry for a very long period of time. Its impact on the private sector can be best answered by my co-panelists here. So I will just do what is part of my job and let it be answered by others.
Very well put. I think it'll anyways be good to hear from the others over the course of the interaction on how they view it. From its side, the government obviously has taken all the right steps to create a conducive environment. So with that, I'll move to Mr. Singh. And Ms. Singh, the one fact that is clear is there's obviously headroom to do a lot more exploration in the country, especially in the underexplored deep and ultra deep water basins. The question is, how do you think this act will catalyze it?
Thank you. One of the 2-3 things I'll share quickly. Now, Indian exploration is largely moving into frontier areas. The era of cheap and exploration and also low-cost exploration is possibly over. The capital intensity of exploration is different, Honorable Minister explained today, from a $4 million well to $100 million well. who will come to you and do this job for you if the intensity is so high and risks are so high? Past we were able to do because there was no fiscal or legal stability, because after licensee takes the license, starts producing, and suddenly like a cat you come from the behind and say, no, now there is a new tax. And that was working well because the cost of exploration in which he explored was very low. Today, unless you give a guarantee that I will not touch you, boss, I am abdicating all my rights other than defense rights, sovereign rights of the state, which is basically to defend itself in case of war or something. In fact, I wanted to go one step more to write that government abdicates all its rights other than defense rights. Because otherwise, $100 million, we have just now finished, two wells. Kaveri costed us 90 million? Why did our DFS? 90 million. Any well you touch in deepwater, ultra deepwater, and particularly if you have it long testing and genuine exploration, it will cost you 100 million. So what point I was trying to make is that you had no choice. Either you do it to provide fiscal legal stability and assurance that I will not touch you, I will not interfere with you. Second, also we must salute government for making a very profound indirect statement. I am not here for revenue. I am here for production. Revenue for government is making a statement, I am allowing it to go. Otherwise, DGH whole year will keep calculating cost petroleum, profit petroleum. So in this new scheme of thing, with the regime that we are in, revenue sharing, there is hardly any revenue sharing. I wanted to tell Akash that, why you calling revenue sharing? There is no revenue sharing. What we are going to pay you 2%, after 5 years. Why you are, unnecessarily saying as if I am going to share something. If I are going to take 1 gram of a roti, why to say that I will take 1 gram of the roti? Basically, this is a big statement government is making, and thanks to them, saying that, boss, as long as you produce, I will not touch you. I don't expect anything from you other than production. And therefore, reduction in port bill is the goal, not any other things. So that is second profound statement. Third thing is, he said it, I just want to repeat it. It scares everyone if you say that, look, boss, your criminal liability will remain. Any good person, you tell him that you will go behind bar for a day, वो सीधा airport भागता है. I remember in my earlier days in marketing, there was a dealer who did some mischief in petrol pump and all that, and I said, क्या हुआ? He said, साहब वो हमको जेल में डाल देंगे. तुम कहाँ जाओगे? बोले, सब थाईलैंड जा रहा हूँ. तुम बोले, थाईलैंड से लौटोगे तो फिर डाल देंगे तुमको. Because as long as you have done it. And that man, anybody who we are in the business of making money for company or nation or for anyone. If you tell him one day you will go behind bar, he will leave everything and go away. So this is also a bold state saying, boss, पैसा लूँगा, जेल नहीं भेजूँगा. 25 लाख रुपए कितना लगाओगे? Maximum 25 lakh. वो तुम दे देंगे. So now they are saying, do a crime. And your liability is limited to 25 lakh.
I would not have intended to keep it at 25 lakhs.
No, I'm saying, कुछ भी रखो आप, because for oil and gas company 25 lakh, you ask a ONGC guy for 25 lakh, तो without batting an eyelid, he signs in blind. Because 25 lakh doesn't matter. So oil and gas company 25 lakh is too small amount. These three bold statements is the preamble of the, you write preamble of the Constitution? Wardy Act amendment I read with these three preambles. Government is saying, I am not interested here in making money. Second, I will not ask you any question as long as you produce. Third is making boss, even if you do some act which amounts to, something, all you have to pay is little money. That too will get waived. There will be provision of appeal, I am 100%. In monetary penalty, there will be a provision of compounding. In all acts of our country, for penal fiscal penalty, there is always a compounding provision. Computing में 3 लेवल में जाएगा, 25 लाख से शुरू होगा, नेक्स्ट अपील में 20 लाख होगा, 20 से फिर 10 लाख होगा, अंत में पता चला 2 रुपया दे दो यार. ठीक है, just accept that it is a crime. So this is in a nutshell I wanted to summarize. I didn't want to get into.
No, absolutely, and very, very well put, Mr. Singh. Could have asked for a better summarization of the key provisions of the Act. But let me now kind of train my lenses to the private sector. Because so far we have heard the government, we've heard the Maharatna PSU. Yeah, well, it'll be good to hear from him how happy he is and whether he. So while Mr. Singh is answering for Mr. Roy, I will still want Mr. Roy to exactly. So I think. No, Mr. Singh. So in fact, Mr. Roy, will be good to hear from you, from the horse's mouth, on how the private sector feels about it. Do you think some of the long-standing concerns that the private sector has had in the past have really been addressed in this Act? And how do you think it will impact your future investment cycles?
So let me start off by saying, I think Arun Singh ji has articulated it very well. You can't do a better job than that. But again, on a serious note, from a private sector standpoint, what we welcome is that it's created a foundation, a very, very important foundation. The Act by itself will not solve everything. We need to now operationalize this Act through the rules. The foundational elements that I see, which are very important, is one, again, I don't want to repeat it, but stabilization. That is very important, because when you spend billions of dollars, I mean, I'll go beyond exploration. You're talking about billions of dollars of exposures, right? And if there is either a lack of contractual stability or fiscal stability, that completely disrupts the investment mindset. And what the country needs right now to augment production is investments. It's as simple as that. Yes, we say frontier exploration, absolutely required, but there's also a lot of opportunities in development, which if you have to go the next step beyond exploration, beyond hundreds of millions to billions of dollars, you need that stability. That's very important. The second part is, I think the sharing of resources is a very important facet of this Act, which has been addressed. Again, it will have to be operationalized through the rules. But when you talk about sharing of resources, it starts out fundamentally, the government is mulling about a common hub infrastructure. Now, that is going to be very important, because several discoveries which are in the range of 200 to 300 BCF in offshore deepwater environments are not viable. Even a TCF is not viable. For a greenfield development, you need at least 2 to 3 TCF, right? But when you have a common hub infrastructure based on cluster development concepts, you can tie back these discoveries, and even small operators can make it viable. And I think that would be a real novel. It would change the way we do exploration. I know explorationists are trying their best to come up with significant discoveries. But that, again, depends on the geology. It's not going to be always par for the course. But that doesn't mean we cannot produce from the smaller discoveries, monetize this, and fulfill the purpose of production. That is the fundamental aspect. And like he said, as Mr. Arun Singh himself said, it's not the revenue that the government is looking for production. And this is one way to get it. The other concept of sharing of resources is, operators collaborate, work together. There is no point double dipping into the same geological play. Two operators are, investing in spending $100 million. If they work together, there's knowledge share, there is technology share, there is risk share, ultimately benefiting the country. So So these are some of the elements that I see. Obviously, they've put in an interesting one over there, which is renewables. We've got to see how that works. But again, renewables is one component. And there are various areas where it can be used. The same lands that on which you're operating, and you've acquired those lands. Can you do solar? You can start out simply on the basis of meeting your own internal consumption requirements through renewables instead of burning the gas and using GTGs as an example. So that could be a humble, modest start. And then later on, we move on to whether you can actually have solar power generation, wind power generation in offshore areas and so on. So there are lots of positives. I think the key will be now, how do we implement it? How do we operationalize it through the rules? And then how does it manifest as we administer it? And I'm very hopeful because the intent is very clear, and that is augment production. And that is the first positive thing that I look at, and obviously gives a great sense of relief to see that the government is thinking of giving a stable regime to operators. And that gives us a lot more confidence looking ahead towards investments. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mr. Roy. Very well put. One of the key objectives of this act clearly was also to create a more conducive environment for greater investments coming to the country. And while the NOC as well as the Indian oil and gas players seem convinced and ready, the question is how do the international oil majors view it? And Rajiv, this is where you come in. You've obviously seen the evolution of policy in India over many decades now. How do you see this act in that long line of changes that have been attempted in the past? And how do you see this unlocking production, as we were all discussing earlier, and the government's intent that it's less interested in revenues but more interested in production? Is that really coming through as per you?
Thank you, Saurabh, and great to be back here again. This is my second session today. So I think, and incidentally, I'm also completing 4 decades in the oil and gas industry during this week. So yeah, I think in this 40 years, a lot have changed. I remember when I joined oil and gas industry, oil used to be the only focus. There was nobody used to bother about natural gas. And today we have equal focus, in fact, if not more, for oil and gas, and in fact, gas is being considered as a transition fuel. In terms of reforms, I think over significant number of reforms have taken place over these years. Like, even remember if everything was cost plus reason that time. Now we have moved on to all the gas or oil and gas are being linked to the market somehow or other. So that's a good step which has been taken long back. Then I think in terms of the reforms which has private sector participation started in 1991, with joint venture round, then and there also I think a lot of companies joined in that time, but only problem there was the NOCs had a necessary participation. With that, government came out with NELP, which provided a level playing field for everybody, and that also had number of changes in the system. Access has completely gone. Private sectors or anybody who is participating has full freedom to participate up to 100%. Then an OLP, NELP also brought in a number of players, and it was going very well during the exploration and appraisal period. Problem started when the production started and the revenue started coming. Then the issue was cost recovery and cost dispute, and then all the arbitration had started. So then I think, as Minister mentioned today, in 2016, then they came out with this new concept of OLP, which moved from a production sharing contract to revenue sharing contract, and which Chairman is saying that not even revenue sharing contract, giving some peanuts out there. So I think, what I'm trying to say is the government has been thinking about reforms continuously, but in the last 10 years, as Minister also mentioned, the reforms have been very fast. I think I will talk about the reforms which took place starting in 2007, which was a major gas price reforms, which resulted in Reliance and BP coming out with 3 projects, which is adding almost 1/3 of India's gas production. Similarly, a lot of other discoveries have also come into production. So coming to ORD, and as Akash mentioned, that we don't see this in isolation. You need to see the reforms which has taken place in the last 10 years. And with that, I think some of this ORDA Act addresses a lot of industry issues which industry has been talking about it, the fiscal stability, Sanjay talked about infrastructure sharing, then we had dispute resolution and the confusion between the mining and the petroleum, particularly with the state government, a lot of these issues. So I believe with all these changes, I see more new players coming in and I can see more participation. So far, BP is concerned, because we talked about international, we are here, we have been participating in India's E&P for the last 20 years. We will continue to participate because we believe in both in the resource and demand story of India.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rajiv. Now, I move to Mr. Garg, and again, he represents the voice of the medium and small-sized E&P players who are equally important in our ecosystem. And from your standpoint, Mr. Garg, the question is, which provisions of the Act do you think are helping in greater participation in the upcoming bid rounds? And do you really see this having a material impact for players such as Oilmax?
Thank you, Saurabh. I mean, as you mentioned, I do represent a different section. So just to give a background, I mean, I worked for large companies before I started on my own. And to my utter shock, when I joined, I started on my own. I thought I was working as managing director of British Gas in India, and I knew how the business works. And to my utter shock, in the second month, I realized the importance of cash flows. That you have to have the money to run. In British Gas, when I was working as MD, when we would make a commercial deal, I was never bothered about where the money is going to come from. There was a treasury working in the back somewhere who will take care of that. The reason I'm relating this story to you, because I think we all agree the fiscal stability, infrastructure sharing, penalties going away, criminal are important to us. But for smaller operators like us, and there are several of you here, and I mentioned to the minister in the morning during the CEO roundtable, oil and gas industry is still not bankable. I mean, most Indian banks don't really understand oil and gas. So every time we approach a bank, it has to be collateral based. You need some kind of collateral for them to finance you, which isn't really practical, which means that we are dependent on equity money. We are looking at investors. And when I say investors, we are not even talking about large foreign investors or domestic. We basically try and attract money from stock market investors, HNIs. And they hate instability or fiscal instability. So yes, my previous speakers have all talked about fiscal stability, but when I look from a small, medium-sized operator's perspective, it becomes even more paramount because otherwise it takes away our ability to even conduct basic business. We won't be able to do it. The second point, again related to infrastructure sharing. Very, very important for smaller operators. I'll give you an example. We are trying to sell oil in Ahmedabad, near Ahmedabad. And the way IOC wants it delivered, I mean, for us, it is virtually impossible to build an infrastructure to supply that much oil. If we had bigger production, probably we would have done it. And because of the provisions of DSF, we were able to approach Sun Petro and sign up an agreement to use their facilities. Otherwise, that field will not be able to operate. So to me, Saurabh, those two are the most important things.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Garg, a very interesting perspective. But now let's shift gears and talk about, I mean, I guess the group largely agrees that it's a great act, the best thing that ever happened to the sector since sliced bread. But now the question is, how do we really bring it to life? And I think that is where, and again, I'll start with you, Mr. Goyal. The question is, the real impact will depend on, the institutional and policy readiness. And what is the ministry doing about it? How are you going about really operationalizing it?
So, I'm happy to know that, there's a lot of confidence in the ORD Act and the PNG rules which have been brought out. And just on a lighter note, if I have to kind of operationalize it, and I speak this on behalf of government, since last 1 year, our minister has been looking at making institutional as well as cultural reforms, right? DGH is currently going kind of a transformation where we want to deliver the best and, build the confidence of the industry. As well as I know in my senior management meetings, we are trying to inculcate a different culture where we are not stuck in the old regime where cost recovery or the era where there were so many disputes leading to, people developing a particular mindset. So therefore, in my mind, besides the act, besides the contract, besides the rules, we are continuously working and will continue to work continuously on institutional as well as cultural reforms. And I think those will be the most important deliverables in our mind.
Got it. Thanks a lot, Mr. Goyal, for this. Moving to ONGC, and again, Mr. Singh, you handle the largest acreage in the country as an organization. From your standpoint internally within ONGC, what changes are being planned to align with the provisions of the Act so that you can move faster and get better outcomes?
ONGC internally has a lot of strength, and but despite having all the strengths of the world possibly, still in some areas for selfish interest, we felt the need to collaborate. But that is a very limited window of, say, ONGC interest. But need for wearing the hat of, say, nation, if somebody wears. I requested government once that the ambience of collaboration is the need of the hour, at least for E&P operators. One of the things that we have to gear for is that collaboration. Because it is this enlightened self-interest as well as in the interest of the country, as well as in the interest of the small operators. Now, two things come there paramount. One is that IOCs have international oil company, not Indian Oil Corporation. IOCs have a dilemma today that whether to do development or exploration. Most of them had intensified their effort to development. If you see exploration in the world today, it is NOCs which are doing 80% exploration. Now, that space is gone because IOCs, with all of them sitting here, the fact of the matter is that they are not inclined to invest big in exploration, except for, say, wherever is discovered and all that. So for us, we found a fit because they have wherewithals and knowledge. We need it as a national oil company. This is a natural marriage in the given circumstance. Third, that now coming to infra sharing part. In fact, we went and coined this idea despite being the fact that all the infrastructure of E&P today, ONGC mostly owns. But still we on our own went and said that to coin the idea of that let's push for infra sharing. One, that in any case you are world over, the well is owned by companies. After well, once the gas or oil comes to surface, you will find inevitably lot of assets get shared. So well remains what is vertical is yours, what is horizontal is shared. So this world we have to acquire fast, because otherwise a small guy has, I will be very frank with you, suppose a small operator has got some DSF block, say Western Offshore. His pool itself is $3,000, $4,000, 4,000 barrels a day. He can't afford to construct a platform. He can't afford to lay a line for 3,000 barrels to, say, a coast. So we said that let's in the interest, but that doesn't mean it should be exploited for wealth transfer from ONGC. So it has to be a win-win. So that, okay, fine, this is my cost, this is my capex, This is my this. As long as my facility can serve you, it will serve you. You can't expect to be free. You can't expect it to be, but definitely much lower than if you had developed on your own. So this is something, is a win-win formula for. Last thing I wanted to say, which is for the request of all those who are sitting here, I can see a lot of white uniforms. So I said, okay, where I will get better forum than conveying it. Everything that moves on water, we should aspire to have it shared. Today, what Sanjay was saying, I'll give you a figure which should bother you. But I'll not give you that figure because CAG will quote the chairman said in so and so place. Otherwise, cost, profit petroleum के calculation में problem हो जाएगा. नहीं तुम्हारे ही बंदे कुछ वो बोलेंगे कि साहब ने बोला था ऐसा. If just an example I'm giving you, if ONGC and Reliance had come together for Eastern Offshore development, well mined, rest shared, just do that calculation and find yourself how much nation would have saved. That money is not small. It is not something couple of million here and there we can ignore. So therefore, one regime we should follow, particularly in ultra deep and deep water, is infra sharing. Big, small, all should come together to share infrastructure. It is in their interest and is also in the interest of the country. So my request to all white uniform people and particularly those who are sitting in DGH, allow one vessel to go in multiple fields. It will serve country a great deal of how to do it, that we can figure out so that security concerns are not addressed and all that. But having our pool, I wanted to say that a fourth last thing. Our reservoirs are not going to be like Bombay High anymore. Our reservoirs, whatever we discover for last 30-year trend, if you see, there is small pools. Very nicely Sanjay said, one of the oil major told me last year or year before that, unless it is 5 TCF, I am not going to touch it. 5 TCF is not there. So, 2 TCF, 1 2 TCF, 3 fellow coming together, it's 5 TCF. And provided the infrastructure is shared, then only it is possible. So my submission is that whatever we can share, we should share, but it should not become an excuse or route to transfer from one wealth of one company to another company. So therefore, with that guardrail, we should evolve a very system fast, and therefore ORD Act is a harbinger of, you can say that, infra sharing in a big way for next 10 years. Still we connect all the small pools and make the country proud and also viable. Because don't forget, oil era of $100 plus, I don't know when it will come back again. Abhi to now people have become so smart, idhar bomb girao, फिर भी नीचे से pipe से तेल निकाल लेता है. In this world, the nuclear, see, Iran was getting, what you should say, bomb left, right and center. जमीन के नीचे भी bomb कर रहा था. But still Iran, even 1 barrel of oil, Iran export did not suffer even for a day. This world has become world of very, very smart people. They'll keep fighting, but will not sacrifice their commercial interest. New world is commercial interest, they will not sacrifice. Both hand will have AK-47, but commercial interest is supreme. Okay. So this world we are embracing now. Nobody is prepared to sacrifice 1 barrel of oil. Am I right, Sri Karthik Dubey?
Very, very well put, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
And I've just been reminded that we need to wrap things up quickly, so I'll just move quickly for remaining questions. Sanjay, again, this is to you. What is it that you think the Act will really unlock from RIL's standpoint? And what is it that you're looking to prepare yourself in this context?
So, I think what we are looking at is more like a three-pronged approach. It starts out with, there is scope to do more exploration in mining lease areas, and I believe the government will certainly consider encouraging that, because that's the fastest way you can bring on gas and production to an existing infrastructure. It makes it even viable, and it's the fastest route to augmenting production in the country. So that's one. The second is, as Arun Singh ji said, and we have all been echoing the same thought, is having this hub infrastructure in frontier areas where there's none. Let's take the Mahanadi Basin and the West Coast. This provides a platform for operators to undertake exploration and development with a lot more assurance of having commercial viability. I think that's the important piece out here. And that can provide a significant boost. The third is, collaborative exploration. I know many of us who have been operating for quite some time, there is knowledge, there is data, there is information, there's technology. And when we come together, and there's risk sharing, so it makes it more viable to go to frontier areas and go into uncharted territories, uncharted waters, particularly deep, ultra deep water, HVHT, and so on, and do more exploration and development. I think that would be the kind of framework in which we'll be looking at things going forward. So,
got it. No, thanks a lot. Very clear. Moving to Rajiv, a similar question. So what would you expect to see now, right, in terms of implementation rules, institutional clarity that will further give confidence, not just to you, but to other international investors for betting big on India?
Firstly, as BP, we are already confident. As we have been investing in BP for the last 20 years. We have invested more than $10 billion in the E&P, both in exploration and production. So I think, but yeah, regulatory consistency is extremely important, because one can factor the known risk, but very difficult to factor a known risk. So that's very important, because that is one thing. But besides that, the prospectivity, commerciality, scale, all that also comes into picture. But we absolutely agree, and since you cannot be 100% perfect. You have to take call based on the risk and reward. Coming to the ORDA Act, the provisions, and we talked about infrastructure sharing, all that will help in improving the competitiveness of the Indian offer, of the Indian blocks which are on offer, vis-a-vis the global opportunities we get. So that will definitely be a big plus for us, but we will continue to invest. We are looking to work with Reliance to sustain or grow production from KG-D6 field. We are looking to participate in more OLP rounds, and we are also excited about partnership with ONGC on Mumbai High field, and we are looking to do more with them. Today morning we signed the MOU for stratigraphic well, and we are looking to do more. I think we are quite positive and will remain positive.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Mr. Garg, from an independent operator's point of view, what do you think will be the specific provisions of the Act which need, where operationalization is important and will be critical to you?
The alternate dispute resolution mechanism. We have so many issues which are not big enough for us to go into some kind of arbitration, but they hamper our capacity to operate on day-to-day basis. So if this provision wherein the joint secretary level officer or above is empowered to resolve some of those issues, I think we'll go in a long way. As of now, we just wait on empowered committee of secretaries. It appears to me everything goes there, and the meetings never seem to happen. So we're basically waiting. So this resolution to me, this particular provision to me is the most significant one.
Okay, no, thanks a lot for this. So I think from an operationalization perspective as well, we've heard some very interesting perspectives. I'll just like to quickly go through the last part of our discussion, which is essentially around one question that I'm going to ask to all the 5 panelists, and hopefully we'll get some very frank answers here. So the question is, if I had to put you in a spot and ask you to name that one provision of the Act which in your opinion is going to be a game changer, what would that be? and it'll be good to hear all your perspectives one by one.
Well, I think, in my opinion, one thing which has been echoing all around is the sharing of infrastructure. But I also do feel that sharing of infrastructure will need to be fine-tuned. Government will have to bring in policies to operationalize it. The rules may not suffice and the contract may not suffice. And we also feel that the goodwill between operators will allow sharing of infrastructure on their own. Government wants to do less of governance in my management's viewpoint. Right.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Singh?
Assurance that come what may, your fiscal conditions will remain stable. In fact, somebody told me in my last visit somewhere else that no sovereign state has given up this kind of right to anyone. In fact, it is the boldest move in the world. No sovereign will give a right that I will not tax you. Can any government, US government, say that what will be taxed in future for individual income tax? Here this law guarantees that come what may, I'll keep your return constant. If I tax you more, you can adjust this money, as you rightly said, 90 days onwards, you can start deducting government share from there. I don't think there is any sovereign who will, in normal circumstance, give this right. The importance of reducing import dependence is resonating in this statement. So that is the boldest thing, I think. Thanks to them, thanks to government for taking this boldest call. Personally, I was not very hopeful. But when I saw the fine print and then I saw the recent news items and all that, it gives me belief that it is something, but is really something that we should be very proud of.
Fantastic. Sanjay?
So I'll say there are three elements, and above all those elements, I completely agree with Arun Singh. It's stabilization, fiscal stability, to have the confidence to spend billions of dollars on whether it's exploration, project development, we need to have that assurance, and also contractual stability. So these are things that I think the government is taking significant efforts, and I think it still needs to be operationalized in the rules and administration. But also the sharing of infrastructure is going to play a big role besides collaboration. I think these three themes are going to play an important role going forward.
Thanks. Rajiv?
So I will also go for infrastructure, although all the four are important, but I will go for infrastructure sharing, because what is happening is most of the potential discoveries which are going to be in category 1 or category 2 and category 3 basins are going to be small to mid-sized discoveries. And greenfield development of these standalone discoveries are going to be very challenging. So that's one thing I will say that we need to focus. And I said this also requires some amount of viability gap funding. If government can support financially some of this development, particularly in Mahanadi or Kutch offshore, that will help some of the project viable there. Having said that, I will also go beyond the ORDA Act, and one thing which is very important is the GST issue, getting oil and gas into the GST. And if oil and gas if it is difficult to do it now, at least we should look at how the input cost to the ministry can be reduced, how the whatever we are paying, input taxes we are paying, if that can be reduced.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Garu.
I mean, all of us 4 points are important, but I also agree infrastructure sharing with properly defined rules and tariffs will be very, very helpful.
Perfect. So, if I were to just sum up what I've heard from the panel so far, and even as I was discussing, and I've been a student of this sector for the last 2 decades, and I must say that we are probably at the cusp of something very momentous happening in the sector. It's a bold move, a bold statement on part of the government to have brought up this act in the first place. and if all goes well, a few years down the line, we could be looking back at this moment and saying, here was a bunch of people who predicted that this sector could just take a very phenomenal turn thanks to the provisions of this act. So I'm personally very excited. Some of the themes that are coming through, stability, clearly it is something which is giving comfort to all players, be it Indian or global. Infrastructure sharing, especially given the kind of prospectivity we have and the expectation that we may not have very, very big finds, but more mid to small size finds where infrastructuring and collaboration become important. And then kind of making the whole process a bit simpler, decriminalizing it, all those elements are clearly something which are getting a big thumbs up from the sector. What the sector is also looking for at the same time is how this is going to get operationalized. We all understand that it again is a collaborative process, a very discussion-oriented process which is currently ongoing, and I think all eyes are on it. Hopefully over the next few months we'll see some of that unfold, and the act will really come to bear in coming days. So with that, we'll kind of close the conversation. I believe now we have time for a few questions, if I'm not mistaken. We have another 5 minutes left. Could we do that? Or?
We'll take 1 or 2 questions. We have time for that.
Okay. So if there are any questions from the audience, we'll be very happy to take those. Well, clearly the panel has driven a lot of clarity into everybody's mind, and and there are no questions.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No pun intended. No, perfect. So on that note, thank you very much for being a great audience, and thank you to the panel for your very frank and amazing views. Look forward to this act actually becoming a reality and taking our sector to the next level.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you once again to the panel for extending this very clear and deep understanding on the Act and its impact on the sector. May I request Dr. Kaustubh, the Additional Director General DGH, to kindly present the mementos to May I request Mr. Vinod Seshanji, the Director General DGH, to kindly present the mementos. Thanking Mr. Arun Kumar Singh. Thanking Mr. Sanjay Barman Roy. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Rajiv Kumar. An expression of thanks to Dr. Kapil. Thank you to Mr. Akash Goyal, and thank you to our moderator. So understanding the Act and its impact on the sector, understanding it from the energy majors, the independent players, the private players. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving straight into the last session, the valedictory session, which stands as a way forward session. And once again, we are honored to have the presence of our respected Secretary, Mr. Pankaj Jainji, joining us in this session. There's going to be a fireside chat with the respected Secretary, sir. And post that, we are also going to be presenting the awards, recognizing the best paper presentation, the best poster presentation, and the best innovation. And there's also going to be the release of an important study in this last session. So requesting you all to be kindly be taking your seats at the earliest possible. And we're all going to be starting with this fireside chat. The closing session but stands an extremely important session. From here on, we chalk out more prosperous and energized future of our oil and gas sector, led by and guided by our respected Secretary, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we started our UrjaVarta 2025 with a very decisive session, the Manch Mantrika, in which we had the fireside chat with the Hon'ble Minister Sir on the transformational policy reforms by the Government of India and the opportunities and of course the challenges and the scenarios that exist in the oil and gas sector. And as we close the UrjaVarta 2025, once again we have our eminent policymaker, our respected Secretary, in this fireside chat, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Kaustubh Mukherjee, the former President, Power Foundation of India, and the former Senior Partner and Managing Director at Boston Consulting Group. Mr. Mukherjee is a seasoned energy expert who brings in a very unique blend of strategic consulting and operational insight across the power, oil and gas and infrastructure sectors. This interactive dialogue which we are going to be having between respected Secretary Sir and Mr. Kaustubh Mukherjee promises valuable perspectives on the policy, the future directions and the opportunities which are shaping India's upstream sector. May I request respected Secretary Sir to please raise the dais, and I also invite Mr. Kaustubh Mukherjee to please join us as we have the fireside chat. Once again, a very insightful conversation which is going to be taking place. Thank you, and a warm welcome to both of you. Thank you. Console, please have the mics on.
There is a switch, yes. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
I think coming at the end of a pretty eventful day where there's been multiple deliberations across, I think, multiple topics, offshore exploration to digital transformation, from energy transition imperatives to legislative reset, under the new ORDA Act. And as we draw towards the conclusion, I have the privilege to welcome someone who has been at the helm of these policy shifts and institutional innovations. Mr. Pankaj Jain, welcome. I mean, look, this, I hope, is just not a valedictory session. It's really an opportunity for us to really dive deeper into what's been achieved, but more also, what are the next steps, what do we need to do more? And I think in a decade that will really redefine India's energy destiny, what board moves are required, what mindset shifts are needed, as well as what kind of institutional muscle we must develop. Right? We're already on the way to some, but there is still a path to go. And I hope that in our discussions with Mr. Jain today, we would be having a very forthright and open conversation on these topics. Mr. Jain, with your permission, I would like to start. Let me try to first start with and it's not singularly important for ENP itself, but across, if I look at the industry, wherever there's been regulation, there's always been this tension between what we call as the regulatory requirements and the industry asking for more and more, autonomy in their operations. So my question is in two parts. One is, what's your view on balancing this tension? How do you really get the best out of it? And then the second is, if you look at, in terms of the last 3-4 years, what institutional reforms have really helped in, resolving some of the long-standing operational bottlenecks?
See, firstly, at a philosophical level, yes, regulation is essential. You can't operate without a regulatory framework because the state has a role to play. But place yourself in the shoes of somebody who's writing that regulation to begin with. Often it's a question of what comes first, policy or practice. Typically, in developing countries, practice comes later, policy probably comes first. That, somebody lays out a law and then you figure out how to do it, which also means that the person writing the policy is imagining the world as it exists then, that these are kind of players, this is the kind of scale that they're doing, therefore they either need guidance or they need protection or they need guardrails. But having done the policy, having done the regulatory framework, you do not have an expiry date or you do not have a reset date. So what happens is, in the meanwhile, industry keeps growing, industry matures. While there are pain points, but it's also a fact that players are capable of dealing with regulation and complying with it, because there's cost of compliance as well, and they're able to absorb those costs, they're able to work around those costs, or they're able to pass through those costs in their operations. And that is the time when regulation needs to evolve, because practice has changed, so policy needs to evolve. So many a times, what happens is that the two don't keep pace. When they don't keep pace, you will keep getting these situations where industry feels that regulation is coming in the way, or the regulation starts getting feedback that industry is basically operating to not comply, or to rather be in breach and say, okay, let us breach and then we'll deal with the consequences as and when they come. And that is what underpins, say, for example, some of the changes which were made in the ORD Act. The fact that it took us, whatever, 7 decades to actually make those changes tells us that, this should have happened much, much earlier. We should have actually recognized that the world around us has changed, and therefore, how must regulation change? You similarly have a situation where you find that the world is a different place because other jurisdictions have made changes. So the move from PSC to RSC, if you recall, it's something which happened in 2015-16 when we started this move. That also happened because at that time there was prevalence of thought that around the world that RSCs are perhaps the answer. So you had many more countries doing RSCs rather than doing PSCs. Now one can sit back today and deliberate on whether that was the right move or whether today is the right context. One can all do that, but then that is also something that you have to keep reviewing after a period of time. But net, if one sees it, that in terms of striking this balance between regulatory oversight, in some cases, in some contexts, so for example, if it's environment, I think regulatory oversight will have an upper hand. There may be others where the balance needs to be recalibrated, redefined, simply because the world around us has changed. And that is something which has been an endeavor, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, whether it is the contracting framework, the rules which govern you, or the act which governs you, or in terms of, say, things like crude deregulation around crude pricing, what we could do on gas, all that flow emanates from that philosophy.
That's a very interesting point to make, Mr. Jain. I think there has always been, I would say, the trade-off between regulation and autonomy. And the key measure, really, if we were to speak of, is responsible governance. Now, if the industry is capable of and demonstrates responsible governance, we've seen it across sectors where the regulations start petering out because there's a lot of self-governance that comes in. But at the same time, there is need to also protect some of the industry and the supply chains that we have it, because there are strategic requirements which an industry may not be able to address. So this challenge will always be there, I understand that. But I think the point that you made is extremely important in terms of how the regulations also catch up. And if there is any one learning, would you say that there is possibly a need to review our regulations a little bit more frequently than we have done in the past?
I think most definitely. Particularly, see, the cycle around introduction of something new is adoption and its maturity. Whether it's technology, whether it is practices, that whole cycle has crashed.
It has, yes.
It has crashed in everything. 4 years back, nobody in this room would have understood if I had said ChatGPT, or if I had said AI, or if I would have said machine learning. Maybe somebody would have probably still understood machine learning, but to talk of Gen AI or predictive AI, today you're already looking at beyond Gen AI, you're looking at beyond it started, it peaked rapidly, and suddenly got overtaken by something else. Which means that regulation also needs to catch up much more faster.
Absolutely.
Now there are two ways of doing that. Either you go by the conventional way, which is there is an act, you go through amendments, go through the legislature, that will take its own time, and there will be all kinds of people who will have views, which is perfectly fine and legitimate. Or you create a framework where you have a trusted entity which can do this with greater nimbleness, because the legislature trusts that entity to do its job fairly, but has oversight on that entity.
I think that's a very important point to touch upon, because regulations cannot exist or progress without a structure. And I think this entity part that you're talking about is extremely important. And I hope in India we catch up to that pretty soon. Now, going a little bit deeper into, ultra deep and deep water, since the policy liberalization, have you really seen increased investor confidence? Some hard facts in terms of, bids or capital deployment or even interest. What are your views on that?
See, rather than limit myself only to ultra deep and deep water, because I think the jury is still out on that, to be fair, because if we have seen real interest in ultra deep and deep, that is from round 9 and round 10. I think before that we saw less interest, partly because where were the waters for you to go to? Because everything else we had stopped you from getting into. You know, with 99% closed, where there's not much, you could only do shallow waters. So from a liberalization perspective, really the cutoff for me would go back to when we moved to help and you know, talking about 2016 and so on, when we started doing the OLP rounds. That is really my cutoff. And since then, the numbers speak for themselves in terms of whatever, 144, 150 odd blocks that we have given out. And with round 10, we would have done something like 5 lakh square kilometers awarded. And it's a pace which is rapidly increasing, plus, equally importantly, a DSF ecosystem. So DSF operators, now many more operators and some of them are doing well enough to be able to bid even for OLP blocks. Plus the fact that even our DSF packages are now available, so their capabilities have also increased financially, that they are no longer concerned about doing one field. They're saying, okay, you know, you are giving me size and scale, I'm happy to look at because somebody else is willing to back me up. It's a policy which is here to stay. So that is one. If you see in round 9, so the first time that there was not a single block on which we had a single bid. All blocks had multiple bids. In round 1 to 8, number of blocks got awarded on a single bid. There were no bids available. But this is the first time which has happened. Then this coal bed methane ecosystem, again, the way that has evolved. So for me, these are real tangibles which I can hold on to. But in the ultra deep and deep waters, round 10, the kind of interest that we are seeing, the kind of EOIs we have seen, that excites us quite a bit. And in round 9, of course, whatever we have awarded, that mattered.
I think sometime back we were having a quick discussion also that as we go into ultra deep and deep, which is a hell of a lot of dependent on technology, which we in country don't have.
Yes.
Maybe a relook at some of our procurement policies will be interesting to see, are there any roadblocks out there, right? Because sometimes it's difficult to have longer term trust-based relationships. The relationships are more contractual. So I think that is an area where probably we can have a look at some point in time.
Most definitely, but again, see, this tension will keep coming up, which is, this is one of the big areas which have opened up in terms of deep water around the world. These are one of the big areas which has opened up. Now, if E&P activity is to happen, I think it's legitimate for any country to say that, look, why can't some manufacturing happen locally? When I'm offering a certain kind of scale. And I see this happening in a lot of fields where growth has been very rapid. We see this, for example, not in this field, but in biofuels, for example, enzyme production. We used to have the same thing when refineries, catalyst production used to be a challenge. That, you know, if you call yourself a big refining major, why can't you have catalyst manufacturing happening in India? Why should I be continuously importing? I'm not saying the supply can still be the same, but why can't the supply manufacture here? So there will be, I mean, some of these demands may at sometimes appear unreasonable if they are maximalist, but I think there is a kernel of truth there that there should be some manufacturing here, but no doubt there is a lot of technology which is not available in India, which has to come from outside. A lot of products and services will have to come from outside, right. Inevitable.
No, I think that's true, and I think there is absolutely no shame or no harm in having our nationalist interests in heart. We are a large consumer economy, and if we are going to give access to that, to global majors, it's equally important for us to ensure that we have supply chain security, which is to be, based in India. I was referring more to, things like framework arrangements, longer term, not clearly defined, because in upstream, because everything is so probabilistic, right? Things keep changing. Yes. So having that ability to be flexible in our contracts, that's something probably, we can have a look at.
Yes, so I think this particularly applies to the NOCs.
Right.
Right, because NOCs contracting frameworks were again primarily designed for a different type of activity. Now, when you get into something like this, contracts will be bigger, contracts will have less bidders, but contracts also will have to deal with less certainty about the future.
That's right.
So this will require a reform in contracting and procurement procedures. But then that is something which is very clearly in the remit of the MCs. I don't think they really need to come back to government for guidance on this. I mean, they're very capable of handling this.
That's an absolutely fair point. So, coming to the point that you did mention about, earlier a lot of the ultra deep waters were not even available. So, let me just have, two-part question to that. So, the recent amendments that we have seen, right? A is this bogey of contract sanctity that we keep talking about. So, is that addressed to a major extent, or are there still gaps that are there in your mind? And second is this regulatory convergence between, MOPNG, defense, environment. Is it progressing well, you think, or is it still very aspirational?
See, if ever since independence, we have been very possessive about our waters. Now, the fact that after 75 years, if 99% became no-go, it did not happen because the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas signed some order. It happened because Ministry of Defense, which in this case Navy as well as the Air Force, DRDO, ISRO, everybody actually came on board. Now, if that is not convergence, then what is? Because, effectively they're saying, yes, we understand what you need, but we can live together. We can issue no time, we can issue no errors, and, it's, with this we can make it happen. So, we are not stepping on anybody else's toes. So that, to my mind, is convergence which has happened. Same thing we have seen in environment. If you see environment clearances, I think industry will probably bear me out when I say that timelines have again crashed. The time it used to take to get environment clearances, the processes, those have become so streamlined, and part of the onus also lies on us. What kind of chasing up I am doing with the state governments or with the Ministry of Environment, that has also improved significantly, because I think we have learned from bitter experience that people have other jobs to do as well. So we need to sometimes keep reminding them that we are also waiting somewhere outside your door, so please let us in. So yes, that does happen. So that is something which we have seen very much happening in terms of convergence. And on the contract sanctity part, so typically we used to hear people's contractors and operators' inputs to us were primarily guided by certain incidents which they had seen happen in the past. One was that, okay, I've brought a ship and it's trying to drill and it's trying to do survey, and then somebody comes and tells me nothing doing, get back. Or the fact that once I start making money, you seem to have decided I'm making too much money, so you put some kind of taxes on me. I think both those have got very significantly addressed through the legislation. This is landmark it's a landmark thing that in India we have something like the changes we have seen in the ORD Act, where government is binding itself in such a way that you can take me to court. Legitimately take me to court for something which I have written in the law, which is the intent of Parliament. So an executive action in this case cannot override parliamentary intent. And that is what the beauty of it is, and I think many countries struggle to get this right. We managed to get it in the law.
Definitely, and I think this having a strong legal foundation behind it, and having a recourse of the courts is extremely important. On a lighter note, we are still very possessive about our water. Operation Sindoor, of course, we understand.
But just to add, on the there was a big debate internally whether this protection should be contractual or by the sovereign. In most countries, we have seen such protection is given contractually.
Contractually, yes, that's right.
Right? Now the thing is, if you give what finally settled the matter for us, see, if you give it contractually, you still need to go to court. If you build it in the law, then what happens is any other agency or any other ministry of government you can stop them in their tracks then there. Saying that this is what the law says, you can't argue with the law. You can argue with the contract. You can't argue with the law. So you really preempt many situations which would have arisen had it just been something which was contractual.
I think that's a very important point, because many times, look, and all this will also fall under the umbrella of doing it right and doing it responsibly, and it being, you know, sort of, what should I say, in an approved quote-unquote manner. And I think the difference between a contractual usage, you know, and making it a law is that you're trying to control, in quotes, by facilitation, by putting it in law, rather than by approval, by putting it into the contract. I think that's a great move, because it gives the confidence, much more confidence to the investors. Coupled with the upstream ecosystem, one of the things that, and I've been a part of that earlier myself, is that what are some of the structural elements that are throttling the, you know, the service, basically the upstream services sector in India, and how are you planning to tackle them, Mr. Jain?
See, the thing is this upstream services sector originally grew typically around what ONGC was doing in Bombay High. And a lot of that happened around that, which meant that there was actually no play available for anybody who was not on shallow waters. So if I was, say, an entrepreneur in India, I will not develop anything for deep water. I will not develop anything for ultra deep water. There was no customer for me in India. Shallow waters, whoever got in first has an advantage. So if I'm providing services, specialized services were always going to come, high-end services were always going to come from international companies. Fine, which is perfectly all right. Which meant that I would segue into things other than just upstream and other than just E&P. I would end up getting into refining, or I would end up getting into any kind of tertiary or distribution kind of activities. And I would, because I have no loyalty to E&P alone, you know, I have to do a business. So I do a business where there's demand and there's market. The fact that the customer base was narrow and customer base was limited to a particular domain, in effect meant that our growth of the industry literally got stifled and had to move only in one direction rather than encompass the whole range which it could have done. With this change now, there is still a time lag when you see local service providers catching up. But I am reasonably confident that once they see deployments happening by not just the NOCs but also some of the private operators and the other operators who now are getting into these areas in terms of more blocks and in collaboration, this is where we'll see the same people who used to be in shallow water will now see an incentive to get into something like this.
Yeah, and if you look at also how Aberdeen developed as a hub, or we'll look at Brazil, I mean, the difference between what to bring topside and what's there in the hull, I mean, there are areas that which, you know, people can selectively take up. And I think maybe with the liberalization and more interest in the blocks in ultra deep, we'll probably see an acceleration of their interest.
The other constraint also used to be, we have had this problem of people trying to get drill ships, people trying to get FPSOs, people trying to get specialized steel. Again, this you know, tug of war really between trying to do it here and trying to get it from outside. So we think that this is a battle which we have to fight. We have to keep fighting on a case-by-case basis to get that done, and we will continue to do that.
One of the things on the subsurface intelligence and seismic data, excuse me, has the NDR 2.0 really, you know, led to better data-driven decisions amongst the operators? Is that really happening? And how is DGH benchmarking, you know, both quality and uptake from its seismic reprocessing initiatives?
See, NDR2 really, you know, in terms of its full rollout, it is still some time away. So if you were to ask me, are we getting the full benefits of NDR2? Probably not yet. In fact, two of the things which was covered this morning talks about both the HRAS, last HRAS 2017 if I recall correctly. So that reassessment, taking the NDR to on the cloud, that. But what gives me hope is that during the last 7 years, we've got humongous amount of new data. Because we did the Anveshan, which was on land, we did the EZ, all the surveys, all that data has now come in. You heard about number of wells which ONGC, OIL and others have been doing year on year. There is well data which is coming in. There is production data which is coming in. The sheer size of NDR2 now is much, much bigger than what NDR was. And also things like multi-client and the kind of work which we are doing in the University of Houston with them in terms of drawing inferences from that data, developing data products. All that is becoming much, much easier with NDR2. So I would hold my horses on that and say that, probably give us a few more months, and that's when you will be able to see the real outcome in terms of the exponential benefits that we'll be getting from NDR2.
So do you think, Mr. Jain, it will be fair to say that majority of the legacy issues, whether it's in terms of data compatibility, EpiNet, blah, blah, all that has been sorted out or majorly on its way to get sorted out, and we are seeing more data coming in. Now the usage and the, the benefits of that is maybe in the few months or years ahead.
That's right. I think that's a fair assessment to make, because, see, we have some very intelligent people, young people who are working on some of these issues and who are also dealing with this data. And some of the kind of work which you've seen maybe a taste of it or a sample of it in the exhibition here. Right, right. It's actually, it's very interesting how with very little resources, and they're able to leapfrog in terms of understanding that same data and giving us something which we never imagined was possible.
True. I know we are running tight on time. Let me ask this question, which is on more on. It's probably a local concern that came up, but I think the reforms are far-reaching. So let me sort of double on to the Northeast gas pricing reform that has been done recently. Has it tangibly improved the investment appetite there? And related to that would be if you could just share your views on, can India have an India-based, can we dare to have an India-based gas index which will allow us to do the right thing for the India as a nation, but also be able to meander through the LNG pricing volatility?
So look, not just Northeast gas pricing, I think the way our gas pricing has changed, it normally doesn't capture that much media attention these days. The new well gas pricing, which we did. The impact has been very quick in terms of production increases by both ONGC and OIL coming through. As it is, ONGC was doing a great job in terms of managing declines. I think the declines were much lower than what we had seen in international benchmarks. But the fact that how quickly they could get wells, additional wells online, how quickly they could make technology interventions. Why I say this is because every quarter when we make allocations for city gas distribution, we see how much new gas is coming in, what are the prospects. This gas was not available to me 2 years back, 2.5 years back. So there is, obviously it means that because the financial incentives were right, we started seeing the impact of this. And a lot of this gas is also comes from the Northeast. It is still a challenge that even with better pricing, there is a lot of gas still lying in the Northeast which is ready to get into a pipe but can't because there is no pipe. So in some areas, it's just connectivity which I need to resolve, but there is gas in Tripura, there is gas in Assam, which if I can get to the mainland, there is a lot of gas which I can actually make available to consumers. So that is one. On the gas index, see, this is definitely an aspiration for us. Our own, benchmark, our own gas index. 2 or 3 things. I'm not targeting LNG at this point. I have a lot of local gas available including, again, what we don't talk about, compressed biogas and coal-bed methane. So the methane coming from CBM, as well as the, particularly with things like blending obligations on city gas. There is a price which can be discovered even for compressed biogas. And all that should actually go into the index. We haven't, we probably need to start thinking about allowing higher volumes to be in play on our gas exchanges and so on. Once that happens, then I think we are pretty much ripe for, because we have been looking at a crude oil index also, for example. Why shouldn't Mumbai high oil actually get into an index? Similarly, why can't we have our own gas index? Definitely work in progress.
I think that's very, very interesting and very encouraging, because the quicker and more we move to a market-led, pricing freedom within the confines of our own constraints that we have, we will, and also taking a parallel, for example, from the power sector, the introduction of green products on the exchange. If you have an index of India and on the exchange, you could have a differentiated product than just dollar per MMBTU. So it will have some strategic products also that you can place on.
That oil and gas means more and more revenue for government. Then my view of the sector will tend to focus much more on regulation. If, on the other hand, my approach is about production maximization, then my view of the world changes very dramatically. I think implicitly somehow for a long time we tended to focus more on revenue maximization. However, all the signals I now get from whatever I can read, I think there is this realization that production matters much more. If you are getting production right, you get a lot of other things follow. If you try and only focus on revenues, many things do tend to go wrong. So I think the whole issue of rights of the sovereign, there's no disputing the fact that the resources belong to the sovereign. I mean, that's a debate. We don't get into that. But if it's under the ground, it's not helping anybody. It has to come out. So you have to create incentive structures which enable, the fact that in our Cat 2 and Cat 3 basins, we have, absolutely no take of government, or 1.5%, 2%, those kind of things. This is to me such a strong signal that revenues matter less and less, production matters much more.
I think that's a very interesting way to look at that. When we talk about national sovereignty, the real driver for that is actually energy security, rather than many numerical numbers or financial numbers. And also the fact that upstream, more than anything else, has got to have very responsible policies, because this got intergenerational equity. What we do today is going to impact the next generation and the further. So I think our practices, our policies, our pricing mechanisms have to reflect that very much so. It's been wonderful having this discussion, Sujay, and I think I must admit, when you look at and the whole day's proceedings and also this discussion, I think it's fair to say that India is not tinkering at the edges. There are some changes. It's difficult. We are 1.4 billion people, federal. Some elements of our constitutionally are within the states, as well as the center. There are challenges, but I think navigating those, we have seen, at least I have seen personally also over the last 4 or 5 years, has been a fundamental shift in the speed at which we want to do it. We are not looking at always black and white. We are okay to be in the gray and take the feedback and move along. And I think the future is going to be even more exciting. Just taking cue from what Mr. Jain said, life cycles, whether it's business or technology, are crashing. We do not have the luxury of waiting 7 years. In upstream, we always call this golden 7 years anymore, because what's happening now may crash those 7 years, before we even realize it. So having a very, I would say, informed stakeholder engagement is extremely important. And I think, the government and the industry are are already on a path to making that happen. It's been a privilege, Mr. Jain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kosky. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for this very insightful session and on the transformational, reforming, modernizing, and facilitating policy and regulatory reforms and regimes. Thank you for giving us insight into the future of the E&P sector. Thank you. And as we move on to the next segment, I would like to request our Secretary, sir, to remain here on the stage. We now have the launch of a study which has been done by DGH, and I would like to request and invite Mr. Vinod Seshan, the Director General DGH, to please join us here on the stage. This is may I also request Chairman and Managing Director ONGC, Mr. Arun Singh Ji, to please join us as we have the release of the impact of extreme events and climate change on oil and gas activities in the offshore area. This is a combined study conducted by DGH and NIO. This report, ladies and gentlemen, is a result of the initiative which has been taken by DGH in response to the escalating climate-related threats to the Indian petroleum sector, particularly in the coastal and the offshore oil and gas installations. It provides a very systematic evaluation of the vulnerabilities across critical E&P assets. It presents a structured SOP to support comprehensive risk assessment, timely early warning systems, and adaptive response strategies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the UrjaVarta Awards for exemplary performance, wherein we are going to be recognizing the best technical paper, the best technical poster, and the best innovation. Okay. So we have first the best technical paper. I would like to request Secretary Sir to please do the honors of boarding and recognizing the work which they have done. The technical paper going bottoms up, we have from Kane Oil and Gas. Ranjit Singh, the author. The topic, innovative strategies and key considerations for developing a multi-layered, low permeability porcelain oil reservoir, a case study of ABH field, India. The second prize awarded to Ravi Shankar Chaudhary of ONGC. Simultaneous exploration, SIMEX, a game changer in mature fields. That's the topic of his technical paper. And at the number 1 position, University of Houston, the author David Hume. Paper, The Hydrogen Potential of East Andaman Basin, India. So congratulations to Kane Oil and Gas, to ONGC, to University of Houston. The authors respectively Ranjit Singh, Ravi Shankar Chaudhary, and David Hume. Now the technical poster presentation. We have again taking a bottoms-up approach. Venkatesh Ambati. Venkatesh Ambati, the organization Semblance HC. The topic, improved seismic data processing, is based on a convolutional neural network model using an attenuation mechanism. At the second position, BP, and we have the author Satyamurthy Mohantan. The topic, methane abatement in oil and gas. And the top award being presented to ONGC, the author Manish Kumar. Topic, digital transformation through monitoring tool WDA yielding significant benefits for ONGC Jorhat asset. We now have the Innovation Award, and at number 3, the Energy and Resource Institute, TERI. The authors, Dr. Meeta Lavania and Dr. Banwari Lal. Their topic, coal bed methane, evolving towards biological methanation for sustainable energy production. Just to prize the August gathering, in the technical papers we had received 16, the posters 47, and the innovation awards as we are presenting received 19. At number 2, Halliburton India Operations Private Limited. The authors Sarvesh Kumar, Mayuri Mukherjee, Dinang Joshi, and Omar Dale Angel. Their topic, Neftex Insights, Advanced Completion Technologies, Logics, Drilling, Automation. We had the Innovation Center in which the innovative products and services were showcased by the startups, entrepreneurs, the industry. And here we received 19, and out of that we are recognizing 3. And at number 1 position, Reliance Industries Limited. The authors Prashant Bisoi, Bipin Ghag, Pranay Puro, and Dipayan Bedya. The presenters, 4 of them coming here on the stage. Technological sophistication of our exploration and production, E&P business. So thank you to Secretary Sir, and congratulations to everyone. And as we bring the UrjaVarta 2025 to a close, I would like to request the Director General DGH, Mr. Vinod Seshan, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
I think a long day, an amazing series of events, right from the fireside chats to the technical presentations to the panel discussions. This is the first time we are having a formal speech in this event. We had consciously thought that we'll have an activity-filled and a discussion-filled event, and I think it's gone very well. Respected Secretary, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Pankaj Jain sir, captains from industry, officers from the Ministry of Petroleum, researchers, scientists, key stakeholders, senior consultants, moderators, and all friends. On behalf of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons, I extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests for joining us today and contributing to the resounding success of the second edition of the UrjaVarta Conclave. Your presence reflects the collective commitment of the industry towards building a robust, innovative and self-reliant oil and gas sector. We are deeply grateful for the trust, the engagement and the wealth of experience you all have brought to this valuable platform. This platform is now a brand. I take this opportunity to express at this moment our profound appreciations to Hon'ble Minister Shri Ji for his gracious presence and sharing his visionary directions and insights during these ministerial sessions and the Fireside Chats. His leadership and continued guidance reaffirms our collective resolve to drive transformative reforms and pursue sustainable growth. A special word of thanks to all honorable ministers from across all states in India. We had a massive participation from 22 states for enriching the ministerial roundtable, which has been coined the Urja Manthan, with their valuable perspectives and strengthening the collaborative approach. A sincere thanks goes out to our Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, for his constant support, strategic direction and providing us a lot of autonomy. We did not even take his permission to organize his Fireside Chat. So grateful, sir, for giving us all the autonomy on this. UrjaVarta 2025 is themed as Collaborate, Innovate and Synergize. This featured dynamic discussions across strategic, technical and policy aspects of the E&P value chain. The exhibition gallery and innovation center showcase inspiring innovations from startups, operators and service providers. We're deeply grateful for their optimism, for their interest, for taking a lot of pains in writing these papers and presenting them here to all the audience. We're deeply grateful to Secretary Sir also for standing and being able to give out all the 9 awards patiently. Sincere appreciations also goes out to all the core organizing teams at DGH, MOPNG, and as well as our support we've received from KPMG, a knowledge partner, AT Kearney, ITPO, who's our venue partner, and ITC, our catering partners. Our appreciations to all the moderators who are part of all the Fireside Chats, to our friends and representatives from the media. A big thank you for the extensive coverage they've extended. We are trending number 2 at 3:30 today in social media. As we reflect on today's insights, it is clear that collaboration and innovation will shape the future of India's oil and gas sector. The ideas and solutions shared here lay the groundwork for progress and new opportunities. A heartfelt thanks again to each one of you. We look forward to your continued support and welcome your feedback, especially on the model revenue sharing contracts which have been laid out. Thank you and see you again in the next UrjaVarta. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we draw curtains to this very successful UrjaVarta 2025. We close here, but yes, the Varta can continue in a less formal manner during high tea, as I request you all to please join us for high tea outside. Thank you once again to respected Secretary, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, tea and coffee as we call it a day.